Welcome to the Gooners podcast and Gooners versus Cancer. Owen is already sleeping. Not a good sign. Owen, what have we gotten ourselves into?
What
have I gotten you into?
No, well, man, I do you want to know what? I need to take the blame. I actually think originally I suggested this.
I was thinking about that last night. I'm like, I have run with this idea, but I don't think it was my idea. It was probably Owen's.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was probably after an argument with my missus, and 24 hours on my own seemed like a good idea at the time. But now trying to convince her not only to care for our very young daughter for 24 hours while I sit and talk to an oversized American man on the internet. But no, do you want to pleasantly plump, cuddly? That's what I call myself. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, man. I am. I have to say, it's I don't know. I don't know whether I'm looking forward to it. Let's be honest. It's going to be fun. There's a massive stack lineup.
Normally, when my sleep schedule gets adjusted, like if I'm flying to London, for example, and I want to try to, smooth out the jet lag as quickly as possible, and my kids will tell you this, I start planning like 4 days in advance. Slowly start shifting the sleep schedule. The night before we went to London one time, I think I my son and I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning, slept until, none of that happened this week. I had every intention of getting like a massive night's sleep last night and being ready to go for 24 hours. And of course, I'm putting together final things. I'm soliciting donations. I'm doing all this. I ended up getting like 4.5 hours of sleep last night. So I am screwed. But I'm screwed I'm screwed for kicking cancer. There's nothing more important to me than everyone seeing my face. No, there's nothing more important than raising money for a good cause. And I will, as people can attest, I will bend over backwards. I will put toothpicks in my eyes to keep the eyelids open, like Fred Flintstone. I'll do whatever I have to do. And this idea of yours has really taken reality. And here we are 3 minutes into what Jared said. We've got about 1,437 minutes left. Thank you to everybody that's joining us in the chat. We're going to start out with kind of some rules and some information that we'll be repeating throughout the podcast, because unlike me, I don't expect all of you listeners to stay in the chat and watch this for 24 hours straight. I expect Arsenal Los Angeles to do that. That's either Taylor or MK, I'm sure, but you guys need to stay up for 24 hours, but everyone else can go to sleep every once in a while. So this is the first annual Gooners versus Cancer 24-hour POD-A-THON. I hope that we're getting some people to watch this that don't normally watch our podcast. This will probably be the last podcast of ours they ever watch after they learn what it's about. But so here's how it's gonna work. The whole reason for doing this podcast is to raise money and raise awareness and funds for the Gooners versus Cancer campaign, which is a fundraiser for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. And if you're checking this out for the first time and you don't know my backstory, Gooners versus Cancer started in 2017 as a way to kind of bring the Gooner family together under a united cause. I mean, there are some excellent causes, the Arsenal Foundation, the Willow, so many, smaller like ours type of charities. But, in the last 4 or 5 years, it's just really grown and become super important to me. And the cause is to help try to cure blood cancers, provide support for families who are dealing with these awful and fatal, oftentimes, diseases. It's close to my heart because I lost my father after a 2.5-year battle with leukemia in 2010. And, I have firsthand experience how difficult these things can be on a family. And I know that so many people, so many of my fellow Gooners have talked to me about it and said, we've had this in our family. Sons, daughters, cousins, uncles, parents themselves. It's crazy. And we've got to do something to get this situation resolved. And because I'm not a doctor, because I'm not a chemist, I'm not I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. And so I'm doing what I can in my small part. And it's been amazing how helpful people have been. So over the last 5 summers, we've raised over $50,000 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. This year, we're hoping to smash our record of last year when we raised $21,000. We're well on our way. And we've set a goal for this individual event, this 24-hour POD-A-THON, of raising $5,000 just by the end of this 24 hours. We're already more than 40% of the way through that, which is incredible. We've been encouraging people to donate early so that they have a chance to win in all the raffles. And here's where we are at the moment where this starts. $2,059 raised of a $5,000 goal. With your help, I know that we can do this. There is no obligation. We don't want you to spend your hard-earned money if it's not appropriate for you to do so. But if you can, if you appreciate the content, the effort, the cause, please go to goonersvcancer.com. You can find out more about the podcast. You can learn a little bit more about the event. You can find out how the raffle tickets work. In a sense, the size of your donation will determine how many entries you have in the raffle. This is how it works, ranging from $5 donation all the way up to however much you really want to donate. We did have a $500 donation come in a little earlier this morning, which is incredible. I don't recognize the name. It's not someone who's a friend of mine that we go way back. It's just someone who believed in the cause. So it's really heartwarming to see these come in. So you can check all that out at goonersvcancer.com. Let's see. My personal belief about fundraising is, and this will not be 24 hours of me giving a monologue. Don't worry. Owen's just here for, to offset my looks with his. My personal belief about fundraising is that it should be fun. I mean, the word fundraising starts with fun and funds, but I like to give people an opportunity to kind of get something back for their charitable and generous donations. And so I've set up a raffle where you can win some amazing prizes. We have a general raffle that's going to be going on later this summer, but the raffle for the POD-A-THON event includes some amazing prizes like this 89 t-shirt from Stephen Feely, who I see is in the chat already. This is a fantastic shirt. This particular one doesn't fit me, so we're giving it away. No particular ones fit me. We're also giving away Gooners versus Cancer t-shirts. We're giving away a special commemorative Highbury t-shirt from the very last game, the Wigan game played at Highbury, that's not been ever taken out of the bag it was provided in, so it's in tip-top shape 15 years later. We're giving away some amazing artwork from Ruth Beck, who can be found at Ruth Beck Art. She does Highbury and Arsenal-related artwork, and it's just amazing, and we're giving away 7 of those during this 24 hours. And then we're also giving away 2 new Arsenal kits. You can get the home kit, the away kit, the third kit that just came out, personalized to your specifications. We're giving away 2 of those to 2 winners, and we're giving away 3 legend signed kits. Alan Smith will be on in a little bit, and we'll be drawing for a winner of his signed kit, which you can get him to sign with a personal message. Lee Dixon and Kevin Campbell will be joining us later in the show to do that as well. And the grand prize is a full first team signed shirt from the 2019-2020 season, which was our FA Cup winning season. So yes, you might have Guendouzi on there, you might have Mustafi on there, but it's the FA Cup winning team. So so that's kind of the grand prize that we'll be drawing right at the end. Is that enough stuff, Owen, to be giving away?
Some would say too much. I'm not sure these people are deserved. Of course they are. Of course they are. And I just want to, before we carry on, just to bring up a point that I haven't really thought out, Michael, which comes from Ask. He says, are you going to eat live on the podcast? And what about going to the toilet?
I tweeted a picture earlier of kind of my setup here. I've decided to go primarily with protein bars. As you can attest from 20 minutes ago, I, unlike other hardworking podcasters, did have time to eat a sandwich before the podcast. It did not grow COVID.
Do better, Mike. Do better.
I'm not going to whine about working so hard I can't even eat my sandwich. So I did have a sandwich. I'm going to be going with protein bars because they're easy. At some point, I might order dinner. Yeah, I mean, I would not normally eat on a podcast unless I'm doing it specifically for the purpose of like having soup. For the fans of soup, they're not fans of mine. They're fans of soup. They're fans of me eating soup, which may sound weird if you're not if you don't follow the podcast. But things are going to be a little bit different. I mean, it's going to be a combination of a stunt some amazing and enjoyable content that we hope to have. The stars of this show are plentiful, and they're not you and me. They're going to be our guests and our chat. And we've got ex-players coming on. We have the top Arsenal journalists that everyone knows and wants to hear from. And as we've done with post-game shows, we're going to be and toilet. I'm actually sitting on a toilet I had installed in my podcasting studio.
I'm not gonna lie, I have plugs and clamps in all the right places. I went to the extremes.
Clamps. No, I mean, there will be points where my screen goes dark for anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes. We've got some videos to play. We've got Owen to pick up. Owen and I are like an old married couple, except the opposite of that, where or friends. How, like, your cycle matches up. I think they say girlfriends after like 20 years, their cycles match up. Our cycles specifically don't match up.
Wait, does this mean that birds can smell us now?
They've always been able to smell me. But yeah, we've ensured that we do not have a consistently timed need to leave the podcast, so we're in good shape. Thank you for your concern, though, and what a great name for someone who has a question. I mean, the guy's name is
someone said the perfect name.
I mean, this guy must just walk around just with questions constantly, like and they're always good questions like this one. So. Owen, get that off the screen. Stupid question. So we're going to get started with the guests. I mean, we like I said, we've got an amazing lineup in professional wrestling, which I can talk about because Andy's not on the podcast right now. There's not only two major attractions. There's the main event, and then there's the first guest. And the curtain jerker, as you will, except the word jerk doesn't really apply to this person. So. Our first of 30 some odd guests is joining us now. You may recognize him. You'll certainly recognize his voice. Elliot, do you know what you've gotten yourself into here?
Not remotely. No, I didn't even know that there was going to be any kind of show going on. You just sent me a link and said, could you click on this for a second?
Yes.
See what's happened, Elliot, is in Andy's absence and his prolonged absence, we need another fast-talking American guy, so you fit the bill. Congratulations on your promotion, buddy. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, thanks, Eoin. I appreciate it.
We're going to have to break the bad news to Clive and about 40,000 other people that the Arsenal Vision podcast is no longer a thing. But now, our first guest of the 738 people we have coming on with us is the host, founder, editor, producer, director, showrunner, and page of the Arsenal Vision podcast. He's a man about town, but I'm not telling you what town for his own safety. It's in what is called in England. It's in the north. Let's just put it that way. It's a man whose adorable kids' voices I've learned how to tell apart over the last few weeks, although now one of them has one less tooth, and I feel terrible about that. It's a man who I should have been drinking with 8 days from now in Sin City until frickin' Delta showed up. It's Elliot Yankee Gunner Smith. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. All kidding aside, I still don't know why I'm here, what this is about. So if you could tell me, this is great. I mean, what you do with Gooners versus Cancer is inspirational. The thing that really sucks is, like, one of the best events we had planned for Vegas was going to be a charity event, in part to support this cause. So we don't get to do that in person. The downside is that, we're forced to do it this way. The upside is that the smell is a hell of a lot better. So you take what you can get.
I mean, can you imagine after 2 hours of open bar, how that place would have, I mean, it would have been like,
I mean, you're presuming it wouldn't have smelled terrible when we walked in the first place, but
well, that's I did have someone go and check it out, and they said it smelled all right. In fact, the word she used was "aight."
I don't shower.
A-I-G-H-T.
I don't know if I've made that clear. I'm a conservationist, so.
Oh, okay. Well, so yeah, I thought we were going to be, instead of variance, I thought we were going to be dealing with deviance, but we got the wrong one.
Why
but
not
shit
both?
Happens, and the best laid plans of mice and men sometimes go awry. So it's going to be amazing when it's finally rescheduled. And of course, if you don't know what we're talking about, there was I don't mean to like focus on things that are somewhat negative, but there was supposed to be an amazing.
Well, we are
event.
Arsenal fans, so it's inevitable.
There was supposed to be an event called Football Fest 2021 in Las Vegas next weekend. It was set up by Elliot, Blue Wire, and the Win. It was an amazing event. We've been talking about it since March, April, and all the planning that went into it. The vast majority by you. It's just heartbreaking that within a week of the cancellation of the Orlando event came the cancellation of the Vegas event. It's going to happen at some point. It's got to happen at some point. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, right? Like we had the Orlando thing and that got canceled, and then we had the Vegas thing and that got canceled. And like, I think more than anything, it's just, we are a great community. And as much as I love seeing your face on a little screen here and all the people in the chat as like little icons, it'd be nice to actually see people in person. And, I think one of the things that is unfortunate about digital engagement is that people sort of become caricatures of themselves. It's really just human nature, right? Because they have an opinion you hate, or that's the silly one, or that's the negative one. But like when you meet someone in person, they can become more well-rounded. That's the silly short one, or that's the negative one who smells bad. And you can start to build out a profile of people that's more robust.
You're really focused on
rich.
aroma today, aren't you?
Well, I have 2 young children, so there's lots of smell-related things that I have to take care of.
That's the Gooner who's 48 years old and can't change his own diaper.
I am 37. I don't know if you.
Well, I was
that.
referring to.
No, that's a joke from a previous episode. But yeah, moral of the story is that
37.
I just miss the opportunity to actually get together with people and remember that there's more than just that tweet that you hated, or that podcast that you hated, or their face that is unappealing, or
that
all
guy
of
from Chicago who I argue with every single day.
Exactly that.
So yeah, I mean, and I could tell you from personal. I mean, I know you had some experience with this. I think you've had it in London, and you also, when you and Andrew did a show in LA the last time Arsenal came over, which unfortunately I was in Denver that day talking to Josh and Vinay and Raul, but I couldn't make it. Couldn't clear time in my schedule. But you guys had a fun time with Arsenal Los Angeles, and there's nothing like Gooner events. I wasn't going to go into it this early, but Orlando, the team canceled 4 days before, 4 days before people were going to travel. And I know that some people changed their travel. Some people changed their plans to basically just do a, Disney, related type of visit to Orlando. But a lot of people still went to Orlando for the express purpose of hanging out with other Gooners, meeting people they've met before, people they hadn't met before, new family members all the time coming into the situation. So those events are not to be, whether the team is there or not, whether they were planning on coming or not, whether it wasn't never about the team coming, like this Vegas event, like Gooner Gras in February in New Orleans, please God, don't be canceled again. Those are the highlights of being an Arsenal supporter, and all the stuff that we do online and interacting with people is great, but the in-person stuff is fantastic. And the good news is with me and our podcast viewership, I don't have to worry about stalkers. You do.
Yeah. No, I have a huge problem with that. Really just interferes with my day on a daily basis. I actually moved to the Great North from New York because I had to get away from all the immense number of people that were trying to find me and spend time with me, because I am an engaging and enjoyable person to spend time with. So
you are, and if you where it helps you though is out of your hundreds of thousands of fans, you must have a few dentists.
I'll level with you. Like, I keep hearing how toxic and bad the online experience is, but candidly, like, it came to my rescue with this thing of my daughter losing her tooth, because a lot of people said, "Oh, I went through that. Here's what you can expect." It's just, the community coming together to help my 18-month-old child.
Did you appreciate that I showed you the fact that I had gone through that? And I
Yes.
don't mean when I was a kid. I mean 7 years ago.
Yes, it's super helped. Thank you for that. I'm gonna pause my camera for a minute to calm my dog down, who is having a conniption. Give me one
That's
second.
one of them stalkers is out the front of his house right now.
Exactly. Well, it's not his dog. It's someone else's dog that loves the show and is coming to see him. So I'll take this opportunity to talk about the other thing, which is throughout this podcast, we've got some amazing guests on, almost all of whom we've spoken to before. We're very lucky in that regard. What we want to do a little differently in this show And part of it is selfish because coming up with 24 hours of content is not easy. We want to connect some of the people that are kind of known in the Arsenal spheres, whether they're ex-players, journalists, top podcasters with dogs. That's what we want to connect you to them in a way that, again, it's not personal, it's not in person, but so we have open the entire time we are doing this podcast. We have Gooner open mic, or what is it? Gooners open mic. Is it Gooner open mic or Gooner open mic? What the hell did you type when you came in here? I think it's gooneropenmic.com. Mm-hmm. And when you type it, it's gooneropenmic.com. And when you type that, you will go directly into what we call the red room because it's Arsenal and green room is reserved for Celtic. But the red room, and if it's appropriate, if it flows with the conversation, we will bring you on the pod. You can ask a question or make a comment keep it civil, please, not confrontational, not ridiculous. This is a cancer podcast, anti-cancer podcast, but we'll bring you on the screen, and we'll bring you on as many times as you want. If you're here for 12 hours of the 24 and you want to come on and talk to 5 or 6 of our guests, by all means, be our guest. Just please be patient, wait in the room a little bit until we bring you on screen, and there's a private chat where we can let you know kind of when we're getting ready to bring you on. You can let us know as well. So so please do participate and partake in that. Vivek Malik, a great supporter of ours from the San Francisco Bay Area, heading over to donate now. Again, go to goonersvcancer.com, donate. If you're going to have a comment, there is no rule that you have to donate to do this, that, or the other thing. It's open to all, but we'd certainly love your support. And we're going to be picking drawings at the end of each hour, in the last quarter of each hour, including this first hour where we're going to be picking the winner of this Ruth Beck art painting of Highbury. This is the West Stand lower tier. So this is the opposite side that I used to go in on, but this will bring back positive memories for a lot of people. So let's talk about Arsenal a little bit.
Do we have to?
No, we don't. I've got a good one. Yeah, I've got a good subject that we can kick off on if you'd like, because it's never like Arsenal Twitter to have a meltdown. But today was one of the rare days that it absolutely did. Aaron Ramsdale, it has come out that apparently those, the move is advancing, that talks are ongoing, and it looks quite positive. Elliot, 25 million in and around that sort of fee is what's being touted for what supposedly in Arsenal's eyes is a backup goalkeeper, and they've got this same obsession of having this homegrown backup goalkeeper. But do you think that in a transfer window as critical and as sort of cash starved as this one, that it is wise to spend 25 million on a player like Aaron Ramsdale?
So I think there's 2 ways to address that. The first is, I think that there is a misconception baked into the question. I don't think he's being signed to be the backup keeper. I think Leno is gone. Probably not this season, but definitely next summer. He doesn't want to be at Arsenal anymore. And you can certainly question how we wound up keeping Leno, selling Martinez, and wound up with the guy who doesn't want to be here. But set that aside. I think the only reason we're buying Ramsdale is to have a homegrown keeper going forward who competes with Leno this season and takes his place no later than next season, and Leno is gone. So I think you have to look at the spend as the guy we think will be the guy. I don't think we are paying that for our number 2 keeper. I think we're paying that for our future number 1 keeper. Whether or not he's worth it is a totally different story. And here's what I would say, right? I regard other positions as a priority. Central midfield, attacking midfield, right back, maybe striker. Those are all positions I think are a problem that we should have addressed and haven't yet. You could say central midfield we addressed by just saying we're running it back with Xhaka. Maybe you think Lokanga is ahead of developmentally where we may have thought when we got him. Fine. I think if we had attacking midfielder done already and right back sorted already, and then we went for Ramsdale and said, this is a guy, we're planting our flag. He's going to be our future keeper. He's young. He's English. He's homegrown. This is it. I don't know that I like the talent evaluation because I have questions about him, but you can't fault that move. The fact is keepers are not that cheap. There aren't a lot of young keepers out there, period, right now who are attracting a lot of attention. And I can see why you'd want that position to be sorted with a homegrown player. For me, if the other areas of the squad were sorted, I wouldn't really mind it. I think that they were overpaying for a guy I don't think is great, but that's a talent. Like scouting keepers is really, really hard. Just ask Chelsea. They paid a record fee for Kepa or the baller. So, like, the easy answer is I think it's too much money for this player, and I think it's a priority that we could push to next window. The more complicated answer is if he's good, and that's a big if, getting this guy now is not a tragedy, but it leaves us with other squad positions that I regard as more important unfilled. So I know the easy answer is just be like, he sucks, this is terrible. I don't think that's the case, but I think in the context of what else has to be done for the squad, if we finish this window and haven't done attacking mid, central mid, right back, striker, and we've done center back and keeper, that feels like a really weird set of choices to me, anyway.
And so one of the arguments I've seen being put forth on Twitter was one that it's so Arsenal-like to sell Emi Martinez for the fee that we did and then go and buy Aaron Ramsdale a year later for more money. Do you think that this just highlights, again, even though there has been changes in the regime at Arsenal with Raul Sanllehi departing and now Edu and Mikel Arteta seemingly taking the reins, but is this again per sort of vision of team building and we're not seeing the changes that we need to be seeing at this point?
I just feel like that. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like this is a club that has been doing sort of ad hoc transfer business for the last several seasons, which is just like, individually, there are some moves that are good and some moves that are bad. In terms of an actual clear-cut plan, that I don't get, right? I mean, some of the stuff like, we're going to sell Xhaka this summer and move on from him. Nope. You know what? We'll sign him to a 4-year deal and he's our future at center midfield. Like, we're gonna go young, but we're going to commit to this older central midfielder. We need an attacking midfielder. We want Martin Odegaard, but we're going to spend 75 million pounds on center back and goalkeeper before we know if we have the funds available to go get the attacking midfielder we want. Like, it's not that individually any of the moves are bad. Like, heck, Ben White might be worth what we paid. He might wind up being a really good center back for a long time, homegrown, young, talented. If that keeps us from addressing areas that we regard as greater needs, you have to look at it in that context. So I don't think transfers are just about, did you buy a good player? Did you sell a bad player? I think they're about having a philosophy and a plan and then trying to execute that plan. I think we've done some individual deals I like. Tavares, cheap punt on future talent, good physical profile. Lokonga, I think a really savvy move for a player who could be a lot better than people think. Ben White, big money, big player. But is the plan there? So if you want to judge individual deals one by one, I think you can come to different conclusions. But if you want to say, is there a plan? Okay, that's where who cares what I think, but you asked, I don't see the plan myself. I don't see what the plan is to build a team that goes from 8th to 6th to 4th to 2nd to 1st and so on and so forth.
We're really not, I mean, other than Ben White over Rob Holding, I mean, if our best 11 is healthy, we've got the same team kind of as we did last year. And based on recent utilization in those mind games, that would tend to lead you to believe that that's where Arteta's thinking is, we're still seeing the Abba and Laka together. We're still, I mean, Partey's obviously going to be a big miss, but I mean, I've started to hit a little bit of panic stations a little bit because
but that's
like that evolution and overhaul is happening.
Here's one for you, Mike, right? Because you mentioned there, and I think this is quite a problem with our fan base at the minute. And as much as I do think that Mikel Arteta should have been moved on after last season, I do think that Edu often gets a bit of a bypass when we talk about the manner in which Arsenal have sort of unfolded over this past year or so. But Mike has gone, so Elliot, I'm now going to throw this to you.
Please.
He's so unprofessional.
Yeah.
And I'm playing.
He's got 23 and a half hours more.
That was not the first tally on my list. It's just
you literally
when I said panic stations. I realized I didn't have the bell with me.
You literally paid about 20 minutes ago, man. I know you're old as shit, but come on, let's get through this. We can't keep up. Anyway,
I knew that was going to come up, so I had to make it quick.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate. So in the chat, give me a bit of leeway here because I'm only relaying some of the arguments I've seen put forward here. Okay, so this is for both of you. So when people say that Edu has done relatively well in terms of, so Gabriel Magalhaes came in. That was a lot of that deal was done by Raul Sanllehi prior to his departure. Thomas Partey was a release clause trigger. There wasn't very much negotiations to be done in that. Who else has come in since then? Willian was one of his. Cedric Suarez was one of his. Pablo Mari was one of his. The people who you say were relatively
on the Raul deal.
Yeah, well, okay, yes, but that there. But
in that Raul got paid more than Cedric did.
Yeah. But then now you move to this season. Sambi Lokonga and Nuno Tavares come in from the continent, and let's be honest, they were handed a gift for the opportunity to join a club like Arsenal. Players of their level and quality, that it's an absolutely brilliant chance. And Ben White is a £50 million signing from a lower Premier League team. Do you really think that Edu has done a good job? Because Elliot, like you say, and I think me and you actually agreed on this on a podcast relatively close to the start of the window, was that Ben White is a fine signing, but if it hinders our ability to go out and upgrade in key positions, it's stupid business. Do you like what you're seeing from not only Mikel Arteta but Edu at this point?
I had this conversation with someone recently. I feel like all director of football analysis, not analysis by director of football, I mean like fans analysis of directors of football, I feel like all of it is super post hoc, right? So like you don't know what a director of football, right? Yeah. Well, it's the only way you can do it, right? Because none of us really know what the directors of football are doing. Like, is Arteta making all the moves, or is Edu? So like you almost have to sit and wait and see how the project goes and judge them like 4 or 5 seasons later, which sucks. But like, I don't know that you can judge a DOF super early on. But here's what I'll say about Edu. Edu was brought on by Raul, who clearly wanted someone to just work under him and basically be a patsy. He wanted all the power consolidated with him so he could make his shady deals, make his deals with his buddies, do deals with Kia. Edu was very close with Kia. You cannot convince me that did not play a role. All right, they were like, who's an invincible who can do this, who Kia really, I mean, all the links were there. He'd never operated in the European market. He didn't have a lot of really robust club football, director of football experience, former player, still very young. He gets hired by Raul, has close ties to Kia, kind of spends a while just being like a smiling face in pictures long after he'd been hired. And then suddenly Raul's gone, and now Edu's the guy. But the minute that happens, Mikel Arteta gets made manager and sort of seems to be placed on a par level with Edu for his authority. I just say, like, look, we're in one of the most complicated times in the history of club football for operating in the market because of COVID, because of economic disparities, because of the sharpening of the process happening at smaller clubs and the windfall of TV money going to some of the smaller clubs in the Premier League. It's harder than ever. And now we've got a first-time manager and a first-time European director of football. And whether I think they're good or they're not, they certainly aren't experienced. Like, you know, I thought I knew the law when I got out of law school. Then you walk into a law firm and you're like, I don't know the law at all. That's not what, you know, like it turns out that what they teach you in the books isn't how the job works. You have to learn the job. And now we've got two guys who like maybe know what the books say, but have never done the job. And so they're going to get some things right, but they're going to get some things wrong. But here's the difference. When your 19-year-old winger gets some things wrong, he misses a chance. When your first-time director of football gets some things wrong, he gives a 30-year-old $300,000 a week for 3 years. You know what I mean? So, and that hurts your club more than a missed chance or a keeper that, you know, waves it across and lets a goal in. The mistakes you make as a director of football have a legacy in the way that mistakes on the pitch don't. And I just worry that we are trusting this process, trust the process, ding, to, there it is. We're trusting this process to people that don't have the expertise and the track record to know how to do this job. And Arteta, if you said to me Arteta becomes a world-class, top-tier, elite coach for football, I'd say absolutely. He could absolutely happen. But if you say to me, Arteta right now is ready to be a top-tier world-class manager with all of the authority and complexity and complications on his plate that go with that, while trying to learn to be a first-team coach, that just feels like a recipe for, if not failure, certainly not excellence. And we really need excellence if we're going to dig ourselves out of the hole.
Mike, so something that I've sort of taken a big issue with over this transfer window has been almost a sense of arrogance coming from both Arteta and Edu. And I think while the majority of the fan base have a relative sort of understanding of their lack of experience, and that they will give them some sort of leeway with that lack of experience. But you can't avoid the fact that with some of the words, as Elliot said, their inexperience has shown at times, with certain things coming out of right from the time Josh Kroenke said, be excited, to the apparent word coming out from the club just last week or the week before saying, wait till the end of the window to judge us. They're really putting themselves under a lot of pressure here. And do you think that now, from the first kick of the game on Friday evening against Brentford, that both and Mikel Arteta are under the microscope and may not be given too much of a chance this season?
Absolutely. And they should be. You can't keep moving the goalposts, telling us to judge here, judge there, and not eventually. I mean, you can't kick the can down the road on blame endlessly. And I've been more patient than most in kicking that can down the road and saying, that there are some situations here with COVID and with the way that the club they inherited, and I will excuse a lot of stuff over a long period of time, but the rubber hits the road now. When we were saying last spring, look, I'll give him the first half of the next season, which is, they don't care what I'm giving them, but that thought process really hasn't changed in my mind. And I don't think, as we sit here 2 days before the opening of the season, I don't think this club has transformed to the extent that we believed it would in early June, right before the Euros got started. And we were, listening to the buzz that was going on and knowing what players needed to be moved on. It certainly hasn't progressed in the outs from the team, as well, the outgoing players from the team. So, I think it's absolutely right that they should be facing some judgment. Do I think it should happen on Friday? Do I think it should happen in the first 3 weeks of the season? I think that would be a bit harsh. No one wants to be sitting at 1, 2, or 3 points after 3 games, but it's very realistic that we could be there. I'm still thinking more in the terms of October, after there's been a stretch of games that aren't as forbearing or overbearing as the first 3 or 4 games that we have in front of us. But yeah, they should absolutely be held to account for what they are or are not doing.
Yeah, and see, for me, and we'll probably cover this with a lot of our guests, I think, as well. Obviously, just to get different of opinions on this. But Elliot, we've heard a lot about the results in pre-season or lack thereof. Some people hold a different sort of weight as to how much they actually matter. But something that is quite alarming to me, not so much the results, but the lack of progress in the areas that we were quite weak last season in terms of creating chances and putting them away. Do you just think that it's pre-season, it's a fitness exercise, or do you think that, God, this is quite worrying now at this stage, right before the season starts?
So, I mean, I think the results don't matter at all. Like, you could lose every single preseason game 3-0, it doesn't matter. And a great example is Bayern lost 3-0 to Napoli, and then you look at it, they played their starters for the first half, outshot Napoli like 14-2, made 11 subs at halftime, and conceded 3 goals in the last 10 minutes when they were playing with academy kids.
That isn't how we've lost, though.
No, I know. So I'm getting there. So the results don't matter to me. I think the first couple of games, too, don't matter. At that point, it's a fitness exercise. People are playing who literally will never play for the club this season. But if you look specifically at like the Chelsea and the Spurs game, by then, you should be getting a sense of the system you're looking at maybe using and the effectiveness of certain things the manager is trying. And for that reason, I have some concerns. One of them is that higher line we tried against Chelsea. We tried it a little bit less against Spurs, but even then, both Chelsea and Spurs were able to kick the ball long and basically get in behind the defense relatively easily. We struggled with long balls right over the top. And I think if Arteta has something to hang his hat on from last season, it's that he made it harder to break us down, maybe at the expense of our attack. But what scares me is, as easy as it was for them to get beyond that line, it didn't come with any real noticeable benefits to the attack. I think all of us are looking for some evidence that this attack is going to click. And I realize we didn't have Martinelli, we didn't have Saka, but I mean, come on, you're talking about teenagers here. The fact is, The attack does not look like it creates enough chances. Against Spurs, we had really nice periods of possession, resulting in nothing. It still funnels out wide. It still relies on crosses. Lacazette still has to drop deep into the midfield to collect and then turn and bust his ass into the box. And Aubameyang's out there putting in left-footed crosses from the touchline. Now, realize that may be partly because of players who are available. That may not be the plan. I think the thing that worries me about our preseason is there was nothing in the system that I saw that says he's got this attack thing starting to get figured out. Okay, we lost both those games, but boy, were we raining shots on Spurs goals or raining shots on Chelsea goals, like not even remotely. So I'm not worried about the results. I'm not even super worried about, good performance like Aubameyang not scoring goals. But I am worried that the system didn't show me any indication that we are solving some of the fundamental issues we had. And we may have created a new one if our plan is to try this high line, because it didn't look like we had the right ball pressure when we lost the ball to keep the ball over the top from going right over our center backs.
Yeah, and it's so funny. This will be my last question before we can maybe move on to the prize draw. But I remember when Nicola Pepe signed, and it's so funny in hindsight, looking back on how stupid even maybe I was to get so carried away with this. But I remember Arsenal fans and fans of other teams were quite frightened at the prospect of the front three of Aubameyang, Lacazette, and Nicola Pepe, and people were even talking that it would rival the likes of Mane, Salah, and Firmino at Liverpool, or Man City's front three. And what is it when you look? Alexander Lacazette coming in massively highly rated, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang 60 million. Come in as one of the world's elite strikers and performed like that for quite a while during the beginning of his time here. And then Nicola Pepe coming in with an absolutely staggering reputation. I mean, I remember that transfer and people couldn't even believe the fact that we got somebody like Nicola Pepe.
I thought it was a coup. Yeah.
Yeah. What is it about those three players that they just can't click and create, because the quality that the three of those possess as individuals is phenomenal?
Well, I mean, look, here's a transfer tip, a little how to get an edge on the competition. Probably don't buy a striker in the summer window for 50 million, then buy a striker in the January window for 60 million. Because I don't know about you, but that's not in my squad building handbook. Like, we have been dealing with the knock-on effect of having both Lacazette and Aubameyang for seasons. Like, one of those players shouldn't have been bought. Now, in my opinion, Aubameyang should have been bought in the summer if he could have been, and Lacazette never should have been bought. But like, Aubameyang's not a winger. I know the number of people that want to tell you, look at his goals from the left. Well, there's a lot of ways you can come in from the left, and there's a lot of there's a lot of underlying metrics we can debate. But the fact is, he's a center forward. His crossing isn't elite. His dribbling isn't elite. His wide passing isn't elite. Watching him chase wingers down into the corner flag and then putting crosses from the touchline. If that's the role you had for him, you overpaid, because he's not elite at those things. So you're taking an elite goal-scoring, in-the-box goal-scoring finisher and putting him in a position where now he's just average. So you've taken all that money and you've diminished its effectiveness. I think Nicola Pepe, again, if there's an issue I have with the Arteta regime and in general what we've done the last few seasons, there's such an emphasis on funneling the ball out wide. Now, I know that City is cutback FC. They create a lot of chances from cutbacks, but the way they do it, they get into central spaces, they get their wide players more compressed towards the box. Again, people talk about Liverpool. Oh, Firmino drops in and sets in Salah and Mane. Setting aside that Lacazette's not Firmino, look at where their touches are. Look how close they are to the box. Look at where their average possessions start. I think Arsenal had the slowest possessions of any team in the Premier League last season, the deepest starting points of possessions, meaning we're starting deep, we're passing a ton, we're elaborate as we can possibly hope to be, but it all funnels out wide. And when that happens, there's one guy in the box. So I think Smith Rowe can be a revelation, because I think he will make the second man run. I think that getting the players closer to the box in Pepe, and if it's Saka, great. Putting Aubameyang in the box, that can help. I think not having a good right back for several seasons has held us back too, because you see what Tierney does on the left. We don't have anyone who can have that impact on the right. But, this is where you have to start to ask yourself, is it players or is it the coach? I don't think our attack is built the way it probably should be, but to suggest that it should be 20 goals shy of where we used to be, I don't think it's that. To suggest that, at one point last season we had 8 shots per 90, so There is a coaching tweak that needs to be made here. We need to find ways to get the ball in the central spaces more, to get our forwards connecting more. Think of how many times Pepe has the ball and he's outside the box and he's 15, 20 yards away from the next forward, right? Or Aubameyang on the touchline. So those issues should be solvable. And I know it's easy for me sitting here talking about it to say it should be solvable, but I mean, it needs to be solved, whether it's solvable or not. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you that I think in hindsight, and I've stated this a few times, that sound like I'm repeating myself, but I think that the Aubameyang contract extension was done out of emotion, and it's the job of a manager and a football director not to get emotional when making business decisions like that, because it seems to me like almost like Mikel Arteta is like a 13-year-old playing FIFA in that he goes for names and FIFA ratings rather than stylistic compatibility. In terms of, I remember seeing Lacazette with Emile Smith-Rowe and Saka in the Europa League last season, and that combination worked absolutely perfectly. But then in big games, immediately it was back to Aubameyang, and it's just like he possesses some good individual qualities, but for the benefit of the team as a whole, as bad as this sounds, and I'm not writing the guy off this early, but right now you'd have to say, if you were going to name your best starting 11, that Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang would probably not be in it. But Mike, that's where I'll pass over to you, buddy, if you want to.
Yeah, and just to finish up on that point, I mean, I don't want to open the rabbit hole of Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. I'm sure we'll have a chance of talking about that with some future guests, and specifically our next guest, who knows a little bit about putting the ball in the net himself, Alan Smith. And you know, but I agree with you 100%. I think Arteta needs to grow some sack and realize that the team seems to play better without him on the pitch right now. You know, if he can somehow manage to put out a starting 11 that is fresh and gives Aubameyang whatever space and time he needs to recover from his current form, fine. But I just don't see him doing that. I see Aubameyang as the captain, being the first man on the starting 11 if he's healthy. And I think that's just that mentality from last season that has to be broken out of, and I don't see that we're there yet. So we've had a great start to the Gooners versus Cancer POD-A-THON campaign already. I'm going to see if I can share the screen now. We are currently at, and a lot of this has changed as this podcast has gone by. We are currently now at $2,435 of our $5,000 goal for this show. Thank you for your recent donation.
For this 1 hour?
Well,
we got to get to work.
We started. Don't take it personally. No, we started accepting donations on Monday afternoon. You know, the earlier you donate, the more of our prize drawings you can be in. If you only enter the drawing with 3 hours left in the show, there's only 3 drawings you can be in. So I would expect that to grow slower as the time goes by. But look, I'll be happy with anything that grows. We've got we're almost halfway to our goal already. Thank you to Eric Schlackman.
I thought you meant that was our goal for this 1 hour, and I thought I'm that uninteresting to people. Nobody wants to give.
If that was our goal for each hour, you know, yeah. That would be, that's
like, man, what do you think, Elliot, that our chat be balling? We're all broke, man.
No, because you're already halfway there. I mean, that's amazing. You may not even have to go all 24 hours. I mean, we don't have to watch you on the toilet in the middle of the night. This is a beautiful thing.
You've already been sent the video of me doing that privately.
I know. So. I don't need to see another one live on the internet. Did they even let that go out live on the internet?
Yeah.
Probably cancel your account.
So thank you to Eric Schlackman, Alamo City Arsenal. They know about my affinity for 1989, so they came in with 189. Christina,
what's the link?
The link for donations is vcancer.com. It's going across the crawl on the bottom of the screen, and you can get involved. Rick Hicks, Kushil, Ethan, Joey Murphy, good old Joey Murphy, Alex, Serge Perano, who's a cancer survivor himself and a Leukemia Lymphoma Society Man of the Year. So much support. We truly appreciate it. And
wait. We're gonna get this going here. Does that refresh in real time?
Yeah.
All right, we gotta make sure we get my name on the screen here.
We'll
You might have to-
we'll edit in a couple of zeros, Elliot, just because you're a nice guy.
All right, let's see if we can get this.
He's gonna allow us to hit our goal in the first hour of the show. No,
No, I'm definitely not.
no question. All right, so we're gonna
All
do
right,
the first drawing.
There we go. Am I in? Did I get in?
Oh, look at that, Elliot Smith. Thank you so much. Let me make sure you get added to this drawing here. There's some back end stuff that I got to do here to make sure you're in.
There is some back end stuff you need to make sure I'm in. Did you say? That's what I heard.
You would be surprised at the amount of times he says that on a daily basis.
That's similar.
We don't king shame on our podcast.
Similar in theme to how I gradually saw you easing your way into Ben White over time, where you first weren't thrilled with it, and now you've really gotten into him.
Mm-hmm.
Over time. So, all right. So here's what we're going to do.
Please go on.
Our first prize drawing of 18 prizes. And here's the random picker. I'm going to do it live on the screen. The first drawing is for this Welcome to Highbury print mailed to you from Ruth Beck Art. Now, Ruth Beck Art can be found on Twitter at Ruth Beck Art. She can also be found online at ruthbeckart.com/Arsenal for her Arsenal related stuff. It's all kind of Highbury, historical, together, inspirational stuff. And she does not ship anywhere outside of the UK, I believe. And so, while these are prints, they're not originals. If you're in the US, you normally can't buy them. So this is a great opportunity to get one of these. And the winner of the Highbury print is Kushal Ashar. Kushal is the first winner of a prize on this podcast. Congratulations and thank you to Kushal. You will be contacted afterwards for your prize, and you remain in the prize draw for all of the other prizes. So
I'm right here. That's my alias.
That's your alias.
Mm-hmm. Do I look more like a Kushal than an Owen, don't I?
I don't know what an Owen is supposed to look like, so that could.
If your name's Owen, why do you put Eoin on the screen?
Look, man, it's a long story, but to cut it short, my mum fucking hates me. So that's
cool.
Yeah, she's a lovely woman.
Cool.
Yeah, I was going to look for the video of me trying to pronounce Owen, but I've played it on the podcast the maximum number of times. So that's how this podcast is going to work. We got and people asking Elliot questions in the chat. Look, get in, get to. I mean, it's too late now, but get to GoonerOpenMic.com. You're certainly going to want to do that in the next hour as well when we have Alan Smith on. We have no qualms in trusting our viewers to be mature enough to handle a one-on-one conversation with their Arsenal heroes, such as Elliot Yankee Gunner Smith.
There's actually a question here I can put forward from Oliver Elliot, and it says, if we have an entire season like the second half of last year, is it enough to finish sixth this year?
It should be, right? Yeah, I mean, it was third or fourth best at that time, or second best, depending on who you ask and how you measure this stuff. But yeah, it should be. I think, look, there's a clear top four in my mind. There's also a clear top four in the Premier League. Top four in my mind is a different issue.
Which reminds me, we're doing that for all the guests. I'm glad that you actually said that, because we need to get your top four, your bottom three, and where Arsenal finished. So
yeah, I will give you that. So there's a clear top four in my mind, and then and I don't think it's fair to ask us to break into that yet. I mean, the idea that this was going to be a one summer project, that we would go from being a team in need of an overhaul to being ready in one window, that's not fair. That's not how a project works. If you're trying to fix everything that's wrong with your squad in one window, you're probably going to make some bad choices because it's not realistic. I think the goal this summer was to get back into the top six, but not just get back in the top six. Use our resources to distance ourselves from the clubs that want to see themselves as in our orbit now, right? So
Villa,
West Ham. I mean, let's name all of them. Spurs, Leicester, Villa, West Ham,
Leeds.
Everton, Leeds. Those are clubs that all think to themselves, we can get a European place. Spurs and Leicester, set them aside for a minute. Villa, West Ham, Everton, Leeds. We need to be distant enough from them that if we're finishing behind them, it's something wacky happened. Leicester and Spurs, again, I think we should be able to use our resources to be ahead of them. And the problem for me right now isn't that I think we're bad or we can't make the top 6. The problem for me right now is I could see us finishing ahead of every one of those clubs, but I could see every one of those clubs finishing ahead of us. And that to me says we haven't strengthened enough. We haven't strengthened enough to put those teams in our rearview mirror. If you ask a Liverpool fan, can any of those teams finish above you? They'd say no. Doesn't mean it can't happen. They'd say no. Same with Chelsea, same with United, same with City. For us, it's in the mix. And that means that anywhere from 5th to 9th is a legitimate outcome. And I wish we could have maybe strengthened pressed our advantage against some of those teams in the mid-table that think now they can come into our orbit and probably are in our orbit at the moment.
Mm-hmm. So who are your top 4 then for this season?
In order or just any 4?
In order if you can. The bottom 3, I won't ask you for order. But...
I'll say City, Chelsea, United, Liverpool.
Okay. That's basically in order of money spent as well, which says a lot. Your bottom 3.
I have no idea. Like, I don't even know who's in the league. Who came up? Yeah, I mean, I think Palace probably go down.
And
Bradford, Watford.
Premier League teams that you see going down. Like Palace would be a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I could see Palace going down. I mean, they let themselves get into a really precarious position with their squad. Like, all their players are old and their contracts are ending. And that could be good because they get out from under it, but they're not going to get any money for them.
And they hired an awful coach. As much as I love him, he's not a good coach.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're a candidate. I think Watford are a candidate to go right back down. Maybe Southampton would be another one that's in. Yeah, it's hard with Southampton. Norwich, maybe Norwich, Watford, and Palace. I mean, Palace are an interesting one, right? Because they're a fun example of they had an opportunity to cash in on Wilfried Zaha a few seasons ago, maybe get like 70 or 80 million. And if you're sharp and if you flip that and you turn it into something, they've signed some interesting young players, but like, what could they have done with that? Now they've got an aging Zaha who's not really providing the output for them. A lot of older players in their 30s whose contracts are expiring and no way to refresh their squad. So it's a reminder that sometimes the right move is to be brave and make the hard choices. They didn't do it. I think they could be trouble.
And Mark has now indicated that they'll now do the double overs. They will get relegated, but they will do the double over.
It won't be the first time that's happened. Yeah.
And where just pick a number between 5 and 9, and I'll assume that's where Arsenal's going to finish.
We only have the Premier League to focus on, and that should be an advantage. I'll say 6th. And I think whether we regard that as a success or not will depend to some extent on whether the football is good to watch and the underlying metrics support it. So if we have a crappy attack again, but we kind of shithouse our way to 6th, I think it's going to feel like crap. But if we get the attack right and the young players take strides forward and we're scoring goals and it's a little bit of growing pains still, we're not quite there with the top teams, but the underlying metrics say we were roughly the 5th or 6th best team, I'd be willing to point to that as success. I know some people will say that's a measure of lowered standards, but look where we are. You can't get to the top of the staircase without taking the first step, right? So that's probably the worst thing I've ever said.
As I showed you in that picture of me missing my front teeth, you can get to the bottom step of the staircase without
missing the first step. Yeah, you sure can. Well, that's the funny thing. It's easier to go down than it is to come back up. And that the funny thing is that is absolutely true in sports. It is much easier to tank your team and go down than it is to build it back up. Hard choices have to be made, and we have to get it right. So if we finish 6th, I think the determination of whether it was a good season or not is going to be based on a lot of other factors that include, I was just saying this to Clive today, like, I just haven't had fun watching Arsenal. I would like to, if Arsenal, we those Wenger years towards the end, not the last ones, but the ones just before that, where we had clown card defenses, where Chelsea ran up 6 against us. But we also scored like 75 goals a season and we would beat teams 5-1. And like, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I long for those days. I long for the days where, all right, we might get blasted on the occasion, but we would play some fun, scintillating football.
The Wengerites are going to go crazy on you.
Well, to be clear, that wasn't who we were at the end of Wenger's. By his final few seasons, the attack was already turning pretty stale. And, it is one of the problems, right? I'm going to hit you with the 2 things can be true. I absolutely think we waited too long to move on from Wenger. He should have gone, I think, after the Hull FA Cup final, but certainly the Chelsea one. But we also made terrible, terrible choices in the power vacuum that developed when he left. And, Raul is a big part of that as well.
So we're going to do what people in the business who I try to act like call a crossover here. it's a brief crossover as I say goodbye to you and hello to our next guest. So welcome back to the Gooners podcast, Mr. Alan Smith. It's great to see you again, my friend.
Great to see you, Mike. How are you, boys? All right?
Doing fine. You know, it's only hour 2 of 24, so you're getting me on fresh. But
I'll tell you, I didn't know you had so much stamina, mate.
Well, I don't know if I do, but I don't know if I do, but we'll see. But Elliot, I just want to say thank you for helping us kick off the show. Obviously, the chat loves you and agrees with a lot of your opinions. Your support on social media, on your podcast, and most important to me, in our private conversations, has been amazing. And I honestly can't tell you how much our the last year of us getting to know each other better has just, it's really, your friendship and support means a lot to me, and I truly appreciate it. And you guys do an incredible podcast. Where can we find you? Not block you, but where can we find you?
Just go to arsenalvisionpodcast.com. Check it out. Block me on Twitter, Yankee Gunner. And I guess if my number has to go up on the board, going up with Alan coming on, I guess I can probably live with that for the rest of my life.
Yeah, we should do if I had just prepared for this podcast, I would have made like an electronic thing that had the picture of the outgoing guest and the picture of the incoming guest. But
we don't expect anything professional from you, Mike. It's fine.
No, you know me that well. So thanks, Elliot. I appreciate it. And everybody check out Arsenal V. Sign up for the Patreon. Support them in every way you can, and hopefully we'll all be together in a city near you soon. Absolutely. And we will have our Arsenal Foundation fundraiser in the future too. So plenty of chances to give to good causes this summer. 100%. All right. Take care, Elliot. Thanks. Cheers. All right. Bye-bye. So the StreamYard thing says kick guest from studio. It sounds so like aggressive. Yes, it's time for Elliot to leave, but it sounds really aggressive and angry. Like I don't want to kick him out of the studio. But Alan, it's great to see you again. As long as I'm throwing out thank yous and appreciative comments, you've been an absolute gem. Just really the last 3 or 4 years, between your support of the charity, being able to meet you and kind of show you off to my 50 friends on the pitch before the Arsenal Leicester game a few years ago. Yeah, when you're coming over again, mate? I'm sure. I've tentatively earmarked the second half of October, but there's so many different things. My passport is still in renewal stage because I lost it in Florence a couple years ago, and I had to get a replacement. That expired. So there's a bunch of stuff going on, but my hope is to get back this fall, maybe as soon as October. So I'll be good to see you. Yeah, I'll be in touch. Hopefully the stadiums will still be full and it'll be possible. Yeah. So we got some people who are happy to see you here. Anton, we have Sai Envesh who he's all right with Lee Dixon, but FIFA hasn't been the same without you. The news broke of your non-renewal with FIFA on this podcast just about a year ago today. That's right. I did. I told you, didn't I? Yeah. I think you were asking me about, I don't know, FIFA. I was like, are you getting ready for the new season on FIFA? And you're like, well, they didn't ask me back. I'm like, what? Yeah, but as I tweeted at the time, all good things come to an end. I had a great run with Martin, and it's just nice that people enjoyed those 9 years that I did, and I certainly did. So we move on, don't we? We move on. Yeah, that's like an absolute like golden moment of my childhood, is growing up playing FIFA and you talking about scoring the goal at Anfield, because my brother is an absolute diehard Liverpool fan, and for him to be reminded of that on such regular occasions was absolutely golden. So for that, thank you. Now that's okay. You've either just called Alan old, or you've revealed yourself to be about 17 years old. I think he's just called me old. No, all right. He's not far off. But how do I kick him out of the studio? It is, yeah. It's Owen. Apologies for the dodgy spelling. No, I hope I gave you some favourable comments whilst you were playing. And I wasn't too hard on you. Well, thanks very much. A lot of people say I'm too hard on them when they're playing the game. But now Lee Dixon is out, and they've replaced him with another Gooners podcast alumni or alumnus in Stuart Robson. I mean, they're just they love the Arsenal punditry, don't they? I know you hate that word, but
See something I'm not sure whether Mike has anything for you, Alan, but something I wanted to pick your brain on, and it isn't even Arsenal related, but I think would be remiss to not talk about it while you're on
let me interject real quick though, because
go ahead.
I don't want to do this in the middle of it. I just want to start off every hour, if possible, by reminding people who might have just joined us. This is a fundraiser for the Gooners versus Cancer campaign, raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. If you look at the crawl at the bottom of the screen, there's the website, www.goonersvcancer.com. If you like what you're seeing, if you hate cancer, if you would have the ability to help, please go there and donate. And when you donate, you will get virtual entries into our raffle. And we're drawing great prizes all throughout this 24-hour podcast. In about 45 minutes or so, we'll be drawing a signed retro shirt signed by the one and only Alan Smith. And so you're going to want to make sure that you enter before that happens, not after that happens. So GoonersVCancer.com. And sorry, Owen, back to you.
No problem at all, buddy. No problem at all. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. No, but Alan, what I was going to ask you was, Lionel Messi has obviously been announced as a PSG player, and I think for somebody my age that Lionel Messi being at Barcelona was always just a sure thing growing up, and now with Cristiano Ronaldo not being at Real Madrid, Lionel Messi not being at Barcelona, it's a bit of a strange one. But what do you make of that move for Messi? Do you think that was maybe... I've seen a lot of people saying that it was a bit of an easy move for him, that maybe people would have liked to have seen him test himself a bit more. So what do you think of that move as a whole for Lionel Messi?
Yeah, it seems like a good fit to me. Obviously, with Neymar and some other former teammates and compatriots being there, Pochettino as well, of course. It seems like a good fit. Yeah, you could argue, the French league isn't as strong as, for instance, the Premier League. But would it be a little bit late for Messi to come to England? I don't know. I'd have loved to have seen him. I'd have loved it. And obviously Manchester City probably were the only ones capable of getting that deal over the line. But with what else they've got going on with Grealish and possibly Harry Kane, perhaps it was just the wrong time. But it's great that he's still at one of the big clubs. Sad for him the way it ended at Barcelona, but he's still got some good years left in him, because he's just that shape. I know he's in his mid-30s, but he perhaps might not have that burst of acceleration that he did in his mid to late 20s. But what a player. So he's still well capable of entertaining us when we watch the Champions League. That'll be it mainly. But I'm sure a lot of us be watching the French league now as well because of him, because he's box office. So
when you lose the league to Lille, when you lose the league to Lille, you have to go out and basically just buy the greatest player in the history of the world. I love how Owen's talking about these experiences growing up. Like he's 12 years old. You know who was ever present with Barcelona when I was growing up? Johan Cruyff. So,
yeah.
The difference between you and me. But yeah, the last time you did join us, Alan, was about a year ago. In fact, it was the day before the couple of days before the season opener last year. And I don't think any of us saw an 8th place finish coming, especially fresh off of having just won the FA Cup, the Charity Shield, Community Shield, whatever it's called these days. And I was too depressed to listen back and find out exactly how we predicted it. But we just barely pipped Everton and Leeds to an 8th place finish last year. How are you feeling about the year to come? Do you think we build off of the second half success we had last year, or is it more the same?
You'd hope so, Mike. It's difficult to be too confident about it, and I think perhaps Arteta and his coaches wouldn't be overflowing with optimism privately, because they haven't managed to get rid of a lot of the players that they wanted to. Finances are forcing them to operate with one hand behind the back. They can't go out and pay too much for players. So it is going to be difficult. An improvement from 8th, you would hope the boys would be able to achieve that. But, top 4, I think you can forget about that. Top 5, perhaps, it will be difficult. It's just those couple of places, isn't it? 6th, 7th, maybe. And that's just so sad for me to even hear myself saying that, about a club, my old club, Arsenal, where we're used to being in the Champions League, used to well, we're not used to competing at the very top now, are we? We once were, but it's going to be a long road back, I think, unfortunately, unless something seismic happens, unless Stanley Kroenke decides to plough millions into it in order for us to make those strides quicker. But I just hope it will be a better season, and the fans are going to play a big part, of course, as well, Mike. You know, if they get a bit disenchanted and get an Arteta's back, and then it's a tricky situation for him.
If we are on the upswing, let's say we kind of do have an acceleration of our fate, and we put some pieces together, have good luck with health, we start to actually make some sales that generate money that's reinvested smartly, and we're back on the upswing. The way that the game is going, and we're going to probably ask this question of a number of people, both journalists and ex-players, is top 3 even possible anymore? I mean, because anything that, I mean, yes, Leicester won the league less than 10 years ago, but and which must have been a thrill for you. But I mean, anything that a team does to put themselves in the next echelon of teams is just going to be responded to by City and Chelsea, and probably Manchester United, who do it a little bit differently. They do it from their commercial revenues, not not from doping from the owners. But I mean, is it even ridiculous to just even to think you can get a second or third place finish in this league anymore?
Yeah, it's easy to think that this is the status quo now, and it's going to be like this for the foreseeable future. But you know, you look back in time, and things don't stay the same. You know, for instance, Pep Guardiola leaves Manchester City. They employ somebody they think is going to work, and it doesn't quite work, and they lose momentum. Chelsea, you know, it wasn't so long ago they finished in a lower position.
Well, if
so
Roman
nobody's got a
leaves,
divine right.
If Roman leaves and says, I want my $1.75 billion back, that's I could see Chelsea dropping down 2 levels.
Well, that will be a struggle. But yeah, we shouldn't get too depressed about it, because we've seen it does go in cycles, and we shouldn't get too down on it. The City, and I remember when we won the league in 1991, and I can remember because we'd won it in '89, and we got a good team, and the papers were saying Arsenal set to dominate for the next 10 years. And obviously it didn't turn out like that. So you just never know in football.
It's funny as well, because this is the example I always throw up, because I think as football fans sometimes we can be a fickle bunch and not giving credit to, as you said, how quick those cycles can pass. And the example I always give is, it wasn't too long ago that Liverpool were playing with a front line of Fabio Borini, Ricky Lambert, and Mario Balotelli. And that was just a while ago, and since then they've won the Premier League and the Champions League, and been to a Champions League final as well. But Alan, something we covered in a lot of detail with Elliot was Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. But as somebody who played in the striking position themselves, I was looking to get your take on something that's been really worrying me in pre-season and the majority of last season was our chance creation and our ability to score goals. Is this a systemic problem? I mean, the excuse that's often thrown out is that the strikers can only put away the chances that they're given. Now, I know there's this thing, the Strikers Union, where strikers will always defend themselves, but genuinely, what do you think the reason for our lack of ability to create and score chances is, and how do we remedy that?
Well, I'm sure they'd love to remedy it with another number 10, another creative force. You know, it's been no secret that they've been trying to get hold of one, whether it be Odegaard from Real Madrid, Maddison's been linked, of course. So that some strikers can create chances for themselves. There's no doubt about that. I was never really one of those. I did depend on service. Now, I think Lacazette's probably similar to that. Aubameyang's a big one. I mean, I don't know what was said before, but we need a big season out of him. He had obviously trouble on and off the pitch, personally as well as professionally, last season, so that didn't help. But he's still a good player, a fine finisher, probably the best at the club still, and Arsenal depending on him a great deal. But yeah, I mean, you can't put too much on the shoulders of Emile Smith-Rowe, can you? I mean, he burst onto the scene last year, but he's still a youngster. He's still learning the game. So the balance isn't right at the moment. Hopefully it will be by the end of August in terms of those creative players just behind the strikers. But again, there's plenty of questions to answer about the strikers, aren't there? You know, about Lacazette in his last year and everything, and should we be going for another Tammy Abraham been linked? I don't know if that's just paper talk, whether Arsenal could even afford that now at this stage or not. I would quite like to see Abraham there. I think there's a very good striker in him, as he's shown in fits and starts. But
I think there's a lot of negative connotation to him being like a quote unquote Chelsea reject. But I think people are just scared off of the whole Willian David Luiz situation. But I think Tammy Abraham has the profile of
it's a different situation completely to those mentioned.
Absolutely, and
he's young. He want to prove himself, Mike. He's still got that desire, hopefully. Anyway. But I mean that's something we don't know how that's going to pan out. But defensively, we had one of the best records, didn't we, back end of last season? So unusually for Arsenal, it is about how many goals we're going to be able to score.
But even, do you want to know what? And it's the exact same thing, Alan, with the Tammy Abraham links. I think that Arsenal fans probably more than most, and again, I'm not generalising an entire fan base that I'm part of, but a certain proportion of it tend to turn their noses up at people. And somebody you mentioned there was Martin Odegaard, and I thought he was absolutely fantastic for us. Okay, statistically, his output in terms of goals and assists weren't very good, but I thought something that he gave us was a heartbeat. He was able to set a tempo which other people thrived off, the likes of Nicola Pepe and Bukayo Saka, Emile Smith-Rowe. Do you think that maybe people have got this sense of new toy syndrome where they think, we've seen Odegaard, I want something different, whereas that maybe a deal for Martin Odegaard would be potentially, not just financially, but stylistically much more viable for Arsenal to do than, say, James Maddison?
Yeah, I would certainly prefer Odegaard ahead of Maddison. I mean, if Leicester are willing to let James Maddison go, that does tell you something about the player, perhaps about his character. I'm only speculating here. Obviously, he got into one or two scrapes with Leicester last season and before off the pitch. So I think back to that West Ham game when he just ran the show, didn't he? He was magnificent. And this is a young lad coming into the Premier League for the first time. So he's shown that he can do it. The situation at Real Madrid, they're like Barcelona, financially, they're in dire straits. So it's just whether perhaps Arsenal have got enough money to be able to force the hand. I don't know.
What do you think?
I really liked him as a player.
What do you think it takes to seal an Odegaard permanent transfer? I mean, just
what in terms of figures?
Yeah, I mean, we were hearing 60s and now we're hearing 30s.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I suppose as it gets closer to the deadline, as always happens, it's a negotiating tactic, and Real Madrid's figures might lessen. Arsenal's might go up a few notches. It would be good. I think it would give everyone a lift as well. I mean, when you talk about some Arsenal fans, I haven't heard the scepticism, but for me, he's a quality footballer that's only going to get better. Wants to do well. He's a leader for a young lad. He's a leader. He captains his country, doesn't he?
He does,
he has done. So that tells you everything about him as a character. So it would be a great signing, I think.
You talk about chance creation as well, and just briefly, I'll say this is we talk about the ability to create chances in the final third, and his statistical output in terms of his accuracy for passes into the final third were absolutely ridiculous. There's one of our friends does tactical breakdowns of players that are linked with Arsenal, and he runs comparisons to players who have been at the club or other players that we're linked with. And
Martin knows Tom Canton. You can say his name.
No, but I don't want to give him the name drop because he'll be all chuffed with himself.
Well, and because he's on another podcast as we speak.
Exactly, he's doing. Yeah, no, I'm not mentioning his name. Anyway, Martin Odegaard comes out head and shoulders above some of the most creative players in the Premier League. So I think the fact that people maybe look to, I think Maddison's almost like the flashy, stylish player. That this is it's just somebody fashionable that they think will be better, whereas the reality of it is that Martin Odegaard is very, very good player for the price that he would be valued at. I think, as you said, Alan, somewhere around that 30 to 40 million mark is what you get him, rather than the anywhere between 60 to 80 million that Maddison would be going for. So,
yeah, I mean, we've spent 50 million on Ben White, haven't we? A lot of us thought they hadn't got that kind of money. So whether the the pot is empty now or not, I don't know. I mean, nobody knows, do they, outside the football club? But if Stanley, Silent Stan, could be persuaded to open his wallet up for somebody like that, I think that would give the dressing room a boost as much as anything else to have a talent like that inside.
The Madison love, a lot of it comes from the fact that we know he can play and knows how to play in the Premier League. And when you compare him to, and I'm not saying they play exactly the same way, but you compare him to an Aouar, who we don't know how he would adapt. When we see what happened with Pepe, different position, but adjustment period for sure. You kind of get attracted, and I've certainly always been this way with center backs and fullbacks. I've looked at Nathan Ake and Connor Cody and Lewis Dunk and Ben White as being worth the money because they know the Premier League already and they don't have to adjust. Martin Odegaard has the advantage of having spent some time. And
Can I ask one question there just before it goes out of my head? Okay, and I know we're going to go on to one of our guests, but somebody mentioned, I think this may have been Andrew over at the Arscast, and I think it was him that he said the fact that we were so interested in Houssam Aouar last summer for a price tag quoted of in around £50 million, and now the fact that he's available for in and around £20 million. Alan, is that a sign of maybe bad business, of bad planning? The fact that a player that they seemingly were betting the house on last summer is now completely irrelevant in terms of what they'd like to do at this transfer window?
What would Arsenal like to do?
Yeah, well, so essentially what I'm trying to ask is that the fact that they were putting so much time and effort and supposed money into trying to get Aouar this season, and now or last season, and now he's at a cup price this season, is that a sign of maybe bad planning by the club?
Possibly. I mean, they might have had a good look at him over the course of last season in France and decided maybe he's not developing as they thought he would. Things can change, can't they, over the course of a season? And they would perhaps hear things from behind the scenes of where his head is, perhaps. I don't know. It's difficult to comment. So much in transfer, so much goes on that we don't hear about, and it's easy to make blithe comments about this and that without knowing the full facts. But perhaps he's not coming on in the way that he suggested he would do. And then you move on, don't you? I just hope we are all singing off the same hymn sheet in terms of recruitment, because you mentioned Leicester and Madison. Their recruitment has been second to none. Liverpool's has been sensational over the last few years. We need to be even clubs like Brentford, obviously with the Moneyball situation under Matthew Benham. The way they go about things, they're so well organised. We need to be in that kind of ballpark, competing at that level, that kind of intelligence level, in order to haul ourselves up that table.
Absolutely.
So we've got some questions. We got about another 25, 30 minutes with Alan, and we want to save some time for the big drawing at the end. We got our first open mic guest, who is someone who is a good friend of mine from Arsenal, Los Angeles. Taylor, it's good to see you again. Alan, I meant to ask you, but I think I asked you privately if you minded taking a few questions from folks on the podcast. I know Taylor. Yeah, I know he's not going to ask you anything that puts you in a tough position. I know the guy. But and then we have a couple of questions that have been asked in the chat as well. So Taylor, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, Mike, you're the man for doing this as always. Great.
Owen's the man too.
Yeah, exactly. Owen, sorry, I'm not.
Owen, you're the boy.
Alan, pleasure to meet you. Thank you for all of your years of amazingness.
Yeah, you're too young, Taylor. I can see that straight away.
I'm a little too young, but with a passion for the Arsenal. And
Taylor's the guy that came up to you in the airport and said he recognized your voice from FIFA and didn't know anything about your time at the. Remember the story you told?
I don't mind that. Nothing wrong with that, mate.
Yeah.
When was that? What year was that? Did you come up to me?
No, I was.
I'm kidding. You told us a story.
I thought you really did then. Right, okay.
So
carry on.
Quick question for you. So obviously we are in a bit of a state of flux right now. And I think that for a lot of our Arsenal fans, symbolically, Xhaka, Bellerin, El Neni, a few of these players moving on was something that we were really looking forward to, not necessarily because they're horrible players, but because they're sort of emblematic of a time period that we sort of want to move on from and forget. And it doesn't really look like that's going to be happening. And we know that Xhaka in the past, Bellerin in the past, they've been pretty critically important players in this Arsenal team. And I'm just curious, as a player who's played for a couple different teams for a long period of time, you've gone through flux yourself. How do you see Arteta sort of treating the situation, or the team responding to this situation where there's a very clear set of players that are a part of this rebuild, and then there are the players that we've sort of tried to move on from but haven't, that are still there? I don't want to say that they're contributing to disarray. That's not my point at all, but two very different groups of players. How do you deal with
it? It's a coach's nightmare, really, Taylor, to have players there that they know you don't want, and they don't particularly want to be there. They know you've been trying to sell them and it hasn't come off, so they feel disenfranchised. They feel that the manager doesn't rate them, doesn't want them, and they'd be right. So that is awkward, but it is a modern day coach's dilemma in the Premier League, especially when you've got these lads on big contracts that other clubs in other countries aren't able to match, and so you're stuck with them. And Arsenal aren't the only club that are in this predicament. But he's got to try and use his coaching nous to get by that and keep them engaged, because there will be occasions when he needs certain players. It's a hard one. I think I said at the start that there were players that the club wanted to get rid of and they haven't been able to. It might be, there's still time, obviously. It might be that they will be able to offload one or two and free up some money as well. But for those lads that don't want to be there and the manager doesn't want them to be there, you'd hope that their attitude is right. I think in the main, we've got good lads in the dressing room. That's not always been the case. But somebody like Bellerin, for instance, I don't think he's going to go and spit his dummy out and be a problem on the training ground from Monday to Friday. You'd hope not. It's just something Arteta's got to get on with, basically.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to ask if you had anything else, and before we go to some
just
questions
one quick question. We've been bringing in a lot of younger players, and I've been really excited by that. I'm just curious, on a personal note, are there any one or two young players around Europe that you've really been keen on, not necessarily just to come play for Arsenal, but that have been sort of blowing you out of the water with their skill?
Well, no, none that come to mind immediately. I mean, the ones that you would immediately think of have probably already been snapped up and cost big money as well. And this is why I was talking about recruitment and being clever about it and picking lads really before they've made a proper name for themselves. I mean, William Saliba was a little bit like that, wasn't he? A lot of people, everyone knew about him. Everybody knew he was talented, but he hadn't got to that point yet where it was going to be an auction and people outbidding each other. And we managed to get him. Now, what's gone on behind the scenes there, I don't know. But it's kind of that raft of talent, I think, investing in potential that might not come off, but with good coaching and a good environment, hopefully it will. That's the market we're in,
Do you think that that's a trend we are now starting to see more so than in the past, Alan? The fact that, and I think this window more than ever, that clubs are now starting to invest their money in players, like you said, before they hit the prime. Whereas in the past we would see players move for sort of maximum value in and around 27, 28. Whereas clubs are now realizing, if we sign these players to 4-year contracts when they're 27, 28, their resale value is non-existent. So now we are starting to see players like Ben White move for £50 million, whereas in the past that would have been maybe when their transfer values were lower.
It's what Leicester City has done a great job at, because I mean, we've been rumored with Soyuncu. We were rumored with, there's another Turkish player there like Cenk Tosun, I think, who ended up going to Everton. There was Dennis Praet. I mean, And ultimately we didn't move on these guys because they weren't necessarily good gambles and risks for us, but Leicester snapped them up. And at least in some cases with Soyuncu, they're going to have the benefit of a great player who they didn't pay much for, or a player that they can turn around and flip for a massive profit. We're now in that situation, aren't we, Alan, where we kind of have to jump at those guys and lock them down?
When you get players of this age, of course, and this is what Arteta desperately wants, is players with desire, players that haven't yet made it, who are desperate to prove themselves and are desperate to work hard and, take on advice from the coach, not lads that have seen and done it all, won the trophies. And that's why the Willian, transfer was such a mystery, really, to me. It seemed to go against what Arteta was after. But yeah, if you can get a team of hungry players, even if the talent level isn't comparable with Manchester City's or Liverpool's, it gives you a chance, doesn't it? It gives you a chance. But it's not easy in this day and age because, lads get paid a lot of money at young ages, and certain characters will lose that edge, will lose that desire that you need. And that's what all coaches, I think, are after, that type of character that is desperate to do well still.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Taylor, I appreciate you coming on, buddy. Sorry that we didn't end up getting a chance to meet up this summer. The stars were not aligned in our favor. But thanks for being a huge supporter and a friend, and we're going to bring somebody else on right now. But take care, buddy.
Appreciate you all.
Cheers, all the best. Take care.
Next is a man who I have never seen this dressed up before.
He's looking smooth.
I've seen him dressed up in costumes, but not this one. Stan the man. Thanks for joining us. It's the midday where you are, and you're on with Alan Smith.
Look, if my mum knew that I was coming on to speak to the legendary Alan Smith and I didn't make a little bit of an effort, she would never forgive me. And to be fair, I am cheating, Alan. I've got my tracksuit bottoms on, my trainers underneath.
Oh, look at that! The magic's gone now.
The magic's gone.
And weren't you just seen on a professional Zoom call with? There's a commercial over here in the States where a guy comes out to his back patio thinking that they're having a Zoom call, but their friends are actually there, and he's in what you call pants.
We've just moved into a new house, and I'm still getting orientated. I just came out of the shower. And my missus's office, where the door is just facing out. And I looked around and I could just see this woman looking at me in my pants. So when that Zoom call is finished, I think I'm going to get dragged over the coals by the missus. But thanks for bringing me on. And also as well, a really great cause. I know that you do these annually. So I hope everybody that's tuning in is digging in deep for this brilliant cause. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do have a couple of questions for Alan. First of all, can I say, Alan, thank you so much for 1994 in Copenhagen.
That's my
a night that I will never forget. A night I will never forget. But the questions I'd like to ask you, for someone like myself who's looking to perhaps break into voiceover work, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your experiences when you do the FIFA games. And I'm sure you've probably been asked these questions many times before. I just haven't been fortunate enough to hear the answers. So when you go in for a day's work, or no, should I say, when a FIFA game actually comes out, how many lines do you think that you've had to say on that one particular game? Do you have a number?
Well, what happens, Stan, is that every year you're adding to the existing library. So we would probably, on average, work about 10 days each year of like 4 or 5 hours. So it doesn't sound too much, but you add into what you've already recorded in order to avoid repetition, really. Same comment about the same shot or whatever, any gamer that's got in their nerves over the years. I'm sure that somebody keeps coming out with the same phrase. And so we tried to record so much that was avoided. So yeah, it was about 10, 12 days we did. And over the course of 10 years, of course, that is a big back catalogue that had stretched for a long time if you played all those comments back to back. If someone's starting afresh, like Stuart Robson isn't he, for FIFA 22, it's difficult then because, to try and get all that down, recorded, that's a lot of hard work for him.
How heavy are you directed by EA when you go in for the day? Are you allowed to do any ad libs? Are you allowed to make any suggestions? I mean, my all-time favorite classic Alan Smith comment, and it always makes me smile every time I hear it. It's the one where, you know, maybe a team was winning and then they lost. And then in your commentary after the game, when you talk about them being almost home and hosed, I just love that one when you say that. And is that something that they would ask you to say, or was that something that you
No.
yourself?
I mean, you mentioned the phrase ad lib. That it's basically all ad lib. It's your words. What they do, they'll give you a little pile of scripts, which are scenarios, not for you to repeat. They're examples of something happening. You know, we need to describe a free kick from 20 yards that goes over the bar or something, and then can you give us 6 examples of that? So me and Martin, we would just do that in our own words. And you know, that home and hose thing, it just came out. I only said it once, but obviously it gets played zillions of times. So you're just thinking of things on the spot, really, and using your own kind of back catalogue of phrases, stuff that you would have used over the years to describe the same piece of action in a different way, if you possibly can.
Do you find that there's a differentiation that when you're doing the commentary on the game, is it exactly how you would do commentary in a live situation, or do you kind of
and have you ever considered just replacing yourself with the FIFA game when you have a game to call?
Yeah, replacing myself with a robot, a voice. It'll happen sooner or later, I'll tell you that. But once or twice, me and Martin have had an exchange at a live game, Stan, and at half time, we've looked at each other and we've said, God, that really sounded like a FIFA exchange. That did what we said at the start, you know, good afternoon. I'd just like to welcome Alan Smith or something like that, you know, and it's easy to fall into that patter. So that has happened quite a few times, I've got to admit. But obviously commentating on the live game at Old Trafford or the Emirates or something is a lot different to sitting in a sound booth in Soho in London. But they're two great experiences, but very different.
And my last question is, when you're doing it, do they give you any kind of visual cues? Are you watching any live footage or any in-game footage?
No,
or there's nothing?
No,
Okay.
There's nothing. Very, very few occasions. Sometimes when we're commentating to a trophy lift and we need to put words, we need to talk for 15 seconds on a certain subject, and then they cut to something else. You know, the players waving to the family in the stands or something, and they'll show us a little bit of video of that. But that's the only time they've done it. The rest of the time, you're just staring at nothing and using your imagination. You know, just trying to think of different ways to describe a certain situation, whatever.
Okay, well, that's it from me. Thank you very much for taking my questions, Alan, and it was a pleasure to speak to you.
Hey, Stan, I know you've been an Arsenal supporter since, what, the 70s?
Yeah, since, well, I would say probably, I think it was the last season that Liam Brady played for Arsenal was when I started supporting Arsenal. So very early
70s, 80s. You started off with "Thank you for Copenhagen," and then you asked only FIFA questions about the entire time.
Well, you know, I know Alan's story. You know, I do know Alan's story, but the FIFA thing is something that's always puzzled me of how it's put together. So again, thank you so much for taking my questions. And Mike,
you're wearing well, Stan. I've got to say, he's wearing well, isn't he? If you saw Liam Brady play, I mean. You don't look that old, mate. You know.
Well,
he's strategically not showing the top of his head right now.
My secret is Nivea, Alan.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
But Mike, if I'm up at 12, I'll join you and the guys from the Arse Brothers and Scunny at midnight. But again, thanks for having me on, and I really hope that you raised a lot of money today, mate.
Appreciate it, and thank you for your support and your donation, Stan. Take care. We do have some questions about your playing days, and I want to start with someone who's very near and dear to my heart. He elected not to come on screen yet. I don't know what he's up to in our house, but Jake, the man, the boy. Well, he was a boy. Now he's a man. I'm not revealing anything in this. I'm just saying he's almost 18 now. when I ad lib on him. Good evening, Alan. I've got a question for you. What was your favorite post-'89 Arsenal moment? I have a feeling I know what it is, but maybe not. P.S. Hope to meet you soon. That's definitely a meeting I would love to sponsor.
Yeah.
But, Your favorite post 89 Arsenal moment?
I mean, it's not as obvious as maybe you'd think. Copenhagen '94, and that was a fantastic moment for me. But it did come in the middle of a period where I wasn't enjoying my football. I wasn't scoring the goals in the league and everything, and it was a struggle. So that was a brilliant night in isolation. But as a footballer, as a striker, you want to be scoring goals regularly. So, following '89, no team and no player want to be a one-season wonder. And was he just a fluke? You won the league in the last seconds against Liverpool. You can't do it again. So, winning the league again in '91 was a source of great satisfaction for us, and to do it with only losing one game, even more so. We all look back to that Chelsea match when things went against us and we ended up losing. But and to win the Golden Boot for the second time,
season as well.
Without Tony, at Majesty's pleasure he was at the time. So we had to get on with that. But yeah, to win the league again and to win another Golden Boot on a personal level was brilliant. So I'd say that ahead of Copenhagen. I really would. As brilliant as that night was, and the fact Arsenal have only won 2 European trophies in the entire history, and that was the last of them. So that's a source of great pride. But
the other, Fairs Cup. Was it the Fairs Cup
in 1970? Yeah, speaking to Bob Wilson, Frank McClintock, those players, they say that was an unbelievable night. The noise inside Highbury that evening was incredible, and they wanted to get off the pitch because fans were tearing the shirts off them when they all invaded at the end. Frank McClintock tells some great stories about those years. I would say 91 definitely.
And Darren, along the same lines, Darren, who's had some wonderful things to say about you in the chat. I don't know if you've seen them or not, but favorite match other than '89. I mean, everyone assumes that Anfield '89 is the pinnacle, and I don't know that I would expect you to argue against that. But favorite match, would that be Copenhagen, or is there a match, just a single night that resonates for you other than Anfield? Whether at Leicester or at Arsenal?
I'll never forget the League Cup game against Everton. I think it was it the semi or the quarters? But it was the fact that there were 56,000 in the ground, whatever, and another 20,000 locked outside. And the noise inside Highbury that night was as loud as I've ever heard it. It was just a frenetic match. We ended up winning 3-1, I think. I got a goal. Rocky got a goal. Mickey, I think. And then at the end, we went back to the dressing room. We were all hanging out the windows of the dressing room down to Avenel Road, which was absolutely mobbed. And this was at the start of things for me and for most of the players. Obviously, they'd won the League Cup in '87, just before I joined. But things were starting to build at Arsenal, under George Graham, and we were getting to another League Cup final, and to beat a good Everton side that night. That was one I think most of the lads remember, just because semi-final, just because of the sheer noise inside the stadium that night, and the fact that 15,000-20,000 couldn't get in. And that was just a sign, I think, of where we were going as a team and as a club. We were all, I mentioned that word, hunger and desire, and we were all so desperate to do well. We were all learning together, enjoying it together, determined to make something of our careers, and that was a big night. That was.
Well, and that's fantastic. I mean, I think anyone might think that they know the answers to these questions, but it always just takes me by surprise, and it's brilliant when you get kind of an outlier like that. I never would have guessed that would have been one of the favorite games other than '89. So thank you for asking that. Have a question from, now this is one of Jake's friends who just eliminated him. I'm giving him props. He eliminated Jake from the tournament, the FIFA tournament that we have running right now. Did you ever do it on a cold, rainy night in Stoke? Well,
that's the test.
To give you a little bit of background, Felipe is a Barcelona supporter who's in mourning right now. But the thing about Messi and all these guys was always, could they do it on a rainy Tuesday night at Stoke? You probably had some rainy nights in Stoke and Stoke-like places, didn't you?
Oh yeah. I remember playing at the Victoria ground, which was Stoke's old ground, and the pitch was just a quagmire. And it was like a Tuesday or a Wednesday night. It was tipping down with rain. The mud was up to our ankles, and I got the winning goal at the far post late on. And I just remember going back in the shower and up to the players' lounge and seeing my girlfriend and my family and that. So there's been a few of those occasions, like the Britannia Stadium and what is it called now? Bet365, whatever it's called. The pitch there is good, but the old Victoria ground, it was just a mud patch. And if you could do it there on a wet Wednesday night, you could do it anywhere.
Absolutely. So the answer, Felipe, is yes. He was able to do it on a rainy night, cold night, warm night, dry night, snowy night. Doesn't matter what it was. Alan Smith could definitely do it. Another question from Darren. The chat's coming in very, very strong right now with the questions, and I will always ask this question because of, and if you remember from previous discussions, my affinity for David Rocastle. And you may have alluded to this on one of our first couple podcasts. And by the way, tune in tomorrow morning. Ryan Rocastle will be on with us in what should be a pretty special hour, I think, at 9 a.m. UK time tomorrow morning. What is your most memorable moment playing alongside Rocky? Big love to you, Alan, from Darren.
Oh, thanks for that question, Darren. He was obviously a very close friend. So, I mean, it was the times we spent off the pitch were the most special with him and his lovely family. But
your wives were really good, really close as well, right? I remember he was one of the first people that kind of welcomed you in and
you know, Janet and we saw the kids being born one after the other, and we're all very close still. So it's great that Ryan's coming on. I mean, as you know, Mike, he's Arsenal through and through. He lives and breathes it.
He is, and we did a show last year where Ryan was on with us for the first time. He's been on with us many times since, but where you popped in and surprised him, and the look on his face.
Yeah.
He you know, Uncle Alan came in, and it was really heartwarming to see that.
But yeah, I would probably go back to Anfield '89 as the favourite match because, you know, I'll never forget Rocky's expression when he won that free kick for my goal when Nigel swung it in, you know, those gleaming teeth under the floodlights, that determination, the clenched fist. You know, he was such a competitor, Rocky, and he was desperate, like all of us, to win that night. And he was a young man, but he was another leader in the dressing room. You know, and I'll never forget that image of him that night and the work he got through and his face at the end. He had the most wonderful of smiles. So that would be it for me. But so many memories of the lad on and off the pitch.
Yeah, for me to have been able to see him play, here's just the iconic picture of him. For me to have been able to see him play as a guy who really had no business being in Highbury or being, you know, involved in the Arsenal, given my upbringing, it's just a treat that I'll never forget. And my love for him as a player has grown so much in the time since I saw him playing, than before that. One more question, and then we're going to go to the kind of the prize draw, which I thought we'd take as early as it is in our 24 hours. I encourage people to donate early so that they can make sure to get in all of these. But
I've got one personal quick question that I want to throw in before you go on to the last question, Mike. Okay,
yep.
And this is Alan.
This is the penultimate question.
It is, yeah. It has nothing to do with football whatsoever. It's just curious. As you can see, I'm obviously quite a Q Sports fan, and I'm sure you know your good friend Gary Lineker seems to be crafty enough for the snooker cue in his hand. Have you ever played against Gary? And do you think that if he never made it as a professional footballer, do you think snooker could have been a second calling?
Well, I remember he loved it when we were together at Leicester. Willie Thorne was his big mate, the snooker player, and he used to go to Willie's halls in Leicester after training. Some of us would go off to play golf. He would be straight off there to pick up the cue, and so he did. He loved it. I mean, he played cricketer as well, Gary.
He played Mark Lawrence, I think, and he looked like, I'm not even joking, he looked almost professional standard of a player, and that was back then. Yeah. So even I'm sure now he's probably advanced more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he still plays. I've not asked him. I didn't used to play against him. we would have a little game of snooker at South Harts Golf Club. We used to have our pre-match meal, which is in the north of London, in Totteridge, and there's a snooker table there at the golf club. So after we'd had our meal, we'd go in there and we'd all have a little knockabout before it was time to leave and drive down to Highbury. So, down the years, I've played enough games of snooker, but I haven't taken on Gary. He'd wipe the floor with me, I'm sure.
My advice is to steer clear.
I remember watching snooker when I lived over there. I think Steve Davis was on his way out. Stephen Hendry was the new big thing, and that is all I remember about it. But couple real quick questions. The last one from a listener is from Zach. Alan, what's your most emotional state when commentating on a game? Have you ever raged like a fan at something or celebrated like a madman? You're too professional for that, aren't you?
I'm not the type to celebrate like a madman. I mean, things get on your nerves, don't they? Sometimes I try to give referees the benefit of the doubt, but over the last couple of years, we've had the whole VAR thing, and sometimes you're just exasperated. I mean, I was at Fulham for that West Ham game when Mike Dean sent off Souček for just going like that and trying to just brush his man aside, and he sent him off for whacking him in the face. And you're looking at the replays, you're thinking, surely he's not going to send him off for that. Surely he understands what the player was trying to do. And so those kind of incidents, and when the armpit's offside, we've had all that kind of stuff. Players feigning injury, that drives me mad as well. Trying to get opposing players sent off. There's a few things that you don't like about the modern day game. But as you said, you try to have to keep a professional head and keep it together and tell the viewer something that's quite useful about it. But it's a game of emotions, isn't it? And that's the great thing. And it's been difficult without fans to keep up that level of emotion. But thankfully, they're going to come back into the stadiums now, and that makes it a bit easier.
Well, that's fantastic. So, and before I forget, because this is something I wanted to do at towards the end of each hour. Think about this while I get ready to share the next thing. Your top four for this season, your bottom three in no particular order, and your Arsenal finishing position. And while you kind of ponder on that, a quick update on the fundraising, which continues to really go smoothly as we go along. Our current total at the end or approaching the end of hour 2 is $2,860 of our $5,000 goal. We've had a few $100s come in during this hour. We just continue to get closer and closer to our goal, which is great. I truly appreciate it. Rob Ford, Vivek Malik, Mark Mertz have come in. Elliot Smith, of course, as we saw live on air. So we're really doing well. Got a few more people into the draw for the Alan Smith shirt. And are you ready to see who takes home the shirt?
Am I in this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I still enter?
What do you say?
Can I still enter?
You can enter. All right. Let's see. Sorry, there's some logistics I have to go through here, but for the Alan Smith, now this is a retro jersey. Any retro jersey that is sold in the Arsenal Direct shop, we will send it to Alan. Alan, you've been a complete sport when it comes to signing, personally dictated messages, including Ian O'Regan last year, who I actually saw down in Orlando and couldn't believe that you actually wrote something about the special night you spent together in Bombay or something like that. but just a great sense of humor. And
things you get me to do, I don't know.
I one of these days you're going to be like, we're done. and I really try to prevent that from happening. So, so here are the results. The winner of the Alan Smith signed retro shirt. Congratulations to. Oh, we got to be kidding me. Kishal Ashar. Look, I'm not going to fix this. I'm not going to, if your name comes up, you've won. Kushal also won the first prize, which was a Ruth Beck art print. By no means the largest donation, by no means the smallest donation, but it is a completely random drawing. And Kushal, you have won yourself a Alan Smith signed shirt. And so far, you are golden. So, Kushal, congratulations. We'll find out where Kushal's from and try to publicize details on that. But you are the second winner of a prize on the Gooners versus Cancer POD-A-THON. I don't even know what this is called. I really hope, nothing against you, Kushal, I hope that our next prize drawing is not you as well, because then I'm going to start to wonder whether something's wrong with my randomizer. But it is completely randomized. Quick question while we still have you, and if anyone's joined in the last hour, just go to goonersvcancer.com. The website is scrolling along the bottom of the screen. You can enter. There's still 16 more raffles to go, and everybody who enters the raffle during the POD-A-THON is also going to be entered in the main raffle prize, where you're going to have about a dozen different great Arsenal things to choose from and dedicate your tickets to. So you're not only getting entered for a chance to win today, but you're also going to be entered into a chance of winning great stuff over the next 6 weeks or so that remain in the campaign. If you want to come on, it's too late for Alan, but if you want to come on with any of our next guests, you can come on GoonerOpenMic.com. The last thing I wanted to leave you with, Alan, is maybe the second to last thing. We talked a year ago about the comedy series that was Tottenham Hotspur All or Nothing. Now, I didn't know that a year later we were going to be staring down the barrel of an Arsenal All or Nothing. But what are your thoughts as to? I mean, we've already had an interesting few weeks that we know at some point we're going to get some behind the scenes. But is this a good move? Is it a bad move? Is it a risk? What do you know?
I didn't know about this, Mike. I didn't know that Arsenal were going into it. Are they? Are they going to do a similar thing to Spurs?
It's already started. They are the club for this year's All or Nothing Amazon series, which will come out at the end of the season. And
well, it's not going to be boring, is it? You know, there's plenty of stuff there going on. I think it's going to be fascinating. Some stuff that will make you cringe, maybe some stuff that you won't want to really see if you're an Arsenal fan. Perhaps I don't know. I mean, I really enjoyed the Tottenham one. You know, certain episodes in it were
it was Schadenfreude. It was Schadenfreude, though. We don't want that with Arsenal. Schadenfreude, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's obviously quite a bit of money in it for them, and it spreads the word, doesn't it, in America as well, especially. So financially, I'm sure it does make sense.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I was just the club that, in confidence, told me that there is a lot of money involved. It is largely about kind of gaining exposure in other markets, which we have fallen short of through our footballing. We're not the Manchester United that new fans from Asia and Africa and South America and US are going to fall in love with, because we're not at the top of the table right now, and they have to find a way to stunt Leicester from taking over that spot and Everton from taking over that spot and Villa, and this was one way that they did it. But this could go horribly wrong, though, I think.
Surely there has to be a sense of creative control, Alan, when you look back to the Spurs documentary and the absence of the whole Mauricio Pochettino fiasco with him being sacked and stuff. There wasn't much footage of that. So surely that would sort of enlighten you to the fact that the club do have some sort of sense of editorial control.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They'd come to an agreement on that. I mean, you want to give a sense of fly on the wall, and you're getting to see what really happens, but certain things a club would not want broadcast, and I'm sure that was the case with Spurs. I mean, the Man City one, you didn't really see the inner workings of a dressing room. You heard Pep having a little whisper to his coaches, but everything he said, nothing was too controversial. He realised that this was going to be broadcast. So, yeah, it's Arsenal will have a hand on the tiller, Obviously, Amazon, it's in their interest to make it interesting, but it's not something Arsenal will want to regret at the end of it, I'm sure. So they'll get copy approval.
We'll go into more of this with our next guest who's ready to come on for a crossover. But the lack of a natural environment concerns me a little bit, especially with so many young players who are kind of finding their voice within the team. You almost think that having cameras around constantly is the last thing that this club needs right now. But real quick, because I was reminded by Steven that I hadn't gotten this from you. Who do you peg for the top 4, bottom 3, and where do you think Arsenal will fall?
Oh yeah, I didn't know. I'm just calling up the table. I mean, as for the winners, I'm going to go Chelsea. I was so impressed with Tuchel last season. The massive improvement he made in a short space of time. He's a vastly talented coach, and with Lukaku, I think it could be the final piece in the jigsaw. So I'm going to go for them. It's always difficult to retain the title, and for Man City, as good as their players are, I think for Pep, that's always the worry. He was talking about it the other day, bringing in players in order to mix it up, keep everybody on the toes. It's not easy. They've done it with Grealish, but perhaps them fighting it out with Liverpool. And I was watching Liverpool on the couple of those pre-season games against Osasuna and Atletico Bilbao, and some of the fringe players were looking really sharp, and I just wonder whether they're going to come storming back again with fans at Anfield. So maybe they'll pit Man City, who knows? And Man United perhaps getting 4th place.
All right. And so in no particular order, any surprises you think in the bottom 3? Any kind of annual Premier League teams that have been up for a while that you see going down?
Big job for Patrick Vieira, I think, at Crystal Palace. A lot of players have been coming to the end of the contract. It was an aging team. For an experienced manager like Roy Hodgson, it would have been a big challenge. So for somebody like Vieira, a little surprised they went for him. So they could get dragged in if they don't get off to a good start. Watford, I think they're going to be there or thereabouts. And then, a surprise team. I'd hope Norwich stay up. They've had that year of experience, and I'm a big fan of Daniel Farke. But again, it will be close. So perhaps them in the mix again. Yeah, Norwich.
And Arsenal's final resting place this season.
I'm going to be optimistic, Mike. I'm going to say 6th. There you go.
6 is optimistic. All right.
You're writing all this down, aren't you? You throw back at me at the end of the season.
I have a chart. I'm very organized. Speaking of being organized, we even organized this podcast so that we would have the 2 Evening Standard columnists together at the same time.
Look at that. There he is, the man himself. Hi,
Simon Collins,
hi, guys.
thank you for joining us. We're doing we've got the smoothest transition so far. We got about 21 left, so I'm not sure they're all going to go this smoothly. But yeah, Simon reminded me when I told him he'd be following you that we go from the Evening Standard to the Evening Standard. So those are the kinds of standards we set here in the evening. Alan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much again for joining us and for your constant support and friendship and generosity for helping Gooners versus Cancer. The things that you have done for us over the last few years have literally raised thousands and thousands of dollars for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, and I can't thank you enough for that. So
no, well, it's a brilliant cause, Mike, and well done to you and knowing everybody involved for putting so much effort into it, and especially for this marathon that you're undertaking. I don't envy you. So well done for that, and I'll give you plenty of energy to get yourselves through it.
Thank you, and I've got some Red Bull to help me out as well. But
yeah.
My goal is to have ex-Arsenal legends not envy me, and I'm clearly pulling that off in spades right now. So the chat loves you. Mark says goodbye. Everybody else, thank you so much for your contributions and the questions. Alan, take care, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Cheers, Owen. Simon.
Thanks, Alan.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Alan.
Cheers, mate. All right, Simon, you got to follow that now.
Yeah, man.
So tell us about your playing days. What was your favorite match?
I think my biggest crowd I played in front of was about 4 people. So
we could do something that nobody, I'm sure, ever does, and ask you about transfers.
Madison news? No. Real quick, everyone, please go to goonersvcancer.com. Also, you can go to GoonerOpenMic.com if you want to have a chance to jump on. If you want to ask Simon about transfers, if you want to ask him about his perfect hair, I mean, just be respectful and you can join us. So GoonerOpenMic.com is the link to join us backstage, and we encourage you to certainly do that as much as possible. And we won't be drawing at the end of this hour, so you've got 2 hours to get your donations in for the next drawing, which is another Ruth Beck art print. So Simon, you pointed out yesterday Aaron Ramsdale's exclusion from the EFL Cup game that they played, which they won and kept a clean sheet. And my thought process was, it isn't necessarily about cup tying as much as it is that, like, maybe he just sucks. Like, is that a possibility?
Well, I'd be slightly worried if he's not getting in Sheffield United's cup team. That would be a concern for me. But I think it was an interesting thing because, well, the noises that are coming out at the moment certainly aren't that Arsenal are going to be signing 2 goalkeepers and getting rid of Leno and getting Ramsdale another one. It sounds more like they'll be bringing Ramsdale in, ideally to compete with Leno and both be fighting for the number 1 shirt. And then perhaps at the end of the season, Leno then moves on because he hasn't signed his new contract. And if you are planning to do that, and Arsenal had signed Ramsdale and he couldn't play in the cup games for the first half of the season, that wouldn't be very ideal. So I do think there was something in it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens because I don't know about you guys, but there's a lot of areas that Arsenal need to do, but they are, one injury away from having either Runarsson or a 19-year-old kid who's never played a professional game, in goal. So it's concerning. It doesn't sound like anything's going to happen before Friday. And that, for me, the goalkeeper area feels like the absolute priority at the moment.
But even it's as simple as somebody. I keep doing this and forgetting which podcast I listen to, but somebody on a podcast somewhere said this. So there's your credit. It's as simple now. It's as simple now as Leno testing positive and having to go in isolation, and that just leaves us in the absolute muck. But Simon, this window in particular, I find it quite funny that people are talking about the impact of the pandemic and what it's having on this window, and in particular at Arsenal for sales. Players like Hector Bellerin, Eddie Nketiah, people that we thought we would be able to move on for some sort of fee, and the reason for them not moving on seems to be the impact on the market. But yet when we go for a player like Aaron Ramsdale, the price is being quoted at £25 million, which seems slightly inflated in my opinion. What do you think it is about this market that on one half, it seems that a lot of players haven't even got the offers for the option to be moving on, whereas players like Aaron Ramsdale are going for £25 million? It seems like there's 2 sides of the extreme.
Yeah, there's definitely it's an odd market because the only deals that seem to be being done are either expensive marquee deals of the likes of Sancho, Grealish, Varane, even Ben White, these big sort of expensive deals. And then there's this huge void and you get to sort of loan deals, free transfers. There's no one really knocking around in the sort of 10 to 20 million market, which is actually where Arsenal want to do a lot of their business. So that's one of the issues they're getting. And also, I think they're struggling from the fact that the only people who seem to have any money are the Premier League clubs, because they've got the broadcast revenue from the Premier League, which, has tied them over. Whereas everyone on the continent, I mean, Barcelona, probably the prime example, is, extremely cash strapped. There's not really any money being spent. And the last thing is also, I think the players, possibly partly down to Brexit and the uncertainty over what the regulations are going to be like that, the players that clubs are targeting, even Manchester City, are English, British players. And it's inflated what was already an English tax because of homegrown status in squads. I think that's got even greater now. And if you look at the signings that people have made, Sancho, English player, Grealish, English player, Ben White, Ramsdale, there's a concerted effort from these clubs to be targeting English players, and it's raising the price a lot. But I mean, Ramsdale's probably the prime example because, Sheffield United are going to make a profit on a player after they've been relegated during a pandemic. So, I mean, that sums it up more than anything else. And there also only seems to be one bidder. There doesn't seem to be anyone else trying to buy
We
it.
seem to bid against ourselves frequently. What about the thought that, you'd think that Sam Johnstone would be equally as talented, equal profile, lower price tag? I mean, are West Brom not looking to sell?
I think Johnson would be willing to leave. West Brom would be willing to let him go. I think the issue with him is that he's only going to leave, from my understanding, is if he's going to definitely be the number one. I don't think he's got any real appetite to go and be even competing for the number one. I don't think he really wants to do that. I think he's 28, 29 now, because there was an outside chance that West Ham were going to go for him, but in the end, I think Areola agreed that he would fight with Fabianski, and one would play the Europa and Cups, one would play the league. And I don't think Johnson's really got that appetite to do that. And I think he'll probably end up now, possibly get back in the West Brom team and just play out the season, then move on a free. So, but I mean, I still think there's other keepers out there that you could.
Do you not think, Simon, that it's slightly strange that they seem to have this obsession with a homegrown goalkeeper in particular, rather than maybe going for a cheaper alternative that was available, like Onana from Ajax, and maybe distributing that homegrown quota throughout the team elsewhere? Maybe like a homegrown right back or a homegrown central midfielder. Or there really seems to be an obsession with that the goalkeeper position in particular.
Yeah, and I think it was Matt Ryan who did an interview with I think it was Fox Australia that was aired today, and he said his representative sounded out Arsenal to see, if there was a chance of him coming back. He was very popular. Arteta liked him, and they got the impression that he wasn't top of their list, and they wanted a homegrown keeper. It's interesting because, I mean, the way that clubs normally get around it is that their third choice keeper is a homegrown keeper. Chelsea have just signed Bettinelli. I mean, City had Scott Carson. I think before that, they had Richard Wright and people like that. So that is normally a way you get by it, because there is absolutely no point wasting your third choice keeper and not being homegrown. Also, I think they're going to have a Okonkwo who won't take up a spot in the squad because he'll be under 21. So they've done that there. But they've obviously decided that this needs to be one of the areas where they have homegrown. But I agree with you. I don't think, I'm sure it's obviously not the only reason Arsenal want to sign Aaron Ramsdale, but it shouldn't be that much of a reason that you overlook other targets. And I don't know with the Onana one, because there definitely was interest there, whether other clubs have come in and he's decided he wants to go there. But it seems that Ramsdale is their number one and they are determined to get him in. I must confess, I haven't seen enough of him. I remember when I first started out the Evening Standard, which is obviously a London paper, I was chatting to the guys at AFC Wimbledon, and he made their team of the decade, I think, even though he spent one season on loan there, because it was an epic season where they stayed up.
I think, to be fair, has he won Player of the Season at every club he's been at for the last 3 years? So, but whilst sticking with the theme of the homegrown quota thing, because that is a theme that we're seeing throughout this window, Simon, is that we seem to be going for these English talents, and another one is James Maddison, and we've already discussed sort of the lack of creativity within this side, and that obviously is a key position. Now, I've been seeing conflicting reports from different people saying that Martin Odegaard has been and remains to be the top target for Arsenal in this window, and then other reports saying James Maddison. From your understanding, which one do you think that the club seem to be sort of trying to push forward with more?
I still think if push came to shove, that they would go for Odegaard. In my opinion, I feel like just because of everything, the benefit of having seen him in the team, in the league, in the dressing room, you've already had those 6 months. Well, and it's quite split on Twitter, actually, but I actually thought he was good for that period of time. I think he had an injury which hampered him, but there was certainly enough in there to make me think that, right, this is a player that Arsenal should keep. And also, I actually went back the other day just to look at I think it was the final day of the season where Arteta was quizzed about it, and he's very cagey on transfers, but he was pretty open there, about as he's ever been, about wanting to keep Odegaard at the club. So I can't see why in the space of 2 months that would dramatically change. I think Maddison is a very good alternative, and I think it's better Arsenal being in this position where it's probably different to the goalkeeper situation, where it seems to be, right, it's Ramsdale or bust. Whereas at least here, there seems to be some sort of planning to say, look, we like both these players. Let's, keep the situation going on. The Odegaard one, I think they're struggling with because the manager changed. He was given a glimmer of hope that at the end of last season wasn't there, and they're kind of having to wait for that to play out. But I think he would be slightly ahead of Maddison in Arsenal's choice. But I mean, not much in it because they're both quality players, aren't they?
Where does Yves Bissouma fit into all this? I mean, the trail has gone quiet on that. The only direction that links between Arsenal and Bissouma seem to be going are Bissouma wooing Arsenal rather than the other way around. And it, if we're not interested in him, it would imply that we have bigger targets, and that could be the Maddison link. Although I don't know that they're the same type of player. That just kind of seemed like one of these things that's too logical not to make sense, and especially with growing concerns about a guy with the profile of Thomas Partey suddenly becoming injury prone. I hate that concept. But so, I mean, kind of combined question. What do you know about the Partey situation? Is this a lingering injury, or are we likely to go many, many weeks into the season? And is Bissouma still even being considered as a transfer?
Yeah, Partey doesn't sound certainly doesn't sound as bad as they feared when it happened. He had a scan the Monday after that friendly, and it's to do with his ankle ligaments. He had one again, I think it was on the Saturday or Friday of that week. So the hope is that's weeks rather than longer than that. I think by the looks of it, they've got lucky with that one. A bit like Liverpool, I think, with Andy Robertson, have got lucky that that's not as bad as it looked on first viewing. And the midfield one's an interesting one because it's all gone pretty quiet since the Xhaka U-turn and him staying there. It's all sort of dried up, and whether that's because Arsenal are focusing on the targets, whether it's because they now think they don't need a central midfielder, I'm not so sure. There is a lack of space in there. If you've now, if you're keeping Xhaka, if you're keeping on, then if you've got Lukonga, if you've got Partey, there's 4 spots, 2 positions.
How many?
Yeah. Aziz, if Aziz doesn't go on loan, he's the 5th in there. So, I mean, the Bissouma one, I felt, again, I agree with you, it felt like a sort of deal that would happen because he was so different to what Arsenal had. And that was why I liked him as well. He was a different player to what they've got. But it's gone pretty quiet. And also, I think Brighton are now in an exceptionally strong position where they've obviously banked £50 million from us. And
we should ask for the 2-for-1. I mean, what kind of negotiator does? I mean, I know we don't have Dick Law working on this anymore, and we're supposed to have been better at this, but.
But do you think now, Simon, that as you mentioned, there are players like Granit Xhaka seems now to be remaining at the club, and the Hector Bellerin links have dried up, and although there is still time left in the window and opportunities for them players to move on, putting your fandom hat here and taking your journalist hat off for a second, what's your opinion now of going into a season with 2 senior players who ultimately look as if they've been told that they're surplus to requirement and that they can be moved on, and those opportunities have now fallen short and now they're basically stuck here? How do you feel about going into a season with players that were already being targeted for being sort of subpar to the standard required, and now they're going in under pressure again?
Yeah, I think there's certain players where, like the Xhaka U-turn and the situation him staying, I think is fine in my opinion, because I didn't get the feeling with that one that it was one where Arsenal were forcing him out the door. It was more a situation of Xhaka saying, a bit like I feel is a situation with Leno, where I don't get the sense it is, Arsenal saying, look, we want to get rid of you, get out the door. It's more the player saying, look, I'd be open to trying something new, and Arsenal saying, yeah, we'd possibly be open to trying something new. I do have concern with some of those players. I kind of feel, the Bellerins, the Willians. I just fear for having a similar situation you had before, where you get to the end. I'm more fearful of having the bloated squad where you don't get players out the door, and you have the same thing you had last season, where you have too many people there who aren't happy because they're not playing, and God forbid you have players who aren't even registered.
And
I think these are
around the club.
I think these are different personalities. I think Bellerin
bag.
is a very good person, also very good off the pitch, but I think you also can't be in a situation where you're so bloated and have these players. But I do think, and the feeling is among people, that the market will slowly pick up towards the end of the window. And I even think with some of these players, if it's not ideal selling someone like Bellerin with a year on his contract next summer, but even if he goes and plays somewhere and he plays 20, 25 games, I think that's better than Arsenal keeping him for a year and him playing 8-10 games or something. I just don't
His
think they're going to
value
get
is not going to increase in a year. It is conceivable, as much as I don't like this happening, it's conceivable that Xhaka's value could grow in the year. It is not conceivable that Hector Bellerin's value will grow in the next year. And those are two different situations. As much as I want both of them moved on and don't like Xhaka in the club. And this is the first. Mark your count. It's 9:21 now UK time. It's the first of many times during this POD-A-THON where I'm going to be racking my head about Xhaka returning to Arsenal. But the Bellerin one is different, though. I mean, if we don't move him on, we either play him when he shouldn't be played, or we just continue to have an asset that goes stale and loses value.
Do you think it's going to boil down to the fact that Arsenal are going to have to surrender to the fact that this market isn't maybe as mobile as they anticipated, and that they may just have to give in to the fact that they're going to have to let a lot of players maybe leave on loan, although it was not ideal. But as I mentioned before, I think as Arsenal fans, we're going to find it very difficult to wrap our heads around the fact that we have no European football at all, and we were a squad last season that failed to register players for competitions. Our squad was that big, and going into this season where you say games are going to be so limited, the need for these amount of loiterers to be hanging around London Colney is just not there, and it just isn't good for dressing room morale. So do you think maybe coming towards the end of the window they may just give in to the fact of pushing some of them guys out on loan?
Yeah, and I think the players, you would think would see the same situation and realise wow, I'm not really going to be playing here. And you make a good point about the squad size, because I was looking back through West Ham last season, Villa to an extent as well. You only if you're just targeting the league, which Arsenal predominantly will, other than try and have a cup run, you only really need sort of 17, 18 first team players. You don't need to be massively rotating. You only sort of need 18 first teamers, and then you can fill the next 3-4 slots in the squad, 23 slots with your Ballagans, your young players coming through. You don't need a massive bloated squad, and I think it's going to have to be a bit of give and take from both sides. One, from Arsenal to accept that they might have to loan someone like Bellerin as opposed to selling him, and also from other players thinking, all right, okay, I'm going to have to accept this deal rather than hang around here for a year. But I think most of those players, you would think they'd get out the door. They're probably going to struggle with someone like Kolasinac. Haven't massively seen his name linked with anyone really. Some sort of
Schalke don't want him back again.
Well, I think that was an interesting one, because I think if they had stayed up, I think they probably would have kept it. And when they announced the release list at the end of the season, or they didn't name Kolasinac in that, because they were sort of determined to find a way to keep him. And then I think it was a week or so later, they put a statement out saying, look, we financially just couldn't find a way to do this, because he's a player who's on £100,000 a week, and he's entitled to be paid the final year of his contract, the same as Mustafi, Sokratis, all those people. But then you throw in, there's Lucas Torreira, another player I think would be difficult to shift. But the likes of, I think Bellerin you could get a move for, Maitland-Niles, I think someone in Ketia. So I think these deals to me still feel like things can happen. It's just been incredibly painful for everyone, the club included, fans, that nothing has really gone on. But I looked through most of the league's ins and outs, and there's not really any deals going on. You know, I don't think West Ham have signed a player. You know, and other than the big high ticket deals, we're not seeing huge amounts of money change hands.
And speaking of huge amounts of money, Shkodran Mustafi is still McAfee. I'm thinking about how I'm going to stay up later. He's currently employerless, as all of the European leagues are starting. You almost had your spit take.
Yeah, and I think I know what you're going to suggest. And don't even fucking bother saying it, man. No, we're not.
No, I'm just saying, like. As bad as the market is, he can't even find someone to pay him. I mean, is he probably asking too much money from a club to come in for him on a weekly basis, or is free too expensive for a guy like Mustafi?
I mean, I do wonder if, you know, talking in a wider point, if everything that has happened with COVID and, you know, the financial situations we've seen with clubs, you know, Barcelona, Real Madrid, bar obviously PSG, who seem to be getting along just fine. Are we going to see a sort of, you know, collapse in, or certainly a reduction in the wages that are being paid to players, because clubs aren't renewing their contracts, and when they go look for a new deal, there's no way, you know, when Kolasinac deal runs out in a year's time, someone else could be like, yeah, we'll pay you 100k that you were being paid before that. You know, it's just not going to happen anymore. So I do wonder if it will cause a bit of a reset in what clubs are paying. And it was the Barcelona accounts were showing, before they moved Messi on, you know, their wages were 105% of the turnover.
Yeah.
Which is madness. You know, if you ran any normal business like that,
PSG of the legitimate turnover, it's probably 400%.
Football probably does need a balancing and a reduction in the wages that are being paid, because they are just astronomical, crazy fees. But
all of these leagues, with the possible exception of La Liga, have more and more in common with Owen's mom, which is that they're becoming so top heavy that we. I mean, there's just such a massive difference. I'm sorry.
My mother's a saint, you bastard.
Your mother is a saint. But
wait, Mike, you're talking as if this is some sort of foreign thing now, like it's mainland Europe and La Liga and Italy and France.
No, I'm saying all the leagues, including.
But you look at this season now, okay, and you look at Man City have spent 100 million on Jack Grealish, and they're looking to spend anywhere between 120 to 160 on Harry Kane, and then you have Chelsea, who bought Timo Werner and Kai Havertz last year, and now they're going and spending just below 100 million on Romelu Lukaku. I mean, like, have we ever seen? I was thinking about this today.
The richer getting richer, and the middle class.
Like we can never catch that at all. But is this now the strongest Premier League in terms of those top 3 to 4 teams, the strongest lineups that we have ever seen within the Premier League?
It feels like that top 4 is becoming a top 4 again to me. Certainly,
except we're not in it.
Yeah. The top 4 that finished it last year. I look at City. You know, like, I struggle to see how they catch. I look at Chelsea. I mean, you talk about squad depth. I mean, theirs is incredible. And even in that friendly they played at the Emirates against Arsenal, you know, it was a bit of like a who's who of, like, I know Arsenal talk about needing to get rid of dead wood, but Chelsea is like Barbara Rahman, Zappa Costa.
I couldn't believe that.
All these players, oh my God, I can't believe they're still at the club. Like,
right. Oh, who's
Kennedy,
the guy that played for
Ruben Loftus-Cheek.
No, the guy that scored a bunch of goals for them and for Belgium or the Netherlands.
Batshuayi, Michy Batshuayi.
Yeah, Michy Batshuayi. I'm like, he's still a Chelsea player.
Yeah, on a 6-figure salary. You know, Everton, they've got 3 left wing backs.
I forgot the Malang Sarr.
Yeah.
Who we wanted as a starter for our team last year for free.
Demba Ba came out for the second half of that game.
I mean, I was chatting to someone this afternoon, and I was saying, you know, if Arsenal do sign Ramsdale and, you know, talk of sort of £30 million fee, you know, he's going to be the 6th most expensive goalkeeper of all time. Like, you know, he might be the number 2, and the guy made the point saying, yeah, well, you know, Chelsea have got the most expensive goalkeeper of all time on their bench.
Is he still even there? I mean that's one of the worst transfers of all time. I think that you could say that. I mean, he cost even more than Pepe did,
but there is that gap with the top 4, I think. But the only one who I feel, and it's the model I think that Arsenal need to look at if they want to break into that, is the Liverpool, yeah, precisely, where you sell at the right time for big fees, and you buy players who are of a younger age demographic that you can then sell them on. I mean, obviously Salah is the star man and brilliant, but a bit like with Coutinho, I kind of get the feeling if the market in Europe was different and someone came in with a huge bid for Salah, Liverpool would back themselves to sell him and rebuild that team, because their scouting and their buying and selling is so good. And that's the way you've got to do it if you're going to challenge these guys with big money.
The teams that seem ready to enter that space now are Aston Villa, who
got big money.
Big money. You could argue they might have overpaid for Danny Ings, but they're I don't think that they'll suffer that much from the loss of Jack Grealish, considering how they're replacing them. And Leicester, who hasn't, unless I'm mistaken, they haven't really had that Coutinho sale, that Kane sale, that Grealish sale. They've just bought really, really smart.
Leicester are good at the one thing they do is they will sell, but they'll sell, for what they want, and they only ever sell one player a summer. Mm-hmm. So, the one summer they did Kante, Drinkwater the next, Mahrez, Chilwell. So they're
selling £5 million players for 35 to 40 million. They're not selling academy products for 100 million like Grealish. They're not selling Harry Kane for 100 million pounds. They're not doing that, but they're consistently like you just said, they're consistently making 10x profits on players that they took a chance on, and not selling too many of them to destabilize the team.
Yeah. They've always been that way in the market. I think those five players.
Good point. Harry Maguire's the exception to that.
Yeah, I think they made £250,000 of profit on those five guys. Mahrez was bought for like 250k, went for 60 odd. Maguire, huge money. Ben Chilwell, little academy guy. But they set their stall out and they say to clubs coming in. They said to United all summer that summer, this is the fee. We want 85 million for Harry Maguire. We're not accepting any less. You pay that or not. And they also say this is the only player that's leaving. So everyone in the squad knows, okay, if Maguire's going, then I'm going. Then I'm not going. And it's the same in this summer. If they do sell anyone, it'll be Maddison, and none of the other big players will go, because they do not want to disrupt what they've got. And they've got an owner who is incredibly wealthy and incredibly invested emotionally in that club as well. So they've got the stability of knowing, we don't have to be pushed around.
They have people making the decisions in the club between Brendan Rodgers and their ownership that are just brilliant at what they do. And that, it's maddening to see how they are turning into everything that we used to be here when we had David Dean and want to be going forward. But, hard work pays off, and you can't, there's a consequence to being dumb. And we're feeling it right now. So,
I have one quick one, and this might be, look, I'm not throwing stones at anybody. That's not what I'm doing, okay? But Simon,
you preface so many of your comments.
Fuck this guy.
But I'm going to say this now.
No, I know I'm an absolute dick. I know that for a fact. Everybody does. But Fabrizio Romano.
No. Let's not get started there.
No, man. No, I'm just asking a question about transfers, okay? Because he put out a tweet near at the opening of the window that Willian was 100% leaving. I'm sure he repeated that on a couple of occasions. But is there any more news on that in terms of, like, is there still the potential for him to go, or does he seem maybe set to stay with us for next season? Told you it wasn't that bad.
I feel like, he was left out of the squad, wasn't he, for the Spurs game, not in it, and there was no real explanation about why that was. I don't think Arteta was quizzed on it. That for me kind of feels. I get the sense that Willian kind of knows the move hasn't worked out. Arsenal knows the move hasn't worked out. But it's like the other deals. How are you going to move this guy? And I think there was some talk the other day, wasn't there, about a move to the Middle East. I asked someone at the club, and that was rubbish pretty much instantly. I don't think Willian would want to do that. He's always openly said he would want to go play in the States. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the only real place I can see it happening, where you just you cut the cord and you say, there's no transfer fee involved. You can pick up his wages. You can take him. I think both him and Arsenal would be pretty open to to moving things on this summer. Can't deny that deal went terribly wrong.
No,
even if I thought at the time it was actually not a bad piece of business, which I got spectacularly
but
wrong.
you would have to say as well, wouldn't you, that like if that is the situation, fair play to Willian for the fact that, because the most likely thing is, let's be honest, is that he would likely leave for less money. So for a player of his age to sort of take the moral high ground and maybe move on just for the sole purpose of playing more game time, that's quite admirable.
I think for him, I think he still has aspirations of playing in that World Cup next December time, isn't it? And Brazil have shown that they will. They are not opposed to picking aging players. I mean, Dani Alves was playing in the Olympics, 38. Thiago Silva still gets picked for squads. So they will, if you're in form, they will pick you no matter what your age is. And I still think that Willian has some sort of aspirations to play in that, which might be a bit of a carrot to try and help Arsenal move him on.
Dani Alves showed up in my son's U19 team last week. I don't. I mean, I don't understand what he thinks he's doing. It's crazy. So. A non-related Arsenal question. I noticed that you had an interview. I mean, the team that you probably cover most outside of Arsenal would be Watford, if I'm not mistaken. Back in the Premier League again, and you had a conversation recently with every Arsenal fan's favorite Watford player, Troy Deeney, and it was a very interesting article. It was really more about kind of his return to the Premier League and a pretty heavy battle with COVID. Over the last 18 months. I mean, I hadn't realized that, and it sounded like he was in pretty bad straits. But during that interview, which, if you want to expand on it, please do. But did he happen to mention anything about his status as the only person ever to take a penalty that was saved by Petr Cech? I mean, I was in the building that day. I have a video of it taken from the stands, and no, it's not facing my face celebrating. It's actually of the penalty save. But I mean, second only to Anfield '89 in my history as an Arsenal fan was that moment. But I mean, I've always been fascinated with Deeney because I didn't think he was off base with his cojones comment actually. And I know he and his son especially are Arsenal supporters. So the guy's not a bad dude, despite maybe some missteps in the past, legally and otherwise. But I mean, tell us about that interview. What was the tone and what?
I mean, I sometimes think the only thing that you can accuse Deeney of is perhaps being too honest with his opinions. But as someone who is interviewing him, that is exactly what you want. You want someone to let their guard down, to open up, to tell you the truth, to tell you what they're thinking, even if sometimes he'll say something and goes, "Oh, look, don't put that in, please take that out," But he was, in that interview, we chatted for about sort of 45 minutes because he was bringing out, he has brought out a new podcast, which has got a vast mix of different people on it. And he just sort of brought up the thing about COVID. We were just chatting about what life's been like in the social distancing age, and he sort of just dropped in and said, "Oh yeah, no, I had it, and I've never spoken about this before," and opened up for sort of 20-25 minutes speaking about everything he went through. And as I was sort of hearing it all, and you can read it on the pieces, I think it's still pinned as the top of my Twitter. I was just sort of like, why don't you tell anyone this? Like, this is, it's horrible what you've been through. B, it explains why you were massively struggling during Project Restart, and C, it would probably help people understand, the dangers of this virus that we're living with, and why we need to be cautious and safe with everything you do. And he, perhaps because it's the status that he has, is that I didn't want people to, think I was making excuses or, feel sorry for me. He just wanted to wear it, and he is an exceptionally strong person that will take the criticism. He'll take the abuse. He still gets it from Arsenal fans over the cojones thing. But as the more I've interviewed him, I think 2 or 3 times now, and I do find him I actually really like him. I find him really honest, really engaging. He's probably my favorite person I've interviewed. And he tells it like it is. And I thought his cojones comment, was pretty bold. I'm not sure if I would have personally said that on, broadcast national TV, but we've all probably thought that at times about the way Arsenal play.
I remember that game, and I mean, I remember I was in Chicago on work that weekend, and we did a podcast after that game with Danny from the Bergkamp Wonderland, and we just basically, Andy and Danny and I went over about like okay, he's a jerk. No one wants to hear that. But if you watched the game that they had just played, he was absolutely right. I mean, like, it needed to be said as much, and trust me, I took every joy in bantering him when he missed that penalty against Petr Cech and so on. But, he pretty much exposed a pretty obvious underbelly of Arsenal. So you can't really hold that against him too much.
He's no stranger to saying controversial things. I mean, did you see what he said on the day that Watford went down on the interview straight after the match? And do you want to know what? That's something that's completely dying out. I think that with all the media training that players receive now, they can often come across as robots, and I think it's actually quite refreshing, whether it's appropriate or not for daytime TV or whatever you think of it. I think it's quite refreshing for a footballer to be so honest.
Yeah, I massively agree with you, and there are very few, people you speak to who aren't heavily media trained. I actually felt with the England squad this summer. I mean, they are media trained, but I do feel they were given the license to, express themselves and get us an insight into their personality. And they came across as very young, likable lads who you wanted to root for. People like Marcus Rashford, people like Bukayo Saka. You get a bit of an insight into them, and when they show their personalities, you realise, wow, these guys are actually, really inspiring people. Particularly someone I think like Saka. I love that video that Arsenal put up the other week when they saw, the wall of support he had got from fans all over the place. They'd organised it for him. And you could see what that meant to him and, how it actually touched him. And just by opening the doors a little bit and letting these guys express themselves, I think you'll find them much more likable and relatable. And perhaps, even actually some of the abuse and stick they would get will not be as bad because people will understand that there is a human at the end of that. And it's the same a bit, I think, with Xhaka. He did one press conference last season where he opened up on all the abuse he'd received and everything. And I remember coming away from it and thinking like, wow, that was incredible. He just properly opened himself up there to the room, to the media that were all gathered there. And you come away from it with a different perspective. So I totally agree with you.
And he went back to being a dick.
I mean, I'm going to have to do this before I praise these people. So it's just natural. Sorry. What did you make of the crowd at White Hart Lane giving Bukayo Saka a standing ovation in the North London derby? What did you make of that?
Can I just say, because I'm interested in your in your feelings about that. If Kane had missed the fifth penalty against Italy and lost that, and had a difficult story, and I understand the racial differences between the two and the abuse that they met, but I don't think Arsenal supporters at Highbury would have done that for a Tottenham player who had a rough time. Maybe
Army at Lee judges won't even celebrate a goal that Kane scores.
And Harry Kane wasn't the right example. It probably would have been more appropriate to say Jadon Sancho because of the similarities and the abuse that they received, because that is what a lot of the support had to do with. But I don't know that Arsenal fans, I mean, am I underestimating our fan base? I'm not sure we would have done the same thing. I was really impressed with that.
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. And I would have liked to think that Arsenal fans would have done the same. If it was, a player in that same situation of, I think you've got to take in the race element to it, the fact that he's a teenager, the stage that it was on. I would like to think that the Arsenal fan base is, particularly those in the stadium, I think you might have seen something, similar to that. And I thought it was fantastic that the Tottenham fans did that for Saka on his first game back. And I think it was Stuart McFarlane, the Arsenal photographer, who tweeted about, he remembers when there was a minute's silence or a minute's applause, I think it was, or held for David Rocastle at Highbury when Spurs were there. And it was immaculately, done. And an example of how when something like that happens, you just put aside, rivalries and everything like that. And I think for the Tottenham fans to do that was really, really nice. And particularly when it is Saka's, it's his first game back, just got back from the tournament, just been at training, and to have that at your rivals done to you, I thought that was really impressive and a classy touch from Tottenham, which we obviously don't always say, but
no, it won't last, but it was nice. And Laurie, I think, is right, and Laurie agrees with you that the fan base, and I hate that word because it's so generic. But the fan base, online is not the same as the match-going stadium, and I think if you had switched Saka with Sancho the first time that Man United came and Sancho came on as a substitute, I think that the people in the stadium would have done the same thing. At least I hope so. So yeah, the Kane was not a good example, as Loki points out. So another question. Speaking of Saka and our young guns, I mean, we've become so reliant and excited by our young guns, Saka and ESR and so on. Do you see the potential for a regression in any of those that have already made it to the first team? And alongside that, who do you think is the next person to break through? I mean, we've got, Norton Cuffey, we've got Aziz, Olayinka, Charlie Patino. I mean, there's a lot of names out there that are not yet out on loan. Who's the next ESR who was who was the next socket to break in?
Yeah, I mean, starting with the first bit on terms of, do I think any of them are going to regress? I don't particularly not with Saka and Smith Rowe. I feel like that Euros, I know it obviously ended badly for Saka, but the confidence he should take from performing on that biggest stage, particularly in a game like the Germany game, should make him feel 10 feet tall. And he was already carrying that Arsenal team for a lot of last season. And I think only the issues and difficulties at the end, I think it's only going to spur him on and make him come back stronger. Smith Rowe, from what I've seen him in pre-season, just looks like he's filled out a bit. He looks a bit more like he's grown a bit, put a bit of muscle on.
Looks a little bit more like Owen's mom.
If she played number 10, because Arsenal need another one. No.
And we're only 2 hours and 46 minutes in.
And I think the way that Smith Rowe took the number 10 shirt, wants to be the main man. Again, I feel like this, out of all the young players, I feel like this could be a huge season for him. But there is a reliance on the young players, and I'm writing my preview for the season at the moment, and it's kind of around the theme of this was supposed to be the big rebuild, but we're now just banking on the young kids doing it again. And in terms of the next ones who could come through, the most excitement, I think, at the club is around Charlie Patino. I think Charles Watson-Gold did a piece on him a couple of days ago, maybe earlier this week, with some of the guys who discovered him, some of the scouts, and they were absolutely raving about him. Looks like an absolute quality player. The one who, if he doesn't go on loan, and I'm kind of disappointed Arsenal don't have Europa League football because I think it'd be really big for him, is Miguel Aziz. He's another one who I was watching a bit in pre-season, just looks like he's filled out a bit, looks a bit more, like he's ready for the physical side of it. And if Arsenal were in the Europa League, and hopefully he will play those Carabao games, he'd be someone I'd be giving minutes to over an El Nene, because I feel like there's a player in there. Just the way he sort of, moves around the pitch, I always liked, but he now looks like he's beefed up a bit. So he's the one I would be looking at this season, maybe breaking in. Balogun, obviously, we know about, want to see what he's doing, but
has he beefed up this season? Beefing up seems to be an important factor in making the first.
That's what I've. Look, I've been trying to follow the same lines as them. I've been beefing up continuously for the past 10 years.
Owen and I should have a statue outside the Emirates by now, considering how beefed up we've got.
Do you remember last summer though? There was all those pictures going around of Martinelli, who had beefed up partly because he had his injury, so he had the time to sort of develop himself. And Saka's a bit of a different situation because he has always been physically very strong, very quick, and even at youth level, they actually was like, this guy could comfortably play ahead of his years. But there is a massive part of it, and I've been rewatching the Last Dance documentary about the third, fourth time, and it always, whenever I think of these young players beefing up, it always reminds me of Michael Jordan when he was getting knocked around by Detroit, and he came back pumped on a bit of muscle. So it is a big stage bit. And I think certainly for someone like Smith Rowe, if he wants to play in that number 10, he's got to have a bit of band. But he's one of the players in pre-season that's actually made me feel slightly more confident than I was.
They're beefing up like Michael Jordan, and me and Mike are beefing up like William. we're look, Simon, I know what you're thinking. We're wearing weight vests, mate. All right, we're training AF.
Yeah, we're training AF. I got my diet protein bars here. I'll be 100 pounds lighter by the end of this podcast. Charlie Patino, Don Juan asked what position he plays. He's a defensive midfielder. central midfielder?
Yeah, he's. I think when he was younger, he was playing more sort of like a number 10 left-footed player, but he's dropped a bit deeper now. And I think longer term, I think he'd play in that sort of 6-8 sort of role. So that's probably one of the good things about keeping Xhaka around is, as a role model to learn off, someone he's an exceptional trainer, brilliant work ethic, clearly knows a bit about the game. He's probably not a bad player for Patino to sort of learn off, and I think, judging by Charles's piece, I imagine he'll be training with the first team quite a bit and then probably playing in those under 23 games. But yeah, he's one maybe I think the Carabao Cup draw is tonight actually, and Arsenal the second round should get a fairly easy tie. He's perhaps someone you could put on the bench for something like that. So yeah, he's the one I'm excited about.
Do you think that just mentioning the central of midfield there and the fact that Granit Xhaka is being kept around, do you think that could be possibly because Sambi Lokonga has maybe impressed more than the management team thought he initially would, and they're maybe turning around and saying now, well, let's just keep Granit around for another year, and in that year's time we get a real player on our hands, because he seems like somebody who plays well ahead of his years as well.
Yeah, I think the whole Xhaka one kind of got we've seen how important a part of he is of the way Arsenal play, because he basically just plays every single minute under Mikel, and I never got the sense with that was Arsenal going like, right, we want to shift Xhaka out here, we want to move him on. It was more a case of him kind of feeling like, yeah, maybe want to try something new, and Arsenal saying, yeah, if we get the right money, then we'll let you go. Because, at the end of the day, Arsenal could have, if they wanted to, sold Xhaka for less money, couldn't they? They could have said, let's just get him out the door, let's get it done. But so they said, no, that's not what he's worth and what he's worth to us, so we'll keep him. They were never really, I felt, under that pressure desperately to move him on. So
which is what we've been wanting Arsenal to do for a long time. It's just this player, unfortunately, different. But yeah, I mean, we wanted to set a price, and if no one meets it, we don't sell.
Yeah, and I do think with Lokonga, it's not the same as Guendouzi, because Guendouzi, I think there was a genuine thought that he might actually be loaned out when he came in, and he was so good in pre-season, he stayed. Lokonga, I don't think he was ever going to be loaned out, but I do get the sense he's been better than the fans thought, and certainly the noises that were coming from Belgium. I listened to a few guys, sort of Belgian experts who are on a few podcasts saying, this guy's very raw, you've got to be careful with him, and I still think Arsenal do. But from what I watched in the Chelsea and the Spurs games, there was enough there for me to think, yeah, I'd start you against Brentford. I would give you the nod, because there's no party. I would give you the nod over on Nene and see how you go, particularly if he's playing alongside like a Xhaka. I'd be a bit wary if it was, Lokonga playing with El Nene. I do think someone like Xhaka being in there, experienced, tactically very astute, knows what he's doing, could be a good partnership for him. But yeah, Lokonga is another player who's given me some excitement for the season.
He seems to have this ability, not only, as the way I described it, is Granit Xhaka has the ability to retain the ball and then pass back. Sambi Lokonga seems to have the ability not only to retain the ball, but retain it and then make a positive situation out of that ball retention. Probably much like Thomas Partey, I would actually say. He seems, in the scraps, that he seems to come out much like Thomas Partey. So I agree with you. I think he's massively exciting, and that could be a real coup for Arsenal in this window.
There was that one pass, wasn't it? I think it was the Chelsea game for the Willett goal that never was. Where Lokonga got the ball and he sort of clipped it in between the fullback and the centre back, and that was a pass of real quality. And that's sometimes where Arsenal do struggle, is the transition of getting the ball forward quickly. I agree with you. I think Xhaka is very good at keeping the ball retention, but when he hasn't got Partey alongside him, it doesn't work as well. And I think Xhaka's been a bit of a victim that of all the years he's been here, we've never really found a great partner for Xhaka in central midfield. I think him and Partey is going to be a good partnership, and it was just annoying that when we got to crunch time in the season, Xhaka started playing left back for 4 or 5 games. That was probably an error with hindsight, but
that was an error with forethought.
Well, I remember there was a couple of games where it worked well, and then it didn't. In the first leg, it didn't work well in Villarreal. And that was when I thought, like, right, second leg here, now needs to change it. And obviously then Tierney was due to start, pulls out, and Xhaka goes back in there. And it was like, oh, and then the very next game where Saka played left back and had a barnstorming game?
But,
And
Yeah, I mean, like,
Arsenal
why didn't we just do that to begin with? It's easy to second guess.
Yeah.
With the few minutes that we have left, Simon, I want to get your top four, your bottom three, and where Arsenal finishes if they're not in either of those two groups. But I want to just point out, it's been a good hour for Gooners versus Cancer. We've had a handful of donations, including one very, very generous donation. We are now at $3,640. This is just for this podcast, just for this week. We've got about 8,000 or 9,000, about 9,000 raised prior to this special through the Orlando fundraiser, through general fundraising, through our FIFA tournament that's winding down to its final stages. But just for this POD-A-THON, we're at 3,640. Thank you to Stephen Manios, a friend, a future neighbor of mine down in Florida, all around great guy, massive Gooner, and a very generous donation from him as well. So we're 72% away to our goal, and we're just in hour 3. I'd love to just smash that goal and keep raising it if we can do that. So thank you for everyone that's donated at GoonersVCancer.com. Our next drawing is going to be in just about an hour from now. As we go through the night, the drawings will be less frequent, and then probably for the last 12 hours of the podcast, we're going to have a drawing every single hour for jerseys, for t-shirts and for prints. So thank you to everybody that's donated. Simon, you're now Ask is saying, I want that Highbury jersey. Let me clarify. The Highbury prize is a commemorative t-shirt that they gave out at the last game at Highbury against Wigan. It's not the jersey they wore that season. It's not the red currant jersey. It's the shirt that they handed out to everyone that was at the game to wear, except this shirt was never taken out of the bag. So it's in excellent shape, and it is more valuable considering where it's coming from, which if you tune in at 9 a.m. tomorrow UK time, you'll learn more about. So your top 4, Simon, who do you?
Yeah. I mean, we had to do this.
Out?
We had to do this for work the other day for Friday's paper, I think it was. So I've gone for
pleasure.
And now I'm doing it for play. Yeah. So I've gone for City to be champions. I've got Chelsea second, United third, Liverpool fourth. And my bottom 3, I had Norwich, Burnley, and Watford. That's my 3 to go down. I think
bang on, man.
I think Watford could maybe stay up. I kind of feel Burnley have just run out of lives a bit. I think Dyche's done a fantastic job there, keeping them up so many seasons. But I just wonder if I haven't really seen them do much this summer, unless I've been missing business going on.
His enthusiasm is gone too. I think the conflict with the board and lack of investment. I'm not sure Dyche's heart is in it.
Yeah, and I think the only other one I think would be interesting. They do look like they're trying to spend the money from Ings going, but it's Southampton. They feel like Danny Ings' goals are massive. They're obviously going to lose Vestergaard as well now. If they don't spend that money right, they for me could get sucked into that.
There are teams like Southampton, Palace,
Newcastle, Palace,
where Sheffield United, where they really kind of outkicked their coverage as the American football phrase is, and they're just slowly coming back down to earth. And I think Burnley might be one of those teams that's been up for 5 or 6 years, or I don't know exactly how long that might be done. I think Palace might be in the same boat as both of our first 2 guests, Elliot and Smudge, both said that they might be in the bottom 3. I'm
really surprised that nobody thinks that. And do you want to know what? I agree, but nobody thinks that Brentford is going to go back down.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that so far. I don't know. They seem to be a team on the rise, though. I mean,
Just
kind of in the way that Palace were when they were promoted most recently 8 or 9 years ago.
And I think Brentford, even if they did go down, I kind of feel like they'd be the best equipped to go down, just because the way the club is so well run that I don't feel like if they've come up this summer and they've not spent loads of money and gone crazy. They've just stuck to the plan of what they always do. They recruit very well.
They have Premier League quality players on their squad already, though. So.
Yeah, and I think they've got a brilliant manager. I think Thomas Frank is I think he's a really, really top manager, very, very likable person. And I wouldn't be surprised if in 4 or 5 years' time he's managing a big Premier League team.
Mm-hmm. So, and Arsenal's finishing spot, seeing as how they're
Arsenal's finishing spot. Yeah, I think they're going to finish 6th. I think. I just can't see how they get in the top 4. I think 5th will be Leicester, and I think Arsenal will finish 6th.
And that seems to be the consensus of our first few guests. Simon, you got a few more minutes. Our next guest is going to be Chris Wheatley. He is on his way, I believe, not yet here. Do you have a few more minutes to answer some questions?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. We had a question about Thomas Muller. Now not Thomas Muller. R. Muller. What's his first name? Jan?
Nikolai Muller.
Nikolai.
I don't know. I keep wanting to call him by
Jan Muller.
Jan Muller. But where are we looking at? He's been loaned out for this season. Is that right?
Yes, he's been loaned out. I think Chris, who's on next, might even be the one who broke that story. So, yes, he's been loaned out, and I think the plan is the young lad they brought in from Fulham, who scored a bucket load of goals last season, is going to take his spot. So I think that Muller guy was signed from Sweden, wasn't he? And Arsenal have got sort of 2-3, young strikers that they've filled in that mould. I think there was quite a lot of hype around him when they brought him in. Certainly from Sweden, they got a decent amount of coverage over there. Intriguing to see how he gets on. That
he got off to a very, very good start as well.
Yeah.
And even just to sort of lead on from that question, Simon, when you look at some of the strikers we're being linked with and the strikers within our ranks that maybe we haven't seen as much of, the likes of Balogun or Nikolai Muller or Tammy Abraham, say, for example, that we're linked with, we seem to lack an option B, like a plan B. Do you think we have anybody or we're linked with anybody that could provide an alternative option, alternative ways to get the ball into the back of the net than we've been seeing from, say, Lacazette and Aubameyang?
Well, I think that's the thing with that Abraham offers, and I know he's not hugely popular among fans that Arsenal are going for him. I don't mind the signing of Abraham if the fee was 15-20 million as opposed to the sort of 40 million that Chelsea have been asking, which I don't think they'll get anyway. And the thing that I think Abraham, the club, do like is that he does score different types of goals. You can get the ball into the box with him. He can play a bit with his back to goal. He can score with his feet. So he is very different to what Arsenal got. And I like the idea of signing someone in a different mould to just getting another Aubameyang, Lacazette type player. The one I was excited about was Martinez. Inter age profile seemed good. Liked his style of play in terms of, I think he's a mobile striker, which Abraham is mobile, but I kind of feel like an Arteta striker wants someone who is, mobile, can play with his back to goal, has got an ability to finish. That's why I do think someone like Gabriel Jesus would actually be good at Arsenal. I know obviously Arteta knows him. I'm not saying he's a player Arsenal are going to go and buy, but I don't think at the moment, even when Aubameyang plays through the middle, they've really got the player who suits what Arsenal want to do. I think Lacazette works sometimes because he acts as that pivot and brings players in, but I don't think he's quite quick enough or sharp enough to do exactly what Arteta wants from that striker. So it's interesting to see, and there is a gap, isn't there? We basically have, Aubameyang, Lacazette, who are both 30, 31, 32, and then you drop all the way down to Balogun. So the striker you sign for me needs to be that 23, 24 striker, because in 2 years' time you're not going to have a Aubameyang, Lacazette. You hopefully have Balogun at 21, 22, who's can be one of your contenders, but you're going to need that main guy to be your number 9.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Simon, for your help. Your excellent read of our promotional video, which has now been tweeted out. Sorry we didn't use more of it, but we had to fit a lot in, and for your support always with our efforts, both as a podcast and as a charity. And as it is now entering hour 4. We're excited to welcome on our next guest, and we're going to say goodbye to you, Simon. So thanks again. I think the League Cup draw is getting ready to start. So enjoy that. We'll find out who Arsenal we're playing in our first round 2 in a long time. And where else can we find you, Simon? Let us know. Evening Standard and SR _
Yes, I'm SR _ Collings on Twitter. standard.co.uk/sport for all my writings. Just wanted to say, brilliant effort from you guys. Incredible amount of money that's already been raised, and I'm blowing after doing an hour of this. So you guys putting in the full stint is an incredible effort. But yeah, keep up the good work.
Not. I am, but he's not.
Man,
he's
you
not.
keep getting. No, wait. Sorry, I'm sorry to. I know you're on a roll there, Mike. All right, but you're getting so much fucking love in that chat and from guests and everybody. What am I invisible? What's
no, Owen and people don't know how much Owen actually does for the. I mean, he's the first person that came to me and said, "I've got an idea. You don't have to do anything. We're going to do a football match here in Northern Ireland and raise some money," and raised a boatload of money for us last year. So Owen, both on and off the podcast, deserves some love. So chat, give him some love. And Simon, thanks again for joining us, buddy. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. Top stuff. Thank you.
Right,
Cheers, Simon.
Hour 4. Chris, welcome back to the podcast, my friend.
Hey guys, how you doing?
doing?
Hi, Mike. Hi, Owen. How are you?
We're moving, as they say, we're going from strength to strength. I believe, as they say. So, and Chris, I didn't realize this when we worked out the time frame, but as a source of information and news for people, everyone's waiting on your tweet to find out who we're playing in the EFL Cup. So I appreciate you joining us despite the live conflict that's going on. Has the draw happened yet?
No, I've got the stream side by side with you guys just in case. A big.
So you're getting an exclusive here live on the Gooners podcast.
You're going to find out from Chris.
Anyone can watch the video, but
no.
Don't be saying that, Chris.
We're going to find out from you before the balls are even drawn. And the funny thing about this, I mean, it's not funny at all, actually. We're in the second round for the first time in a while because essentially, Premier League clubs enter the second round if they're not in Europe, and that has not been the case for us for a long time. And the second round is still done in a North versus South setup. Is that right? I mean, there's something like 24 teams in the North and 24 in the South. Is that?
To be honest, I think you probably know more about the draw than I do. I'm just waiting to see who Arsenal are going to get. But look, I think it's going to be. I think it's a sign of, I guess, how far the club have fallen over the past couple of years. The fact that they're in the second round of the Carabao Cup. I remember the third round games over the years with Arsene Wenger, the 6-0 over Sheffield United, and I think
6-3 Liverpool.
Yeah, some big results over the years. But look, I don't think the matches are being streamed either. I don't think any broadcaster has the TV rights yet, so I'm not sure there's going to be a big interest, but at least we have some interest.
Again. Well, they're not in the door.
Oh, jeez, we're going to get copied. No, so see, when you're saying that, Chris, how do you feel going into this season then overall with, like you say, that sort of downtrodden attitude of being in that round of the cup draw?
I mean, I think I'm quite an optimistic person, and I try and keep away from all the social media stuff. I mean, there's a lot of negativity on social media at the moment. I think with the Aaron Ramsdale stuff today, there was quite a negative reaction to that. Which
I missed all that because I was sleeping and then preparing, and I completely missed all that until you brought it up, Owen, earlier in the podcast. But yeah,
that's what Arsenal Twitter being negative. No. Never.
You've gone right back into Twitter, Owen, and immediately got that's like saying I'm not going to go swimming for a while, and you go swimming and you dive off the diving board and there's no water in the pool.
I'm back with a vengeance, man. I'm just calling everybody out that, yeah, no, never mind. Anyway, Chris, somebody we were talking about there just before you come on was Fowler Balogun and his potential avenue into the side. Is there from your understanding any intent from the club to maybe move him on a loan for the season to gain some experience, or are they quite adamant to have him remain with the first team squad this season?
I don't think he'll be moved on. I think all the signs and the talk around the club has been that after signing his long-term contract, he's going to get some kind of opportunities. I think he's going to get a full season of under 23s. I mean, that's kind of what he had last season, but I think he's going to get regular game time there, some minutes in the cup competitions. He's going to be in the squad for Premier League games as well. That's what I would expect. I think you can see the way he's been used in pre-season. Hasn't played probably as much as he would have liked, but he still has those big forward players ahead of him, doesn't he? Lacazette, of course. We don't really know what's happening with him at the moment. I think Auber as well doesn't guarantee you like consistent form, I think. So I think he will get chances. And I think signing that long-term contract, he was kind of promised that he's going to get at least showing a pathway to the first team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's actually surprising the amount of, we mentioned earlier how bloated Arsenal's squad is at the best of times, never mind with the lack of European competition this season. And somebody else that was linked with a potential loan or even a permanent move, I think I've seen being tipped as well, was Reiss Nelson. He's somebody I think that maybe hasn't made the most of his opportunities, but then again, you could argue that he hasn't really been given as many as some other players have been. He was potentially being moved with, or being tipped with a move to Crystal Palace down to Patrick Vieira. Has that sort of gained any legs, or is it just fizzled out?
I haven't heard anything on Reiss Nelson, to be honest. I think James Benge, I'm not sure if he's appeared yet or he's appearing tomorrow, but yeah.
He'll be on tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, good. Tomorrow afternoon, you'll hear from him on Reiss Nelson, I'm sure. But he's the man in the know on Reiss Nelson. He knows, I think, some people close to him. And from what we've heard, I think Hertha Berlin have been interested. They've expressed an interest again. I feel sorry for Nelson, to be honest. I think he stayed at Arsenal because he didn't want to go out on loan. And then he didn't get any opportunities. He had an injury, of course. I think it just all backfired on him, his decision to stay at the club. I think he's stalling as well over signing a new contract, which he's been offered. So I think there is a pathway for him to get opportunities. Like, I don't think Nicolas Pepe is going to start every single match next season. I think there's opportunities for him, but I'm not convinced, or I don't think Mikel Arteta is convinced that Nelson is the right man to kind of lead him forward. And I just don't think he has much of a future at Arsenal, but I could be wrong.
Remember, if you're in the chat, you can go to GoonerOpenMic.com to join us live and get a chance to ask a question or make a comment to Chris. You can ask him a question. Just don't make the question. Don't just show up on the camera and go, Madison News. I mean, he gets enough of that on Twitter.
It's like essentially what I've done for the opening 10 minutes.
And I want to ask you this, and we're going to ask Charles as well when he comes on, because you are the two that I just see this the most with. So you tweet something. I mean, it doesn't even have to be about Arsenal. It could be like my knee hurts or something like that. You tweet something. Charles had a tweet about Monopoly game the other day, and within 60 seconds, there's 158 two-word replies, of which the second word is always news. The first word is, Benzema news, Mavila news. I mean, like, are these actual people, or are these like a bunch of Russian automated bots that are just, or are they just people that are really that big of dicks?
I'm not going to comment on that, but I don't think. I don't check my Twitter analytics and stuff. I'm not really into that, but I'm sure there's a lot of younger people on Twitter, like teenagers and the kind of FIFA generation. I think there's a big clamor, isn't there, for clubs to sign players. Transfers are clearly what get people excited at the moment, and I think once you tweet a story or an exclusive about a transfer, like Charles has done many times, I think, from my opinion, I think you kind of bring it on yourself a little, because people are expecting that from you regularly, consistently. If you do one, they expect you to do it all the time, and that's
the thing. It's the kind of treating you like you're a computer or a machine or like they're servants or something like that. I mean, look, it is your the job that you've taken on and enjoy to be able to inform people and to provide insight that others can't. But this like 15-year-old telling someone who's worked their life to being a journalist, like, give me this. It's like going to a fine dining establishment and being a complete dick to the waiter. Like it's just, I mean, I don't know. It bugs me, and
this is actually funny because I actually think in many ways I feel horrible for I feel horrible for the likes of yourself on occasion, Chris, because I think sometimes and this is actually a sort of popular consensus on Twitter, the birthplace of all fantastic ideas, that Arsenal are slow in their transfer business. You know, that news trickles out and it takes an absolute age for deals to get done, deals to be completed. From your perspective, as somebody who covers Arsenal, do you look on at maybe colleagues who cover other clubs, and do you think that Arsenal as a football club operate their business slower than the majority of the rest of them?
I think they do. Yeah, I think I've discussed it before that the way Arsenal work, they're completely different to the other top clubs in the Premier League. And I think we know that Tim Lewis has a huge influence now. You know, he's the kind of right arm of the Kroenkes at the club. So pretty much everything has to go through him. I give you example at Kieran Tierney's contract renewal recently. That was done pretty quickly. Because it's a pretty easy deal to do. Like all parties wanted him to stay, and basically it had to be approved by the Kroenkes or Tim Lewis. So he signed off on the numbers, and that's how it was approved. So it's the same with transfers. They kind of weigh up how much the player is going to cost, whether it's a viable deal. They look at stuff like market value in a few years' time. That's why Ben White was signed for such a big fee, and I think there's a lot of professional people working at Arsenal, and I know there's a lot of criticism of people like Edu for going on holiday and stuff like that. But what I would say is that I think Charles has also reported it, that Arsenal want to be judged at the end of the transfer window. We still have a few weeks to go before the window is over. I think Arsenal clearly are going to do business. They want to sign a backup goalkeeper, as we reported today, and I think they are working on it, but I know there's kind of a clamour for everything to be done immediately because we're in that kind of social media age.
I have been asked to be judged at the end of my diet, but I'm not going to say when that's going to be. So yeah, we have the draw now, Chris. I mean, I know you can multitask, but if you need a couple of minutes, we have some filler that we can play. If you need to get some tweets out here, just mention us in the tweets. That's all I ask.
I think I can do it at the same time, but yeah, cheers guys. Oh, you tweeted it before me. Okay,
I didn't tweet it. I just put it in here because I didn't want to scoop you, because that would be rude to ask you on a podcast so that I could scoop Charles Wheatley. But
Charles Wheatley, is that like two people at once?
I'm sorry, Chris Wheatley.
That's the biggest compliment I've been paid for a long time.
At least I didn't call you Fabrizio Wheatley. We're not gonna go there. Where we are gonna go is a question. Someone has joined us in the green room, or in the red room as I call it. Again, anyone can come in. GoonerOpenMic.com. We have Dean from Texas, who's now on with Chris.
How's it going, guys?
Dean, who tweeted earlier when he saw the show lineup, he was so excited that there were 6 straight hours of Mike Hernandez and Not Another Arsenal podcast and all these other things, and said nothing about Alan Smith and Chris Wheatley and Charles Watts and Lee Dixon. He wanted the amateur podcasters. So I'm surprised that you've joined us, but I'm glad. Dean, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
I'm just contemplating whether to open my first can of Red Bull or not.
I'm holding off as long as I possibly can, but
I'm trying. I'm trying.
You got
a question for Chris?
So a lot. I'm not going to go full Madison, but a lot has been about that central kind of attacking mid type of player. I think where our attack at least is kind of the weakest is on the left side. We've been playing Aubameyang there. He hasn't been performing like I think most of us would expect him to or want him to. Why do you think that the team really hasn't been looking at more of a truer left-sided player? Is that more of they think Smith Rowe can fill in there? Or I'll tell you just kind of what my, pipe dream would be is something like a Raheem Sterling, something like that, who has a relationship with Arteta, who has a track record at City, if they do go in and try to get Kane, somebody like that, they're probably going to have to sell someone. I know Silva's kind of been the name floated and Mahrez, but I think to even out our attack, the true left-sided player is something we should be looking at. But I don't really hear a lot of names coming up.
It's a good question, Dina. I mean, just because it hasn't been reported, doesn't mean Arsenal aren't looking at that kind of positional player. But I personally haven't heard anything on a left-sided player coming in. I think Gabriel Martinelli is one player who can also play on the left-hand side, and we kind of forget about him. You know, he's just come back from the Olympics with a gold medal around his neck. He's, for me, is going to be one of the biggest players next season if he gets game time, because we know last season there was that kind of desperation to see him play week in, week out. He just didn't get the minutes that he would have liked. But I think he's certainly one of the players who can play on the left-hand side. I think Mikel Arteta ideally sees him long-term as a number 9 or playing in that kind of central area. We know he's been working on his kind of shooting as well in training, doing individual sessions, kind of preparing himself for that. So I think, yeah, he's one player who can play on the left-hand side. And clearly, Auba, for me, he's not, you don't get the best out of Aubameyang on the left-hand side, but Mikel Arteta continues to play him there. So look, I think it's a tough question to answer, but I think Arsenal do have options there. And I think Martinelli may be one of those.
I'm a big Martinelli fan as well. I think anytime I've seen him play, even during the Olympics with Brazil, he's come on, he's made an impact. My only, I guess, concern with that is if you're running, a 3 of Saka, ESR, and Martinelli, it's really young. Not that they're not talented and proven, but that's a really young, attack with either then assuming Aubameyang or Lacazette up front.
I'd rather have a good attack than an experienced attack, to be honest with you, if I had to choose between the two. I mean, their youth doesn't scare me as much as it would have maybe a few years ago, because, I mean, the effort that they're putting in is phenomenal. I'd love to see him get more playing time. I'm a Martinelli-acker, or whatever we want to call us, because I just think he's got that passion and the physicality. And, I mean, he's well beyond his years, and, except for when he gets, like, a little bit hurt and cries, but look, I've never been in that situation, so I'm not gonna mock. But like, yeah, I mean, he just seems like a guy who I want to see in this team for the next 6 or 7 seasons, and he's said and done all the right stuff to not really rock the boat with his lack of playing time last season. This has to be the year where he breaks in, though. And will it be at Aubameyang's expense, Chris? I mean, I would like that, only because I would like to know that Aubameyang isn't an automatic name on the team sheet when he's struggling.
I don't think he's an automatic name. I think there were games last season where he was dropped, and Mikel Arteta as well. I remember for that Tottenham game where he didn't play at all because he was late for the team meeting. I think Mikel Arteta treats each player. Well, actually, I can't say that because then people are going to bring up Willian. So it's a tough one. But look, I think if Aubameyang is not playing on form, then he's not going to play. It's as simple as that.
I would like to think that would be the case, not just for Aubameyang, but for everybody. I mean,
exactly.
And it didn't feel that way really at least in the first half of the season. It didn't feel like merit was driving the situation. It felt like preconceived notions or experience was driving it, and as a young coach, inexperienced coach in the Premier League, learning on the job, I would hope that that's something that we don't see signs of in the early part of this season as well. And based on the starting 11 against Tottenham and Chelsea, I'm not so sure that we've seen that change. But, that's why the season is still yet to be played. We don't know.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, Chris, that we're potentially waiting on dominoes to fall? Say, for example, we're being linked with the likes of Ødegaard and James Maddison, but to me, it seems like we could potentially see things start to move if this Joe Willock deal to Newcastle is completed. Is that the feeling or the news that you're getting, that Arsenal are really sort of potentially waiting on sales before starting to complete any more business?
Yeah, I think it's a good point you make. I think it's a mixture of both. Like clearly they need to sell players. There's, off the top of my head, probably 4 or 5 players who probably don't have a future at Arsenal and should be kind of leaving soon. But it's going to be difficult to get those players out. I know people were kind of quote tweeting the overhaul article that I wrote at the end of last season, which was kind of confirmed by Mikel Arteta as well when he said there's going to be an unprecedented summer in terms of outgoings and incomings. It hasn't happened, but it hasn't happened for a reason. Most other clubs in Europe have also struggled to get rid of players. I think it's been said many times, but you look at Chelsea, they still have Baba Rahman and Danny Drinkwater on their books. These are players who are not going to get into the Chelsea team at all. But there's no buyers.
They still have Dennis Wise on their books.
And Arsenal still have someone like Sead Kolasinac on their books. And, speaking to Kolasinac's people, they're pretty tight-lipped, but, there's been no talk of a contract termination from what I've been told. And I think that's because he still has a year left. We know that Socrates and Ozil, Socrates and Mustafi had their contracts terminated in January. And I think that was a sign that Arsenal were pretty ruthless, but also desperate. I think they were desperate to get those players off the books. So, look, I think we might see a repeat of that if Kolasinac is forced to stay. But Arsenal are trying to find clubs for these guys. And when you finished 8th last season and you've struggled over the past few years, your fringe players aren't going to be attractive to clubs in Europe who are trying to strengthen their teams. They're not just going to say, "Oh, he's an Arsenal player." So
we're not holding all the cards here.
Exactly.
I was saying in a recent podcast that if you don't know who the sucker is at the poker table, then you're the sucker, and that's been Arsenal's role for the last few years. Except I think we do know that that's who we are. Dean, anything else for Chris before we let you go?
No, that's good. The left side is, I guess, what's kind of, on my mind. I don't hear a lot of talk about it. So, it seems more of the Odegaard and Madison's, the central type players. But, like I said, I wish we could really have someone on the left there to take that over and fill in for Aubameyang.
Well, we will see this season. Dean, thanks for joining us. Thank you for your support. Hopefully we'll see you a little bit later on when your podcasting heroes are on with us. It's always going to be a fun time. So, Dean, take care.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
So, Chris, on the Mikel Arteta situation, I mean, you're in, whether it's virtual or in person, you're able to put the audio, the visuals of Arteta with the words. I mean, in the sense of seeing really whether he is conviction in what he's saying or whether he's just going through the motions. And, we've seen that with a lot of players where if you read what he said, it sounds great or it sounds awful. But if you saw what he said or how he said it, you gain more perspective on it. It really sounded at the end of last season as though he was coming into a situation where he was pushing his power a bit, kind of saying, I know the ownership knows that this is what needs to be done and we're going to do it. And it was pretty encouraging to hear. And I think maybe over the last 3 or 4 months, that's kind of, you're starting to at least read some things from him that sound like classic Arsene Wenger. Like, if we see somebody that we're, able to improve upon, we'll move. We're going to make the best of what we have. I mean, it's like a total 180. Am I reading too much into this, or are you seeing that maybe he's not been cuckolded a bit, but like he's been put down a couple of pegs in his aggressiveness to try to speak for ownership?
It's a really good question. And before I answer it, I'm just laughing at that comment that says, I'm shocked that Kolasinac has people from...
Yeah, I was laughing at that. That's my native Dublin Gooner. Absolute legend.
And John, thank you. Dublin Gooner John, thank you for your generous donation as well. I hope I'm rooting for you in the raffle. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think Mikel Arteta, he was quite brisk as well in some of his press conferences towards the end of last season. There was the game, the press conference after the Chelsea game, where he was really angry about being misquoted.
Yeah, I remember that. And he wasn't misquoted, was he?
It was a difficult one. Like, I think maybe misinterpreted, or look, I think he was just frustrated because, it's a 24/7 job. The coverage is non-stop. I think it must be pretty intense for a football manager or football player, unless you take yourself off social media completely. I know Mikel Arteta says he doesn't check social media and stuff like that. So, but look, I think he has full support from the owners because that's what he's repeatedly said. I know people are going to say, well, he's employed by them, so he has to say that. But I think we've seen last summer, the summer before, Arsenal have money to spend. They have invested in the team. The question this summer is, why has it been a case of having to wait so late? I think, as we've already said, it's not just Arsenal; it's many other teams as well. I think you can't really compare to the likes of Manchester City, who are spending £100 million on Jack Grealish. PSG have just signed Messi. Some crazy
free, but they're giving him 90,000 million quadrillion pounds a week. So
yeah, but a huge contract. And look, I think you can't compare Arsenal to these kind of teams. Like, I know they have a billionaire owner, but they they operate very differently to these teams. I think Mikel Arteta is in a tough position, and look, he has a big job on his hands, because if Arsenal don't get the players that they need in time before the end of the window, then he's gonna struggle. Because you look at the way the team finished last season. I think, look, in terms of form, they finished well, they finished strong, and in the form table they look good, but finishing with the same squad pretty much, potentially extending Bellerin's deal as well. I don't think he's been offered a deal yet, but these kind of players still staying at the club. I think question marks will remain if the results are the same.
Extending deals to protect transfer value is something we've always been poor about. And, now we see it happening with Xhaka and that sort of thing. But extending those deals and then just going back to relying on the same people on the pitch that have shown that they don't have it for Arsenal is something that I think Mikel Arteta does. It'll make or break his time at Arsenal, because, let's say he doesn't get the support that we know that he's needed. Is that his fault? Is it, people blame him for not demanding more, whatever the case may be. But even last season, we saw him gradually kind of forcibly move to tactics that the average, 16-year-old on Twitter was calling for earlier in the season. And with great success. So it's almost like, if we see it, how come you don't see it? He's been probably the guy who's getting in his own way the most. Other than that, I don't think our talent is 8th place talent. I think our talent is, 4th or 5th place talent, but it's just, we got in our own way until the second half of the season. So I guess what I'm trying to say is he could be under supported from management and start the season with the exact squad that we have now, and still come out looking good if he shows signs of having learned from what did and didn't work in the past. Is that fair to say, or will it just really come down to the fact that he wasn't supported?
I think in terms of the fan
20-minute question. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. It's a tough question to answer, but I think in terms of fan opinion and fan influence as well. I remember Arsene Wenger years ago saying one day that fans are going to be able to kind of choose which players are on the substitutes bench, or they can actually choose the team. That was his kind of vision, in a few years' time.
And that wasn't in a positive way, right? He was like, this is the hell that we have in front of us.
Yeah, and you look at the crypto partnership that Arsenal have done and other Premier League clubs are actually doing now. You look at that kind of thing where the fans can choose the kind of music as well. You can imagine in a few years' time that Wenger's prophecy is going to become true, because nowadays, like I said with the Ramsdale thing, the reaction was so negative. I don't think I've seen such.
Does that affect the club's plan? Are they like, whoa, maybe we should give second thought to that?
But that's actually something I was going to ask you, Chris, because I remember when I was younger, before social media really took off, or football Twitter was even a thing, you didn't know about a player or that your club was going to sign him until it showed up on teletext or on Sky News, and like Patrick Vieira arriving at, I have no idea who he was at that time, but now everybody is an armchair critic and everybody's an expert, and people have judgments casted before people arrive. Like when Dennis Bergkamp arrived at Arsenal, he was relatively criticised before making the move to Arsenal as an underperformer. Do you think that football or football Twitter in general, or social media in general, has had a negative impact in the way that the business as a model actually operate on a day-to-day basis?
It's difficult to say because I'm not in in the business, like in that kind of sense, in terms of like an agent or whatever. Like, but speaking to agents and people in the game, I think it certainly has a negative impact on certain aspects, like players, for example. Like I know some players who switched off all their kind of notifications and just won't check social media before or after a game because it affects them mentally. I think Hector Bellerin has actually spoken about that before as well. And yeah, I think it does have it certainly has an influence as well. Like I saw Edu did an interview recently Edu's son did an interview recently where he said that his dad does see what the Arsenal fans are saying on social media, which I thought was quite interesting. But we would know that because Edu has a presence on social media. I don't know how many technical directors actually are on Instagram, at least so publicly like he is. So he certainly has a sense of what the fans are saying and what they like and what they don't like. But how much of it
does he sense that they don't like him posting vacation pictures during transfer windows? I mean, fair or not, I'm just saying.
I mean, clearly he doesn't care, and that he's within his own right to do so. Like,
God forbid you take a break.
Benge used to be lounging on the beach like the day before the transfer window closed, and people would go absolutely crazy, and that was like 6 years ago.
But people want to be so, and it's funny, Chris, you mentioned there the I'm not sure the right name for it. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but basically the Arsenal cryptocurrency that fans now have access to. It's a bit of a confusing one for me personally, and I'd like to get both your opinions on this. But is it right morally for the club to exploit? And this is only my chain of thought. Is it morally right for the club to exploit the fan base's desire to be involved with the club and make it a profitable scheme, rather than this just being some sort of gesture of interaction that they could throw out there for nothing?
I think Arsenal have struggled like many other teams commercially over the past few years. Obviously, the pandemic, has brought its own challenges. But in terms of commercial deals, I think a lot of the deals have expired. So there's a clear need for Arsenal to renew, to make new commercial deals. And whether that means like selling their soul, or whether or not you kind of agree with the crypto stuff. Like I'm certainly not like an expert or have like any big insight on crypto. I know some people see it as like a form of gambling. Mm-hmm. I think that's an opinion which some might disagree with it. But look, I think it's a good question. I know that Arsenal are working on more commercial deals, but they also made a lot of redundancies in their commercial department. I know a lot of commercial people left Arsenal as well over the past year and a half. So yeah, I think it depends. I mean, what do you guys think about the crypto thing? I'm sure you know more than me on that.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I'm an early adopter to a lot of things, but crypto just, it drives me crazy. Like, how do you mine Bitcoin? You built a computer so that you could mine Bitcoin. I'm like, I'm used to trading stocks and options. I'm very familiar with derivatives and equities and stuff, but Bitcoin has always just been a bit too shady for me.
I think this is my fault for phrasing that question wrong, because it isn't really crypto. There's no there's no potential for it to grow or to decline. You're basically purchasing tokens in a sense.
Okay, so it's tokens. It's not a publicly traded commodity
but the more tokens you purchase, the more voting power essentially you have. If I'm correct, it could be wrong.
Well, they used to do that, but they called it shares of stock in the club, and then they stopped doing that. So now they're basically selling like voting shares that aren't ownership shares. So you don't participate in the profits or losses, but you can buy influence in the club. I think that's pretty shady, actually. I don't love that.
Turn on the Triple H music at halftime. Time to play the game. Just put a fucking poll out. Everybody will vote for that. Don't be making people spend. Here's my
a poll would be fine for that.
Here's my objection to it morally. Okay, and I could be going off on one here for no reason at all. I think that there's a lot of vulnerable people, especially people who get obsessed with stuff. And I think that when you when you cast out a fishing net to try and catch vulnerable people to make a financial gain out of something that they love and obsess about, I think that you're exploiting people there. And I think that for how much this could actually profit Arsenal in terms of income in comparison to other deals, I think that there's a big difference in taking money off Fly Emirates to stick on the front of your jersey and the difference in taking off Davy, who loves going down to watch Arsenal in the pub and drinking a few pints with his mates. There's a big difference for me in that. And that's where I think there's moral exploitation of people here.
I'm a little more free market. I'm like, if there's, and I've said this about podcasts that I don't like. I've said this about a lot of things. I'm like, the free market determines whether something has value or not. So, who am I to say that a certain podcaster shouldn't have 10,000 or 50,000 subs? Clearly, they're doing something that their market likes and it supports.
Who? Name some names.
Yeah, we're not naming some names, but the guy paid a certain guy to come on their podcast, and we talked about 14 or 15-year-olds on Twitter. That's their.
Sorry, let's just be clear. You basically, it doesn't matter. Go on ahead. Sorry.
and I lost a bet and I had to order a T-shirt from his merch shop. And a month on from actually spending the money on that, there's been not a peep about when it's going to be shipped, and I'm fine. I'd rather just lose the money. But anyway, aside from that, if someone wants to buy something and there's enough people to support it, then fine. So I don't look at it so much as taking advantage, because unless they're promising something and not delivering it, whether they should be doing it at all is a different story. Just because you can make money on something doesn't mean you should. When you are a club that has a history and morals and kind of a family type feel, it really is monetizing desire to support the club. I wouldn't purchase influence that way. I already have enough on the club as it is. No, I wouldn't try to purchase influence that way.
We can move on to the monopoly of Arsenal as a football club. Chris, I seen a thing, and maybe I'm not sure whether you have seen anything regarding this yourself today, but I seen we're out of Europe completely this season, and yet we still have the highest season ticket prices in the country. Like that, you know what I mean? Like for a club who are failing to deliver in the pitch, they're still demanding top dollar for what we're seeing, and
yeah, I think my answer to that is, again, you're coming with the tough questions today.
Sorry, buddy.
I can think of some other tough questions, but you wouldn't appreciate me asking you them, so I'm going to keep those on.
No, I think my answer to that would be it's the most expensive because the demand is there. I think that the waiting list is still. I mean, I haven't checked with the club how big the waiting list is, but last time I think it was thousands. People still want to come and watch Arsenal, believe it or not, despite the form of the past few years. Obviously, the location helps a lot, because that means you're always going to be guaranteed people who want to come and watch Arsenal consistently. So I think, in short, it's expensive because the demand is there. Otherwise, the prices would be going right down. I don't think it's connected to form, not being in Europe. Although I know they did freeze. I think they did freeze ticket prices for the upcoming season. So, yeah, a tough question, but I think that'll be my answer.
Yeah, it's a funny one as well, because I'm sure that just looking around the football landscape in general, and it was just a comment that came into the live chat that put me onto this now. With the apparent fall of Barcelona, Real Madrid seem to be struggling at the minute financially too. A lot of the Italian giants are strapped for cash too. Do you think there's a lot of people in the football world now that are maybe looking about and regretting the decision to cast aside the European Super League, especially a club like Arsenal who have finished outside those European places and seemingly are struggling financially as well?
I can still see the Super League happening in a different form in a few years' time.
Was there changes to the Champions League format too?
There was, and although I don't think we have to worry about that for a couple of years at least. And I think, yeah, look, it's the Super League was absolute. I'm trying to think of the polite words I was going to swear. An absolute shit show.
Cluster F. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think in terms of Florentino Perez, we know that he's not going to give up on that idea, and Perez is still one of the most powerful people in football. I think probably Arsenal's kind of stance on that was that they were kind of dragged along, that they wanted to be part of it because everyone else was a part of it, which
seems like everybody said that though.
Yeah. I think my son said that when I caught him doing something at age 12, and I mean that a football team doesn't get to use that as an excuse.
Yes, a bit of a flimsy excuse, but look, I think it will come back in a different form in a few years. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of clandestine meetings, in hotels over the next few years. They're going to be planning something. I mean, there's so much money in elite football, in those elite teams right now, like the teams we spoke about, the PSGs, the Chelseas. The money is endless. Manchester City it's endless. So I think there will be a way. I think there will be some kind of Super League format in the near future for sure.
Yeah, it'll just be called like the Duper League or something like that. I mean, because apparently the clubs have to pay, like they have to give their firstborn children and 50 billion quid if they end up joining the Super League. But the Super Duper League is a completely different story. So here's what we're going to do with our remaining time. We've got some great, we've had some great questions. Chris, I appreciate you spending the time with us. We're going to do a draw. We're going to ask you for your top 4, bottom 3, and your Arsenal finishing position, and then we're going to finish off the hour playing a video of our experience in Orlando. Chris, as you know, we talked about this offline. The club was coming to Orlando. You were coming to Orlando. You were the one of the UK based press that was coming over that I knew about, and
I was the only one.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to everyone else, and they're like, "No, we're not sending anybody over." And now they look pretty smart. But yeah, you were going to be there. I had beers out on the bar waiting for some pints, and it never happened. I still went, and the reason I went was because partying with other Gooners who have nothing better to do because the team isn't there anymore is really, really a good time. And I didn't regret it. We raised some good money for charity. We got some good stories. I did some interviews, and I've looped them into a video. It's maybe 20, 25 minutes or so. So we're going to kind of take the last 5 or 10 minutes of this hour and the first 10 minutes of the next hour and play that video. I hope that you'll stay tuned in if you're in the chat. But before we do that, let's get an update on how we're doing on the fundraising goal. We are at... Where are we? Yeah, we are at $3,740 of our $5,000 POD-A-THON goal, 74%. Amazing showing from everybody so far, and there's still about 16 draws left. So get your money in. We'll be drawing more stuff, especially as we get into tomorrow. There's some really, really great stuff that we're going to be drawing for, and more top guests as we started off with. So with no further ado, our next prize draw is for a Ruth Beck art print. If you know what this is, then you know what this is. This is a very understated, straightforward print of the Invincibles Premier League trophy.
The simplicity is what makes it so beautiful. I actually really like that.
It is. I mean, the beauty in this picture is the colorful and the memories that it brings back. The beauty in this picture is the simplicity, and it really is nice. And that's the one we're giving away this hour to a lucky winner. Now, if you were watching in our first 2 hours, our first 2 prize draw winners were the same person. And I use a randomizer that completely randomizes everybody. It gives proper weighting to the number of entries that you have. If you donate more, you have more entries. I can confirm for you that it was just a coincidence because I've run a number of just like practice draws on my own, and it's been different people each time. So if that person wins again, if Kushal wins again, it is one of the more statistically unlikely things I've ever seen, but I don't control it. So Chris, I hope you'll stay with us while we give this away. The drawing for the Ruth Beck art print of the golden trophy. Let's share the screen so we can all see the winner live. And we have cameras in each of our donors' houses to show their reaction live. They don't know that yet. So, all right, the winner of the Ruth Beck Art Trophy print. Steve Manios. All right, we have somebody different, and Steve, as we know, came in with a massive donation, and this is Steve Manios's weight is not for this isn't his actual weight. That's the number of tickets that he. That's my actual weight. That is not Steve Manios's actual weight. So, so congratulations to Steve. Steve's a great guy, massive Gooner, and as far as his love for the team is concerned. And congratulations to Steve. If you haven't donated yet and you'd like to, please go to goonersvcancer.com. We're raising money straight through to 7 p.m. UK tomorrow. That's 2 p.m. Eastern time in the US. Chris, top 4 for this season? Who are you thinking?
Top 4. I think it's going to be tough to get top 4, but
no, I'm saying who do you envision being the top 4?
Oh, okay, all right. In terms of Arsenal getting top 4, I think it's going to be tough. I think City, Liverpool, Chelsea, and possibly Spurs.
Ooh.
Over United.
Yeah,
but I think if Spurs keep a hold of Harry Kane, I mean, it doesn't look for certain that he's going to be joining City at the moment. I think they will have a good chance. But yeah, between United and Spurs, maybe I should have said United instead.
you say what you think. Look, because so far, if Spurs end up finishing 4th, you'll be upset. But then you can basically point back to the Gooners podcast-a-thon for Gooners versus Cancer, where you actually predicted it and push your chest out. Bottom 3, who are you thinking? It doesn't have to be in any particular order, but who do you think's going down this year?
It's a good question. I think I have to look at the table, to be honest, to even.
Popular choices have been Crystal Palace, Norwich,
Watford. Yeah, I mean,
Watford.
I guess the better question, the more interesting question is, teams that have been up for a handful of years that aren't just boomeranging back and forth. Anybody that you see really under threat this season to go down?
Yeah, Burnley. I think Burnley might go down this year. I think after. To be fair, they've been a success story in the Premier League without spending much money at all. So I think Burnley, Palace, possibly Watford, but I think Watford, they've spent quite well in the window. So yeah.
Okay, excellent. So Chris, before we move over to the video, anything else you want to get out there? Again, it was nice breaking some news with you on the Carabao Cup second round. What's coming up soon besides the obvious, which is probably a presser tomorrow with Mikel Arteta and the Brindle game on Thursday?
Yes. Other than that, look, I think that the transfer window is going crazy. I've just seen James McNicholas come out with a line that the Ramsdale transfer is broken down. So I think, we're going to see a lot of these kind of things over the next few weeks. I think
and the Arsenal supporters rejoice.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be happy if that doesn't come to fruition.
We will find more. We'll find more about that from James tomorrow morning when he's on. I figured hopefully there'll be some big news that breaks during the POD-A-THON, because there really hadn't been for a couple of days, and we can get more content, because honestly I don't have enough to go for 24 hours. But Chris, it's been a pleasure. I'm truly sorry that we didn't get a chance to have some pints down in ridiculously beastly hot Orlando, home of COVID. But I made it out alive, and I'll be over in London soon. And if the team ever comes to the US, I'll be happy to host you for a night at the bar.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. And by the way, guys, well done for doing this. I think it's fantastic, brilliant cause, and keep it up. And I hope you get the cans of Red Bull in.
Thanks. And he was talking to me. He wasn't talking to you.
I have one down. I'm already one down.
Yeah, the amount of urination that's going to be happening in the overnight portion of this podcast is going to be something to watch. But so far, 4 hours in, I'm doing surprisingly well. So, in any case, enough about that. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great afternoon, great evening, and looking forward to hearing more from you throughout the season.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
All right.
Cheers, Chris.
All right, Owen. So we're going to take our first break. Give us about 20 minutes to get some stuff done. Hopefully, you'll stay with us. But in 20 minutes, we will be welcoming in Mike McDonald, our beloved expat who lives in Tennessee, hosting his famed "Who Am I" game. It's the first of a few different games that are scheduled for this 24-hour podcast. Mike will be on with Ryan Fletcher. With James Howson making his duck-breaking appearance on the Gooners podcast. And, of course, Danny, the old GFP, who will hopefully not be naked as he was in the promotional video that we did. But so join us back in about 20 minutes for that. And in the meantime, enjoy kind of how the fundraising went for us, despite it was called the No Parte, We Still Party fundraiser event, or whatever you want to call it. I'm so original with the names, but yeah, this was a good time, and hopefully you'll enjoy some of the interviews that we did. And that video doesn't work. I just tried to share it and it doesn't work. So instead, we're going to play a different one, and it's actually going to be a much shorter break than I thought. But bear with me here a little. This was bound to happen at some point in this mega podcast. Let's see.
Andy would have done this seamlessly.
Yeah, Andy would have done this seamlessly. So instead, we're actually going to play about a 6-minute video. And it is of a charity event that was done 2 years ago between Andy and myself. We will do anything for charity, and this is proof positive of that. So, in fact, we will be back right around 11 o'clock UK time, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Enjoy the penalty shootout for Gooners versus Cancer.
All right, guys, we are out here at Dick's Sporting Goods Field. We are doing the penalty shootout.
Thank you to the crew of Arsenal.
Thank you so much.
At NOLA_Gooners for the Gooners versus Cancer donation on GoonerAuction.com. There's a lot of other cool stuff that you can do, but you're about to see a grown man pull every muscle in his body, embarrass himself, and then I'm also in this shootout.
All right, we're gonna get to it.
Now let's just take a quick look. I just want to say, someone has.
I came prepared. You asked me to be a goalie, so I'm the goalie gloves.
And someone else
I put cleats on.
Someone else has their walking sneakers and 961 pounds of weight on them. So
all I'm going to say,
I think
Mike,
the deck is stacked against me here.
You planned this, so you could have come suitably prepared.
I might just surprise some people. You never know.
Well, yeah, I know
with how much I suck.
He used to play, so he's going to do a warm up, which I'm definitely getting on camera. Then we're going to start this shit.
I can't believe he thought I was so bad he didn't even stand in the goal.
What?
All right, we're going to get started. All right, first kick.
Do what the hockey keepers do. All right. Ah!
The proof is in the pudding, and the pudding in this case is a football. Goal!
Good save.
Swat!
I like your strategy of not moving until you make sure that I'm going to force you to move. Well, that sucked.
Yes, 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 yes! That was a goal.
How many did you make? 2? Yeah. So I gotta make all 3 of these. I gotta make these next 2.
That stays in. Better than this.
Ref, I need a second. Good one, Mike. Alright, do that one again.
Alright, so it's 2-2
So do we go to sudden death?
with the 10th and final kick.
It's 2-2. I'm about to try and go upper 90 on him. Ready?
Ah! Overtime, baby! Extra time!
Booth, eat my goal.
Do you guys know in that, like, you know, like the, you try to make your friend feel good and let them win? Yeah, I'm kind of in that mode right now. You know, I'm in the giving spirit.
In 6 kicks, it's Andy with 2 and Mike with 3. Champion of the world.
What the fuck?
Now you can see why I shaved my head. First of all, that was the.
I loved your. Remember Gomez that played for Swansea?
Like Aurelio Gomez.
That celebration.
Oh no, Batafemi. Yeah, that was my. That was big at the time. This was a little over 2 years ago. That, and I also did not have any strength to get up off the ground, so I had to do that. But welcome to the podcast. This is our. What are we in our hour 5? We've got 2 of our 4 guests for this hour because we got a game scheduled. Ryan Fletcher, Mr. Arsenal Podcast. Normally, your podcast hosts this game. Thank you for letting us steal this one, and just know in your heart that you, my friend, have probably just cured cancer by doing this. So good to have you on with us, my friend. How you been?
Yeah, apart from obviously everything, all things Arsenal, pretty good. Keeping busy.
Other than Arsenal, things are going really well in your life. Huh?
Oh yeah, fantastic.
And Danny Sweetman, the sweetest of men. You've got clothes on today. That's a start.
I'm not wearing any pants.
Well, we've never been a podcast that requires that.
You just want to pray that this camera doesn't fall like it did once before. There'll be dingle dangles for everyone. Well, more dangles than
Am I
dingle.
off base by saying you look like you might have shed a few pounds?
I was on a keto diet for 3 weeks. Ate nothing but cheese and eggs and a steak.
Oh, that's not that. I've done that before, but I wasn't on any diet. I just
don't fucking do it. I hate it. So the week after, I was on nothing but chocolate, sweets, and cake. Oh, it's been a good show tonight. I've watched most of it.
Oh, good.
I went to shave my head.
I seen what I was just going to say. You're looking extra.
You've been very
shiny.
chatty. I'm surprised Mike can't get a fucking word in.
Me, I know.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what it is, Danny? You know better than anybody. You have to. Mike is like an untrained dog. He needs a slap every now and then just to keep him, from getting too excited. Because if I don't talk, it means he has to talk. And
2 times during the show, I thought he was having a stroke. He's like, he's using technology.
Not only that, but I actually have a lot of windows open, doing a lot of different things right now. So it's an absolute pleasure to have Owen fill in my gaps.
The bloke's got a dozen houses sprinkled all over the USA, and he's still running the PC on Windows 98. Mike, you need a PC.
I don't even listen to what Danny says anymore. I just laugh because I know it's funny. So we've got a consistent 50 to 60 people in the chat, which for our podcast, that's great. I hope that if you're new to the podcast, you've been enjoying the content that we put out so far. If you haven't been here, you have missed Elliot Smith from the Yankee, aka Yankee Gunner from Arsenal Vision. You've missed. I didn't realize we started off with 2 Smiths. Alan Smith, Elliot's uncle. Who also played for Arsenal for a while. We gave away a signed shirt from Alan. Simon Collings of the Evening Standard, and Chris Wheatley, who I called Charles Wheatley a couple times, but he took that as a compliment. Chris Wheatley from Football.London just spent an hour with us, and it's been good. I'm energized. I still got adrenaline going. The fatigue hasn't fully hit me yet, although Ryan looks like he's sleeping.
No, I'm concentrated. I'm fully awake.
Ryan takes this game really fucking seriously. By the way,
he's going to win. I don't spoiler he's going to win, but I'm just happy to not have to run the show for a couple hours if those lads would get in here.
I have to say as well here, fair play to everybody in the chat, because throughout the entirety of this first 4 hours and 5 minutes, there's been a lot of consistent names in there that haven't left yet. So fair play for sticking around. We really appreciate that. And hopefully now that some of our more famous guests have fucked off, you'll stay with us, because Danny's here and Ryan's here and they're famous. Even though, Danny, I've got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It wasn't me.
So you question my pronunciation of our young Norwegian guy's
Mike.
name. Oh, Mike's? Oh, yeah, because I thought I pronounced it like the correct way.
Odegaard. That's how you say it.
No, it's Odegaard.
We have the definitive pronunciation because the man who has never pronounced anything wrong in his life came on our podcast and gave us something. So I'm gonna
Lee Judges.
No, it is not Lee Judges. So let's compare. Okay, Owen, you do it.
Oh, I know. Martin Odegaard. Isn't that the way he's going to say it, isn't it?
Okay, Ryan, give it a try.
Martin Odegaard.
Okay. Dan?
Martin.
I think it's Odegaard.
He knows I'm talking to him.
Odegaard. All right, let's hear from Derek Ray.
Sometimes it's easier just to say the name, and it's Martin Odegaard. 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 Odegaard.
Now to Derek's.
It sounds like the start of every 90s rave tune. Odegaard.
While you're at it, Mike, how do you know your co-host? How do you say his name? I've got no idea. Have you got any help with that? Because every time I try and do it, I'm talking while you find it. Every time
We are looking at how to pronounce this traditional Irish name. How do you go about pronouncing it? Not like it's spelled, but simply Owen.
Ian.
Owen.
Ian.
Owen.
Ian.
Owen. Here are many more videos on
Stunning. Very strong microwave game in the background there, boasting, flexing, I think you call it.
That was during a period of time where our kitchen was under construction. It was being renovated, and so we had the microwave on the dining room table. People think I live in squalor. Not true. Speaking of living in squalor, no, Jimmy, I have no idea how you live, but duck breaking appearance on the Gooners podcast. Big Jimmy V, Obviously, we've been interacting a lot on social media lately. It's great to have you on with us, bud.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thanks.
So tell us a little bit, tell us about the Hale End Arsenal. Do you go to the Hale End Academy and spy on our future superstars, or is it just a kind of a tribute?
I don't know. That sounds a bit creepy.
I usually accuse first time guests of being very creepy, but I didn't do that with Alan Smith because he's not. But
that's good of you.
Welcome.
I don't know. Yeah, I bought the Hale End Arsenal from somebody else, and I just wanted to keep it going and keep an eye on the youth, because there's a lot of young players coming into the Arsenal first team now. So I just wanted to look at a focus on that. And it's still early days, so we'll see where it goes from there, really.
Well, perfect. Well, you can follow Jimmy at big. Is it big_Jimmy_V? Speaking of big V's. Oh, and how's your mom doing?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I was literally going to ask Jimmy what the V stood for. It was like.
Oh wait, no, hold on. That's not what I wanted to do. What am I trying to do here? There you go. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's better, isn't it?
All right, so we're waiting on Mike. Mike is the quiz master, so we can't really get started without him. But the rules I think we can get into. So this game will be going on until about 1:00 Eastern time or UK time, about 11:00 Pacific. 1:00 UK time.
I don't even know what time it is. Can you read the clock? Where's your microwave when you need it? That'll tell you the time.
All right, so Mike is now here. Bringing on Mike. How you been, Mikey?
Yeah, doing well. Hi, chaps.
We got the internet sorted from
He's got some strong beard growth going on there, Mike.
Yeah, it's 3-tone as well. Don't be jealous now.
It's salt and pepper and what? Paprika?
Yeah, a little bit of paprika, just a cheeky bit though.
Nice. Okay, so Mike is a brilliant writer of a column called Positives, Needs, and Hopes for Gunnerstown. He's a football genius, or at least he says he is. An expat Arsenal supporter living in godforsaken Tennessee. I don't know how that happens, but I'm sure we'll find out today. Positives, Needs, and Hopes sounds like a mantra that you say, like when you, like an Arsenal supporter, like when you're feeling really shitty, you're like positives, needs, and hopes. Like you're trying to convince things aren't as bad as they actually are. I think my wife actually writes a column for Marriage Weekly called Positive Needs and Hopes.
That's right. I'm actually I stole it. But,
so tell us, how did you start writing for that? And you write for LeGrove's blog as well, right?
Yeah. I do the transfer pieces for LeGrove, and I just got accepted to write for the Gooner for this season.
The fancy.
Super
Nice.
excited. Yeah, so Dave Seeger and Paul Hepker at Gunnerstown invited me, 3, 4, 5 years ago. I'm not very good at timelines, but to write for Gunnerstown, and just been doing it ever since, and been growing a base of folk who read it, and it's different from every other review blog. It's just different, and I like that. I intentionally that way. It's more from a coach's perspective because I've been coaching for 33 years. So it's more from the and I guess the observational side of it from the coach's perspective, and what I see, and maybe if I was McNicholas kind of thoughts,
Absolutely, and it's a good read. I try to retweet your columns as much as I possibly can, because frankly, you deserve it, my friend. All right, I've been talking for and Owen's been talking for about 4.5 hours or so. I'm going to take advantage of your ass, Mike, and turn this show over to you for the next hour and a half or so. Is that all right?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. Yep.
All right, so let's play the game.
All right, well, hi there, guys. Hi to Ryan, Owen, and Jim, and that's Danny right there, isn't it? It's beautiful. Beautiful. I'm excited.
It's just Mike Feinberg's just added himself twice.
That sounded like the situation where like what's her name woke up in Kansas after and even Danny is here. Now,
Dorothy.
Why can I not remember her name?
Dorothy.
Yeah, Dorothy. Yeah.
Write it on your microwave.
I don't need a microwave anymore.
You got the world's slowest kettle, 2.3 hours to boil.
No, it takes this kettle 5 minutes to boil.
Jesus.
That was the first time, and I overfilled it. Give me a break.
You'd be quicker leaving a fucking pot of water out in the sun, you idiot.
We're never going to get through this quiz. I can already see that. Mikey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry,
okay.
Mike.
All right then. Well, I've been doing this quiz for a few years on Ryan's channel. Ryan's here tonight, and so appreciate Ryan's opportunity he gave me there. So this is the deal. It's totally different from, again, most other quizzes. It's called Who Am I? And the way that it goes is as follows. I've got a season's worth of questions, 38 questions, broken down into 5 clues to reveal an Arsenal player. The first question is an Arsenal player or a former Arsenal player. And then the second question is a world football question, which is basically anybody apart from Arsenal, any player who's played in world football apart from an Arsenal player. So that's the way we're going to go. We're going to break it down into months. So there's 4 questions first in the month of August, then September we go through, and then the season will end with the 38th question in May. Here's how the points work and how the game works for these guys. So I'm going to read out the first clue, and they can shout out the answer at any time. As soon as they shout it out, though, it's over for everybody. And at that point, everybody has to vote thumbs up or thumbs down, whether they agree or disagree with that answer. And then the points are given out. So it's 3 points if the person who answered got it correct, 3 points, and none if they got it wrong. And the guys that did this, they get 1 point if they get it right or wrong. Here's the twist. If they dare to answer on the first clue, this is a new twist that I'm not sure if Danny's been a part of yet. So if you want to answer on the first clue, you get 5 points if you get it correct, or -2 if you get it wrong. So big risk there.
That'll shut Ryan up.
That's what you think.
So here we go. We're in the month of August. First question.
Hold on a second. Let me change the layout here. We gotta get everybody back on here.
All right. You ready?
Is this Arsenal or non-Arsenal?
You know, Mike hasn't listened to a damn thing you just said.
No.
We're gonna lose anyway.
I've been doing the camera work. Yes,
Camera work.
Yellow Almunia.
Arsenal player. Clue number 1.
Swear.
Stirring. Clue number 1 is stirring. Boy, this is cheeky, this one. Clue number 2.
Stirring.
If he wasn't hurt, maybe we would have seen him more times. Clue number 3. Excelled at the Olympics and then left.
Nabry.
Okay, Ryan said Nabry. Serge Gnabry or Nabry, right?
Yeah.
What do we think? Do we like that? Do we not like that? James
Inamoto had a good Olympics once as well, I think. But you're not that sneaky.
Haha.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Mikey's going for it. Okay, we're going to read out the rest of the clues, just like they do on those TV shows. Clue number 4, scored off an incredible outside of the foot pass last season. Clue number 5, inverted winger. The answer is Serge Gnabry.
Fuck this game already.
Bye-bye. Wow. Is that you leaving us in your rearview mirror?
He's very good.
He's very good at Google.
Oh, no, he doesn't cheat. I've played too many times to know he doesn't cheat.
Yeah.
Mike just gives him the answers.
That's effectively cheating, but okay.
So that was how many points then for Ryan?
Ryan's on 3. He's winning. Mike's on 1. Danny's on 1. We'll do a score update at the end of each month after each 4 questions. So here we go. World football question number 2. Clue number 1. Lion's mane.
Oh.
Remember, it's worth 5 or -2 if you get it wrong, so it's a big risk. Clue number 2. Played for a club that rarely seems to change the player in this position. Clue number 3. Won the Golden Ball in 2002 World Cup.
Oliver Kahn.
Okay. I think that was Ryan again.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
James says no, doesn't like it.
2002.
I've learned better than to doubt Ryan.
Yeah.
I'm going to ride Ryan to second place in this game.
He might backfire.
Owen's just going to ride Ryan.
Twice. Live on stream.
Here we go. Clue number 4. Teddy
It's
and
hard on
Ole
stream.
broke his heart. Clue number 5. Bayern Munich. Ryan is flying. Oliver Kahn.
Bye-bye now.
All right, so that's
6 so far for me. 2 for you.
3 for Ryan. And who else got the thumbs up? I'm
Owen.
I'll put it up on the screen. Owen got one.
And Mike. Dan. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go. This is an Arsenal player. Question 3. Clue number 1. 3 names.
Bloody hell.
Jose Antonio Reyes.
Oh.
Risky.
You gotta go big or go home, my friend.
Who else is there?
I think I'm going home, but
Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain.
There's a few, I'm sure.
yeah,
No, yeah, well, there's
that
gotta
was
be
a
a few.
very risky guess on my part. But hey, look,
John Jules.
Yeah.
Louis Baumorte.
Pierre-Emerick
Say
Aubameyang.
no.
I'm saying no as well.
What do we think?
Sorry,
No,
Mike.
no, he's not having it.
Not riding you
Louis
today.
Baumorte's
this is
got
a
more mileage.
legitimate 6-pointer right here.
Yeah.
I don't know. All those hyphenated names I don't consider being 3 names, but Jose
Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
Danny, were your thumbs up or down?
Thumbs down.
Okay. All right. It was bold. Let's find out if it was 5 points. Clue number 2, tall playmaker. Clue number 3, blocked by Mesut Ozil. Clue number 4, 2016 Arsenal debut versus Sunderland at home for the geeks who are watching who know every little last game. Clue number 5, Angers or Angers, if I'm being French, to Leon.
Jeff.
The Jeff.
The Jeff.
You're welcome, everyone, for your point.
That's minus
I don't
2.
know what got into me, but hey.
So you're back to 0 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back to 0.
This could be a record minus score by the end of the show.
We're all winners because we're raising money to fight cancer.
We are.
Don't bring me down with this crap. All right.
Last question in the month of August. Question 4. This is world football. Clue number 1. Deadly striker with a ratio of almost a goal a game.
Jose Antonio Reyes. No.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I think he's kidding. Clue number 2. Better known as a revolutionary manager.
Oh,
Brian Clough.
Okay.
Middlesbrough.
Ooh.
He was a
Okay.
goal scoring machine.
Yeah, that's a good show. Daniel said it.
James likes it.
Yeah.
Mikey and Owen like it. And Ryan likes it.
It's it then. I've done it.
You can't lose here.
Clue number 3. Green crew neck sweater.
Hey.
Clue number 4. Sunny. And clue number 5. Peter Taylor and who is it, Danny?
Brian Clough.
Brian Clough.
Derby County and Nottingham Forest.
Nottingham Forest is what I remember.
Yeah.
And Brighton, I think they worked together at.
All right, Danny's got 6. Ryan's got 8. Let me see.
Daniel Roberts. Daniel Roberts says in the chat could be Arteta after hearing revolutionary manager.
It's the truth.
3, and James with 2, and Mike with 1. That's what I got. Ryan's up by 2.
Mm-hmm.
Moving into the month of September, back with an Arsenal question. There's the scoreboard right there. Beautiful. Okay, Arsenal question. Question 5. Clue number 1. If only he had end product.
Every player Wenger ever signed. That's a long old list. Other than Henry.
Any current midfielder at Arsenal?
Yeah. Clue number 2. One of the best dribblers we've had, actually. Always got into good positions. Clue number 3. Ridicule for lack of end product.
Iwobi.
Wow. Could be.
Walcott, I was thinking.
All right, so Jimmy's in on Iwobi. Now we have to judge, right?
Yeah. Iwobi's the answer.
No.
Danny says no.
I'm like Triple H.
Owen says no.
So
you have to go like that, Mike.
No, Ryan says no. Everybody says no.
I saw a wonderful Everton fan do a tweet about Iwobi. He went, Iwobi's got the ball, goal kick.
Everton actually came to the Orlando Cup, unlike Arsenal, and so we met a lot of Everton supporters down there. And of course, the two things we talked about were Kevin Campbell and how much they'd like us to take Iwobi back. Those were the topics of conversation.
Alex Iwobi, who had the world's slowest shot the year before he left.
Oh, yeah.
Impressive.
Pretty sure his feet were made of feathers, or he had rickets.
Look, man, that consolation goal in the Europa League final was something to.
I was thinking the answer's Hleb.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's find out. After I give you clue number 4, feel free to shout out what you think it is, because I think you're going to get it. The clue number 4 is Bradford.
Gervinho.
Clue number 5 is hairline.
Yeah.
Owen Young.
Is that Trabzonspor now? Good luck, Turkey.
Where
if you're in Rose.
That's 0 for Jim and 1 for everyone else.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
You see, your risk was much less risky than my risk, so you're already a smart guy in my book. You didn't pull a mic.
Here we go. We've got question 6. World football. Clue number 1. Accused of being a YouTube player. Clue number 2. Elite talent. No doubt. There's talent there. Clue number 3, never really seems happy whichever club he's at. Clue number 4, likes the hairdressers.
Paul Pogba.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's good shot.
I don't know. He was happy at Juventus, I thought.
I'm saying no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. Fuck you guys. I mean, yeah, no.
I was thinking someone like Ravel Morrison or someone like that.
Okay.
Never happy.
Owen's out there all by himself on this one. All right, let's find out. Clue number 5. He won the World Cup in 2018. Owen.
Whoa.
Gosh. That's it about.
Someone do the thug life thing and they add it.
Edit.
Oh yeah, we're live. Yeah.
I think they call that back in the game, Owen.
So that's 3 for Owen and nothing for anyone else, right?
Exactly.
Correct.
Bupkis, as my grandmother would say.
Fuckies.
Bupkis, my grandmother. Fuck yous is what your grandmother said.
All right, here we go. Arsenal question number 7. Clue number 1. Never really learned to slow his wheels before he crossed. I mean, that's tempting.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going for it. Not biting.
Clue number 2. Wasn't satisfied, but ended up going back.
Theo Walcott.
Fuck you.
I was thinking that.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's what we're all thinking. That's why I shouted Southampton.
Everybody likes it, huh?
This is going to be a goalkeeper, isn't it, Mike? You always hit us with a goalkeeper question.
It'll be Jens Lehmann coming back from Blackpool.
Yep. All right, let's find out. Clue number 3, controversial call up to England. Clue number 4, could have been a great, but more of a not quite. Clue number 5, coffee maker. You remember Theo Walcott getting his coffee maker?
For his birthday.
Oh.
Played for England before he had reached puberty.
He scored a hat trick for England against Croatia, right?
Oh, yeah.
5-2.
Yeah, Trio Walcott.
Trio Walcott.
Ruined him.
Wasn't that the year that we didn't get into the Euros or something like that?
That was after Capello.
Yeah. All right. So, and I like how I use the we.
You've never
I'm
been
still
in the
convinced
Euros.
it's coming home.
It's coming out.
He was a big game player, though, wasn't he, Theo Walcott? He was quite a few big games to come through. So,
If you shout the answer at number 1 and get it wrong, it's -2. If you shout it at number 2, is it still -2 or only number 1? Only on the first clue.
Yeah. If you're gonna go for the bonus, you got to take the risk.
Yeah. Good. Got it.
all right. Here we go. We're going to go with a close up of Danny, obviously.
I tried to do that as you were biting your fingernail, but I couldn't.
I've just spent the last hour clipping my nails because I like to coiffure.
Well, stay tuned for the portion of the podcast where Danny scratches his back with a back scratcher and his beard and
After dark.
yeah, exactly. ABW after dark.
Last question in September, fellas. Question 8. Before we get another scoreboard check, it's World Football clue number 1. Hasn't really worked out at Barcelona.
It could be anyone.
I'm going to go with it. Griezmann.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
I was thinking Coutinho.
Coutinho, but
Oh, that's a good
That's
one.
what I'm saying. It could be anyone at the moment. It could be Coutinho,
Messi.
Griezmann,
Aguero.
Any of those ones that got booed the other night. There's a whole list of them they were getting.
Yeah,
booed.
it could be Dembele.
Memphis Depay.
Right,
He scored on his
I'm gonna
debut.
I'm gonna go with no, just because.
Not going well, Danny. High standard.
All right, Mikey says no. Ryan says no.
I say yes.
Owen says no. Danny says yes. And that's what we got. So, Griezmann, let's find out. Clue number 2. The first 2 letters of his surname are what you might wear to bed. Clue number 3, Bosnian. Clue number 4, central midfielder. Clue number 5, scruffy.
Pjanic.
I don't know how to say his first name.
Miralem Pjanic.
Pjanic.
All right, so Dan got nothing. Jim, that was a -2, right?
Yeah.
So
It was. Yeah.
you pulled the mic. Ryan and Owen both said no. Okay, so I'm doing the.
You say that it's the first 2 letters of what you wear to bed. I wear a grappling suit to bed. Are you sure it's not Griezmann? A green grappling suit. With grapes on.
Pjanic. Then.
I was going for buff. I was thinking BU.
All right.
Warm this summer.
What do you have, Mike, as the totals?
I've got Ryan's up by 1. Ryan's got 11. Danny 10. Owen 9. You 4. James back to 1.
Slow and steady wins the race.
That's exactly what I have.
All right, I'm going to crack on whilst he gets the scoreboard up there. We'll go on to October. October brings us an Arsenal question 9. Clue number 1. Short name, long name.
Sorry, Arsenal or World?
Arsenal.
Short name, long name.
Don't go for it yet. No.
Okay. Clue number 2. Taller than all his opponents.
Per Mertesacker. I got it. Come on.
I ain't got it, but is he right?
Ooh. Yeah, but okay.
Yes. I say yes.
No, I heard Owen first.
I'm not sure what Owen said, but yes.
If I were playing favorites, I would have not ruled in Owen's favor.
I'm now filing
At least
my
I'm
nail.
fair. At least I'm fair.
Anybody thinks If I'm doing anything dodgy on camera, we don't do that at Gooners. I'll do it, Mike. I've got my right shoulder moving rhythmically.
No, we don't do that on this podcast.
Not this show. Not this show, sweetheart. Move along.
All right, so everybody's thumbs up or no?
Yes,
Yep.
thumb up.
Okay.
Everybody's thumbs are up. Are we going to find out who it is? Here we go. Clue number 3 was Academy. Clue number 4 was Post 8-2. And clue number 5, the Chelsea Cup final. Well done to Owen, who squeaked it in there.
Another brilliant question. Don't know how you do it, Mike. do you get the clues and then put them in order, or do you think the best order, the best one first, or do you just get 4 or 5 and then put it in order?
No. I come up with a player and then I come up with a difficult clue, so you're not going to get it straight away.
Yes.
Go from there. Yeah.
Excellent. I did it, and I had to do 5 of them, and it took me like 6 hours.
And you got them all wrong.
It's actually my full-time job, Danny.
Is it?
Yeah. No.
No, it's not. You're a football coach.
Is it? You have no. You cannot imagine how much Ryan pays him.
We could take over the pod-a-thon unless we crack on. So we're going to go question 10, world football. Here we go. Clue number 1. Arsenal fans over the last 18 months have often recommended him on social media. One of many, right?
We only want, yeah, exactly. We only want.
All right. Clue number 2, long legs.
Yves Bissouma.
Okay.
Permert Saka. Yeah, I agree with that.
Owen said Bissouma. James,
I only sound ahead.
He's going against the grain. All right.
Owen's on fire right now.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone put thumbs up, or did someone say no?
Yeah, I put some down.
James did down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's find out. Clue number 3.
Teddy Roberts says Gonosaurus.
Hairband. Clue number 3. Clue number 4. Men aren't supposed to be pretty, but this chap is
I knew it was Grealish.
He's a girly looking guy. He's a pretty guy. Clue number 5, wears yellow and green, but he might replace Grealish. Who knows? Who is he?
Abby Bundia. No.
Madison.
Who's that pretty chap that runs around with his long legs?
Todd Cantwell.
Todd Cantwell.
Yeah.
Cantwell.
Yeah.
All right, so no points for anybody except for Jim, right?
Apart from Jim. Jim got a point.
Jim get a point. You're back.
Back in the game.
Cantwell. Him shite too.
You're creeping back into Mike territory.
Disagreeing with people the way forward.
Here we go. We've got question 11. Arsenal question. Here we go. Clue number 1. Came to Arsenal twice.
There's a lot of
Quite a
people.
short list.
Clue number 2. Curly hair.
Martin Keown.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've also had Jens Lehmann, Sol Campbell.
I was about to say, I think that's
John Lukic.
I was thinking Jens.
All right.
Who else has done it?
Owen, thumbs for
But
Mike.
curly hair. Curly hair.
You look at the old pictures of him when he was at Aston Villa, and he had really curly hair.
Yeah. So I'm saying Keown and Jens fall under that.
Now he's a freaking going bald.
I'm giving Danny.
James is going against the grain again. Come on, Ryan. Decision time.
Yeah, I'll go Keown. Out of the two, he's more curly than the other. Yeah.
All
But Jens Lehmann had curly hair.
That's what I'm saying. I was thinking Jens, but obviously.
Flamini.
Yeah. There's a lot. Here we go. Clue number 3 is left in 2019. Clue number 4, scouted for Wenger for years. Clue number 5,
Rivandi.
great moment at the Bergkamp testimonial.
Ooh.
Gilles Gramondi, when he hacked down, was it Edgar Davids or somebody? Was on a breakaway?
Yeah.
So he signed once as a player and once as a scout. Cheeky. Well done.
Cheek.
Oh, was that testimonial game, the Bergkamp one?
Yeah.
Is that where you came up with the idea for the podcast?
Yeah, Dennis had a word with me. He said when they invent podcast in about 8 years, got a name for you. And Martin Keown said, "Don't do that."
And that's the end of the story.
And Martin
I
hasn't
liked
spoken to me to this day.
Here,
Last question in the month of October coming up here. Question 12. This is world football. Clue number 1. A different pace of pass. Clue number 2. Rejected by Chelsea.
De Bruyne.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
I was going to say that after the 5th clue.
You want to know what I was busy thinking about? I was thinking that, like, it was only a couple of hours ago we were interviewing Alan Smith, and now look at us.
Names of players we've never heard of. I agree.
All right. Well, we could only dream of having.
Everybody likes that one. Clue number 3, Strawberry Blonde. Clue number 4, controversial award win recently. And clue number 5, best midfielder in the Premier League is what my statement is, and it is Kevin De Bruyne.
He's ginger. Let's get that straight. Fucking Strawberry Blonde.
Strawberry Blonde, in case he's watching. He's fucking ginger. We all know it.
Sorry, Kevin.
Well, Jim went on a rampage in that one. He's out of the off the bottom.
Who's on the bottom, Mike?
That would be moi. I didn't expect anything else. So and Owen also bringing himself up. So we got, I think, Owen with 13, Ryan with 13.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Danny with 12. Jim with 7, and me with 6.
Yep.
That is
started at the bottom. Now I'm here.
Exactly.
Is this the closest match you've ever had? I mean, obviously this is going to be the best version of the game.
I think we had a couple where it went down to the very last question.
I remember one where
the
judges was dancing and singing, and he ended up getting it wrong or something like
yeah.
that. So he was like, the lead judge was literally doing the cap.
Oh, he takes this very seriously.
Yeah.
He gets the right hump in right and shouts it out too early.
And gets it.
Oh, can't believe he fucking down me, the man.
All right, let's go into November, chaps. We've got question 13, which is Arsenal. Arsenal question. Clue number 1 is chase. There's the job.
Just world football, yeah?
This is Arsenal, and the clue number 1 was chased.
Oh.
Clue number 2, didn't get to fulfill his potential at Arsenal. Clue number 3, plays striker for his country, but didn't for Arsenal. Clue number 4, he's had 9 loans in his career, maybe more since I wrote that.
Joel Campbell.
Okay. Danny says Joel Campbell.
Ooh.
Owen likes it.
Yeah, I'll go with it, yeah.
Get all you can, Joel.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, all right. No, I'll go.
He got out and he kept coming back, and he got out and he come back.
They kept pulling him back in.
Jim, did you go for that one? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right then. And the last clue: couldn't get a work permit. So Danny did it.
He's currently, I think he's on loan in Mexico at the moment. Tigres, I think, maybe, or
have some respect for my pod brother, Mike Hernandez. Mexico. Yeah, just respect the hurts.
Respect the hurts. Yeah, he's playing for Monterrey right now, on loan, and he's on loan from Leon.
Yeah, that's it.
He's on loan from some guy named Leon.
He's never seen without a suitcase. That's it. Yeah. Inamoto was known as T-shirt. He's known as suitcase.
He's a big fan. He's a big fan of this show too. He's going to be fuming.
Oh, you don't muck around.
Who got the points?
let's go with question 14, which is world football.
Who got the 3 points for that? Was that Dan?
Danny,
That
yeah.
was me, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. World football. Clue number 1 would transform Arsenal's midfield, but I'm sure they wouldn't sell.
Ooh, okay.
Clue number 2. When he gets injured, his club seems to struggle.
James Madison.
James Madison. Could be an
This would
Arsenal
be-
question in a few weeks. Who knows?
This would be rare, but
I doubt it because it's Arsenal, but could be.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. I agree.
How about Owen and Jim?
See, that's a very opinionated question, Mike. You know, like, do they really struggle? I don't know if they do. Just for speed, I'll say no.
just give the yes or no. You don't have to give the whole explanation.
Look,
I don't want your life fucking
We're
story.
having fun.
Stop waving your hand.
look, don't.
All right. Let's go with clue number 3 is ball winner. Clue number 4, sign from Genk. Clue number 5, replaced N'Golo Kante at Leicester.
You get fucked.
Tielemans.
Yes, indeedy.
Tielemans.
Rushing me.
Indeedy.
Can't rush perfection, boys.
Yes,
All right,
indeedy.
Mike with a point. Jim with
Yes,
a point.
indeedy.
Ryan actually swung and
Oh,
missed. for
Tielemans
once.
came from France, didn't he?
But I didn't lose no
Yeah,
points.
Monaco, yeah.
Monaco. yeah.
Danny, did you go thumbs down on that one or thumbs up?
I agreed with him. I said it was, so I'm right. I didn't get anything.
Thumbs
for that.
down.
All right. Arsenal question, boys. We're going to truck on question 15, Arsenal. Clue number 1. What could have been?
Abu Dhabi.
Oh, for God's sake.
Ooh.
Again, that could be anyone. You've got for
Just for the shits, I'm going to agree with him. I think you put some thought into that, Mike, and didn't just get out the first name that comes into your head. I'm banking on you being right.
You have learned nothing in our time knowing each other. my friend.
That's exactly why my thumb is pointing towards the ground.
That 12 months we had in the womb together where you ate our triplet. That's why there's only 2 of us.
I mean, it's between him and Kallstrom for sure. I mean, it's got to be one of those 2 guys.
All right.
That's too obvious of a first clue, though. That's why I think I'm wrong. But I had to, I got to make a move here. I got to make a move. It could be a negative movement, but I got to make a move.
It could be Miguel Almunia.
Yeah, it could be Miguel Almunia. I'll never live that one down.
All right. So it's up for 5 or -2. Down for -2, up for 5. Here we go. Clue number 2. Loved by our fans. Clue number 3 was applauded by the Emirates in 2010. Clue number 4, finisher. Clue number 5, the Birmingham game.
Eduardo.
Eduardo. The other
Mike,
one.
you fucking idiot.
The other one.
Put all my fucking faith in you. You shit the bed. If you get any points, you owe me one.
You can have all my points. You can also have my negative points that carry over. All right, so Dan, the other 3 were correctly scheduled.
Let up, rub it in. Fuck off.
All right. Last question in November. That's question 16. Here we go. It's world football. Clue number 1. Will he ever fulfill his potential?
This is a theme that's happening here.
Story of my life, this.
Clue number 2. Left wing or centre forward? Clue number 3. Never looks happy. Clue number 4. Fast feet.
Anthony Martial.
Martial, okay.
Yeah, it makes sense, actually, yeah.
Oh, look at that from Owen.
Ooh.
Switcheroo.
Owen went
I've just seen what way you went and went the opposite.
That's what I've done.
Notice how the top 3 have all gone for the same outcome, by the way.
Last clue was Rashford, Greenwood, and he's right. Bingo.
Totally.
Well done, Mike.
Mike, whatever you think you should do, just do the opposite.
He'll confuse himself. He'll be in an infinity loop, and he'll just be going.
All right, so while this happened 5 seconds ago, who got it?
Everybody but you.
Yeah.
Who got it first, though?
Oh, me.
Jim. Okay.
Jim.
I've woken up now.
Yeah, it took you a little while to get into it, but all right. So we got we're still on a incredibly close game if you don't include me. Let me just edit this here. We got Owen with 17. Ryan,
Anyone been anywhere nice for their holidays while we wait?
Ryan and Danny with 16. The big mover and shaker though is Mr. Jimmy V. Is that match what you got?
Cool.
That is close.
Well, for most of us, it is.
It is up for grabs now.
All right, December, fellas. It's Arsenal question. Clue number 1. This is probably going to go fast. This is one of the easier first clues. So get ready. Bobby Sacramento.
Rob Holding. I'm not even going to let you guys. That's the correct answer.
I've got no idea what that means.
I don't.
The fact that he's so confident.
No, do that.
You're going to give yourself a fucking heart attack.
Again.
God damn it.
Yes.
All right, it's Bob Holding, and it was Bob Holding.
Is this Mrs. from Sacramento? Is that what it is? I don't know. Yeah, and she is. Never mind.
Yeah, another time.
A lovely Christian woman.
Is everybody like that?
I've got no idea. I'm saying yes for the sake of it.
He's gone bold. He's gone confident. So why not?
If there's one thing that Mike Feinberg knows, it's the location of every Arsenal player's spouse.
and fellow podcast
Not
wife.
just where they're from, but where they currently are.
What they're currently doing.
Got them all on a database.
That's why I don't want Bird Leno to leave the club, because I mean, we lose that one big time.
You'd miss her.
All right, let's find out if it was Rob Holding. Clue number 2, receding hairline. Clue number 3, Bolton. Clue number 4, Costa in his pocket. Clue number 5, better than Cannavaro.
Feinberg's back.
How does Mike and I know this? That you guys don't. That they call him Bobby Sacramento. How do you guys not know?
I didn't even know that they called him that, but I knew that his girl was from Sacramento. So
we both live in a place that speak actual English.
Is that a little bit like one person once called ESR the Croydon De Bruyne and no one else has ever called him it? Along those lines.
Yeah, probably.
Jesus.
All right, here we go. Let's go to a world football. One question 18. Clue number 1. 6'4" Dutchman.
Oh my God.
6'4" Dutchman. You probably know a couple, but be careful. Clue number 2. 11 years on Tyneside. Clue number 3. Not kind.
Tim Krul.
Fuck it.
Yeah. I was Martin Krul. Yeah, it is.
Hate that guy.
Very nice.
Well, I agree.
All right.
So was he at Newcastle and then was it Sunderland he went to?
Not sure.
No, I think it's. I don't know now. No, I think went to Newcastle, Ajax, and then from Ajax back to Norwich. I think.
Yeah, maybe.
The way when I say fuck you, it isn't aimed at the person who answered it. It's at myself. Just to be clear.
That's getting offended.
Let's find out, shall we, if it's Tim Krul. It's clue number 4 is subbed on for the shootout, and clue number 5 is you should not Cruyff Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. And if you remember, he tried to do it, and he lost it.
That's right, in his own area. What? Who got that one?
Me.
Right. I think we all agreed.
Yeah, everybody agreed
on it.
All right.
Okay.
We're about at the halfway. We're at the midway pole right now.
You are at the midway pole, yeah. Jim needs to go grab his charge. You want to go do that super quick?
Yeah, Yep, I will.
In the meantime, we'll. I can. Well, I don't know how long this will take, but I can play a quick interlude video here. Here we go.
And to be honest with you, when England fans were coming out and saying it's coming home, it's in the chat already, and people are saying it and everything like that, I was saying to myself, nonsense. Every game I've watched for them, they've been absolutely terrible. They haven't been very good whatsoever. I think that Gareth Southgate is a horrible manager, absolutely horrible. And for me as well, and take this as an unbiased view, someone who has watched England for a long, long time and watches them on a regular basis, I often think that England's biggest problem is that their players walk out onto the pitch automatically thinking that they have the game won before a ball's even kicked. I think that they have a mentality issue. And for me, to overcome that is very difficult when you've got a bunch of prima donnas who think that they're the best players in the world. But look,
I agree with what you're saying, but it is coming home. Wembley, and then a game against Sweden or Ukraine, and then 2 more games at Wembley. I don't care.
Yes, England is going to get hammered by Germany. Yeah. Hammered.
If they were, you were right about most of that, except the very
Two things. I was right, and second, do you ever realize how much of a fucking wanker you sound like when you listen to yourself? How the fuck do you even listen to me?
I realize how much of a wanker you sound like. I think I sound fine.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still waiting on Jimmy? Because I got one more clip I can play here while we're waiting on Jimmy. Yeah. All right. This is another episode of Owen saying something dumb. Here we go.
And it's a bit of a stupid, sort of bland question, but I'm interested to hear. If you were in Mikel Arteta and Edu's shoes and you were sort of handed the blank checkbook within the realms of possibility, what within the sort of realms of reality, what are three?
That's not a blank checkbook, is it?
No. Well,
so you've contradicted yourself there.
But it's a blank KSE checkbook. There's limits, man. But 3 players that you would look to target specifically.
Oh God!
And this comes from all your experience playing FIFA.
Now, Lee, just know whatever you say will be taken as in the know knowledge and used across all media platforms that we are signing these players in the summer.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to answer that question. Next time I'm on, I'll give you the answer.
Okay.
Because I need to assess the team a little bit more and then work out with your blank checkbook, not blank checkbook scenario.
There is a downside to not answering the question, and that is I have the control over the banners. So
I don't even know what that means. A blank checkbook, but within the realms of reality.
Who is that fat English bloke down the bottom right?
He sounds worse than I do.
Well, he does hate himself. He's never watched one of our podcasts before because he hates it. But all right,
rest of the world.
I'm telling you, no wait. Sorry, Lee Dixon's coming on this tomorrow, and he's going to answer that question. He told me he would.
We will bring it back up, but he pretty much said that's a dumb question. All right, so
here we go. Question 19, chaps. Arsenal question. Clue number 1. His real name is Jovan. Clue number 2. Replaced in 90 and not initially popular.
John Lukic.
Okay.
Yes.
I was shocked when I found that he wasn't the keeper anymore after I left.
Lee's legend.
Wow. All right, let's find out about that one then, shall we? Clue number 3 is 165 and 265 for Leeds. Clue number 4, Shilton Ogrizovic, Stanley Matthews, and me are the only 4 players to play in the top flight for 4 separate decades. My apologies. And clue number 5, keeper Mike Stanley. He's back.
I am back.
Oh, magic.
Well, did he get 20 points for that question then? That's the only way he'll be back. I missed that announcement.
He's edging.
Edging is something else. I don't think I know.
I was waiting for that.
All right, so one for everyone else. When I do guess it, other than the one stupid thing that I do, when I do guess it, you all follow in my footsteps. So there's that. Okay.
Question 20, chaps. Let's go for it. It's world football. Clue number 1. Incredible acceleration.
Michael Schumacher.
Not anymore.
Clue number 2. Big features, almost cartoon-like. Clue number 3. They call him Miggy.
Is it Adama Traore?
Okay.
And that's a guess, not from the second one. The cartoon feature, because he's very, I don't know. It's a guess.
Danny doesn't like it.
No.
I'm sorry. I had a distraction on my way. Who did he say?
Adama Traore from Wolves.
Ooh. Actually, I like that.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's probably wrong.
I don't know about the Miggy thing. But
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Clue number 4. He's from Paraguay. Not Adama Traore.
Maybe Mike, maybe his mom's from Paraguay. We don't know. Let's just wait and see.
That's right. Let's wait and see. Clue number 5. He came from Atlanta United.
Well,
Almiron.
He's a fucking little dick.
He speaks well of you. I don't know what the fuck his name, but he does speak well of you.
So 0-0, the other 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he does look like he's an alien come down and didn't do much studying what humans look like before he got here. Because they are amongst us.
What did you call that movie years ago? Mars Attacks? Like one of them. Fox.
All right, so we got Ryan reclaiming the lead here.
As always.
All right, so we got. How does this match up with your tally, Mike?
Yeah, it's exactly what I got. There it is.
All right, with 18 weeks left.
Yep.
Literally, this segment is going to last another 18 weeks.
Yeah, that's
Well, if you shut up, it won't.
All right, cracking on. Here we go. January. It's cold. Arsenal question. Question 21. Clue number 1. Never really established himself as first choice.
Ooh. Again, with this theme of not fulfilling potential.
Exactly.
Dealing with this my whole life.
He's played right back and he's played elsewhere too.
The buoy.
A buoy.
Period.
That was dumb. That's the guy I chose for that. When you have Maitland-Niles and Chamberlain, I chose goddamn a buoy.
Who only really played right back. Yeah.
Literally. What the hell was that? I was thinking of the time he came on as a sub and then got subbed off, that maybe he came back on at a different position.
I think he was talking about his entire career, not just one game.
Yeah, that's a gift from you guys for me. You're welcome.
Yeah. Give yourself a point for realising your mistake. Have one of mine.
Clue number 3, we've got to move it.
What was
unfortunate injury in 2019. Clue number 4, started the season, that season as Arsenal's best player. And clue number 5, ended last season as first choice. And it's Callum Chambers.
Yeah, Chambers.
What man.
Even a Blu-ray's watching this thinking,
God,
what are you talking
8
about?
people that could have been more suitable for this. 800 people that could have been more suitable.
It's probably just unsubscribed from the channel because of that.
He's gone.
This shit. No, I'm gone. He's gone to see Tom's podcast. At least Tom knows what he's on
Why
about.
couldn't I have accidentally muted my microphone before that happened?
An hour ago. You'd still be on 0.
I'm going to be on 0 pretty soon. All right. 22.
All right, question 22. World football. Clue number 1. Plays more effectively in a 2-striker formation. Clue number 2. His current team play 4-3-3. His current team play 4-3-3 though.
Mike, it's not a buoy.
Just don't.
Clue number 3. He plays football manager as the boss of Newcastle.
Mbappe.
Oh, so he did it on a plane,
Griezmann.
didn't he?
Yeah, Griezmann. That's it. Yeah.
The
So
answer
here you
is
go.
Mbappe. So Mbappe is the answer.
The first thing out, right?
First thing
Yeah,
out.
that was it. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
I think he was talking to Mbappe. He said to Mbappe, "I've just bought you," didn't he? That's what it was.
Yeah.
Jim, what do you think?
You know, Red
Yeah.
Wolves just signed him from PSG.
Did someone say Mbappe before I said Griezmann?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. No.
You're going to get 1 point instead of 3.
Played it long game, yeah.
Let's find out then. Clue number 4, he's won the World Cup, and clue number 5, appreciated greatly in Madrid and less so in Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Antoine Griezmann. Yep.
Good question.
Unforced error there from Ryan. I mean,
yeah, I did a
learning from Maya Bowie.
Yes.
All right, we're going to speed this up.
My
by
Baba Bowie situation.
giving you guys the next one and telling you that the 5 points are up for grabs on this one. So get those answers ready. This is Arsenal, question 23, clue number 1. Front post goals.
Steve Bold.
Giroud.
No, it's not Steve Bold, is it? That was far post against Sampdoria.
But didn't he have like a combined goal scoring ratio over 5 goals of like 5 yards or something?
Yeah.
No, he had loads.
I still don't think his combined goals take him outside the box.
All right. So Danny said Steve Bold first, right?
Yep. I can VAR if you want.
Yeah, he did.
It's close.
All right. Clue number 2. If he had pace, he'd have almost everything.
It's Steve Bold.
Maybe
Clue
it
number
is.
3.
He had hair.
The ladies liked him when he was at Arsenal. Clue number 4. Scored one of the most unique goals to ever be scored at the Emirates. And clue number 5. Plays now in the fashion capital. And his name is Olivier.
J'ai vu.
Oh,
That's 2 in a row now.
I've been told that I'm the spitting image of Olivier Giroud.
Yeah.
Spitting, yes. Image, no.
All right, here we go. Last question in January. World football. Clue number 1. His manager lost it when United were catching them.
Kevin Keegan.
No, he's manager. He's not Kevin.
Ah, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to quit now.
That's Sweden.
Yes. Try to say it faster this time.
Oh, dear.
All right. Okay, clue number 2. His surname is the name of a prince. Clue number 3, Belgium. Clue number 4, he had a chant to the
Philippe
tune
Albert.
of Rupert
Yep.
Bear. And clue number 5, he chipped Peter Schmeichel. And his name is not Rupert the Bear, it's Philippe Albert.
Greatest song in football. Philippe Albert, and everybody knows his name. Those Geordies, Northern Monkeys.
All right, that's the end of January.
Show that disclaimer that I had. I have that ready every time Danny comes on.
I wasn't looking.
Oh,
This one is literally up for grabs now. One 5-pointer, and I'm back.
Also, 1 -2 pointer, and you're back
Yeah.
where you belong.
Mike, I think you're being too generous there. I've got Danny and James 2 less than that because they both lost 2. They lost.
Oh,
2
they both
points.
guessed on a 5-pointer.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, so Jim's on 18 and Danny's on 21. Sorry to be Mr. Unpopular.
Ah, look at that. No,
rules is rules.
Fine, Mike. Well done on keeping tabs on that. Fair play. Keep it up.
I always knew I liked Mike more than you.
All right, so we're cracking on now in February, where Arsenal are historically terrible. And we've got an Arsenal question here, question 25. Clue number 1. Daniel Nitaki Mensah. That's weird.
Is that his name? Is that his name?
Yeah, we're just starting off with the guy's name.
Speaking in tongues, yeah.
This is the Bizarro Arsenal. Who am I?
This is an Arsenal question, isn't it?
Yeah.
The first clue is Bird Leno.
I think I know who it is, but I'm waiting for the next question.
All right, clue number 2. Arguably more effective for England than he has been for his
Danny
club.
Welbeck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wikipedia, I thank you. Those hours I've spent going, what the fuck kind of name is that?
Did you just admit to cheating?
No, not now. I'm finding my things. No, just in general.
Right.
Looking at it. I remember looking at it recently. Now,
Okay,
I have to be over here and have to pick the mouse up and give that. Alexa, what's Danny Welbeck's full name? You're right, it is. Thank you.
That's impressive. Right, let's find out if it's Danny Welbeck. Clue number 3, often injured. Clue number 4, deadline day signing. Clue number 5, one of the most memorable Arsenal goals of recent years that should have led to Arsenal winning the league, but it didn't. Daniel Nitaki Mensah Welbeck.
All right.
I should have said that on 5 points, but I didn't want to ruin the game, unlike some people, Mike.
So you literally did say the guy's name at the start.
Yeah.
We're idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apart from Daniel Welbeck, do they? But
yes.
Either way. Right, this is getting super, super close all the way around. So cracking on, World Football question 26, clue number 1. He recently achieved a high honour that most footballers have no chance of getting. Clue number 2, a consistent attacking menace.
Rashford.
Okay.
I was thinking that, but I was hold off.
I was thinking
either what I needed, but I'm not 100% confident.
Either him or Heung-min Son.
Him or Joey Barton.
All right, thumbs, guys.
Wasn't it an MBE or something? Or CBE? Or BBC?
Yeah.
East Coast family.
All right, clue number 3. Probably the best export from his country to the Premier League. Clue number 4. He's not a daughter. Owen.
Fuck's sake.
It is
Fucking, you're laughing.
Yeah. 5, but not as much as the striker that he plays with. Son. Heung-min Son, who has achieved the high honour of whatever that honour was he got given for doing his military.
Blue Peter badge, I think it was.
I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I waited for the second clue to convince me it was Rashford because I didn't lose the 2 points that way. Everyone thought I was right, though, right? No
Yeah.
points from anyone?
Yeah, fair.
I'm not just asking that for my, for my
No ego.
I'm keeping.
Please, someone tell me I was right. Please, someone tell me.
No one else realized I was dumb, did they?
So needy.
All
Not
right,
married.
Arsenal question now. Question 27. Clue number 1. Arsenal question. He always thought. I always thought he didn't look like a footballer, but a well-mannered carpet salesman. What kind of question is that? I think you'll agree when it comes up. He's yeah. Clue number 2: played for Hartlepool, Oldham, and St Albans City.
Andy Linnigan.
Okay. And Andy Linnigan with his rosy cheeks.
I don't know. Now a plumber in Ipswich or Norwich.
This was world football, right? Or this is
Okay.
Arsenal?
What did you say? It's Arsenal or World?
It's Arsenal.
Oh, okay. All right, then I'll go thumbs up.
I went full Feinberg there. I had no idea what was going on.
Don't insult yourself, Danny. It wasn't that, bro.
No.
You never
All
go
right.
full Feinberg.
Okay.
So Jimmy's down and Ryan's up?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Clue number 3. He's now a plumber.
Ooh. There you go.
Stand down, Alexa. I've got this one, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
Not a
I've
card.
got rid of that.
As I said. Clue number 4. His brothers David and Brian both played professionally. And clue number 5. Towering FA Cup final winning header. Andy Linnigan, who looks like a well-mannered carpet salesman, is what I think.
I know a bunch of shit-mannered carpet salesmen. And a well-mannered carpet salesman is a relief. All right,
He
one
did have
more
a touch
match
of
in the month of February.
The Sunday League's about him, didn't he? Like his mind was elsewhere. Square footage.
Danny's making some major moves in this round, by the way.
Watch out. End of February, fellas. World football question 28. Clue number 1. The club he plays for now, he also played for earlier in his career. Clue number 2. Played 38 times for France. Clue number 3. London Player of the Year, which is a thing, in 2015-16. Clue 4. Took over from Eden Hazard when he left for Chelsea. And clue 5. Had one fantastic season for West Ham, but only one.
Dimitri Payet.
Oh no!
Did he play for Chelsea? I don't think he did actually. Now I say it. But it's on 1 point though, so I thought I might as well.
Yeah.
He's at Marseille now, isn't he?
Well, yeah, and Hazard came from Lille.
Okay.
I thought he meant. Oh, go on.
Well, here's the thing. He's right because you guys have misheard or I've missaid that 4th clue. He took over from Eden Hazard when he left for Chelsea, meaning Eden Hazard left to go to Chelsea. So Payet took over from him.
I knew that anyway. It's all right.
But Danny convinced me that he was wrong himself. So that's
Yeah.
The Payet,
That's my point. You can share my point between the 3 of you, 4 of you. I knew what you meant, Mike. Don't worry.
I feel cheated.
All right, scoreboard.
All right, so what's the score on that one?
All right, Danny got 3 and nobody else did on that one. So
Danny Storm's ahead.
Yeah, I think
It was just a matter of time, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it's been cocky.
Mike's just shouting what he's having for dinner.
I'm
Is
just
there a
happy
player
because
called Soup?
I'm off the bottom now. All right. Here's what I got. Mike, tell me how wrong I am.
All right, we've got Danny's actually.
Sorry, it's not
he's
in
on
order,
30.
but-
Yeah, Danny's on 30. Ryan's on 27. Owen is on 26. Yourself 20. Yeah, that's it. Bingo. James
I'm not gonna keep changing around the order anymore. This is the order that's gonna be in. You guys can figure out who has the most points by adding.
We have to get the right and wrong answers according to your order.
All right, here we go. So we can try and keep this on Mike's schedule. We're going to crack on. Question 29 in March. Arsenal question. Clue number 1. He's already 26 and he hasn't played much. Clue number 2. Went up north to wear green. Or his team wears green. There's a bit of a clue.
You've had a donation, Mike. The real Giannis has given you some money.
Oh, Giannis, don't do that here, though. But thanks, Giannis, mate. Appreciate it. But, yeah, go to GoonersVCancer.com with your generosity in the future. But thank you, Giannis. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Legend.
Absolute legend. All right, so those start over again, those clues?
Yeah. He's 26, but hasn't played much. He went up north to wear green, or his team wears green. Here we go. Clue number 3. He was the tallest player in the Premier League. Clue number 4. He never scored. And he
Joe Hart.
Never will. Okay, Joe Hart.
Just signed for Celtic. No, he hasn't. No, I've got no idea what I'm on about, Owen.
This is Arsenal question, isn't it?
Is this an Arsenal question?
Isn't it? This is Arsenal question.
Arsenal.
And Joe Hart's not 26.
Pie was, well, he did play for Arsenal.
See, I told you I was wrong.
See if you're right, man. I'm fucking out of this.
Yeah. If this is another one of your I'm wrong, but I'm right type of things, then we're not.
What we need to do is have a graphic on the screen that lets us know whether it's Arsenal or not, because I spend most of my time getting it the wrong way round.
The odd numbered questions are Arsenal, and the even numbered questions are world football.
What number question are we on?
29.
I withdraw my previous answer.
All right. And the clue number 5 is he just played against Arsenal. And his name
Macy.
is Matt Macy.
Matt Macy.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Almost as tall as Jim.
6'7", isn't he?
And an awful distributor of the ball.
That does sound like me.
All right. Danny just gave a point to everybody else to catch him up.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Question 30, world football.
I've got it. Thank you.
Okay. Clue number 1. He's won PFA Players Player of the Year before. Clue number 2. Whatever he does in his career, he'll be mostly remembered for 2015-16.
Conte.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm thinking Mahrez. Or Vardy.
Yep.
Thumbs up from...
No.
Danny says no.
I
Owen
think
says
winning the
no.
Champions League is more important than
Owen, Brian.
PFA. I mean, than winning the Premier League.
Not when you play for Leicester.
Well, winning the World Cup as well.
Oh, there was that little trinket.
Okay. Clue number 3. The season after 2015, he tried to push through a move to Arsenal. Clue number 4, Algerian.
Nice.
Clue number 5, similar style to Iron Robin. Somebody said his name already.
Mahrez.
Mahrez.
Yeah.
Fine player.
So who went? Everyone went against me.
Yeah.
I think I went with you.
You went with him, Jim. Yeah.
All right. I love you, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah, I love you. It's okay. We
All
get
right,
there.
here we go. Arsenal. Question 31. Clue number 1. Close up. Jim.
Shit! What did I do?
Where's Jim? You lost Jim.
Hold on.
Why did you look surprised when you put yourself on camera? You were buttons. Oh, look what I've done. Oh, it's all about me.
Because I didn't truly realize how big my face was until that moment.
Oh, dear.
All right. Sorry.
I'm trying to make a sign here.
Arsenal question.
Here we go. Arsenal question 31. Clue number 1. Dutch.
There's Arsenal question, yeah?
Yes, sir. Clue number 2. 23 years old.
Okay.
That means he's nearly 24, Mike. Or does it mean he is 24?
Not this question.
Or was 23.
Arsenal, Dutch, and he's
23
23.
till he's 24.
I don't think it's a Bue.
Number 3.
It's Van Abui.
Mm.
Clue number 3. One of the best goal scorers in the world.
Van Dunk.
Maidema.
That's
Vivian.
Again.
Fuck you.
Vivian.
I knew it wasn't a. I knew
The
it was
fifth.
one of the.
Vivian Miedema is what I heard.
Absolute
Yep,
legend
the
of a
big-
footballer.
I'll take the assist on that. you're welcome, Jim.
Well, thank you.
Mike says no. Owen and Danny says yes, and Ryan says
Yes.
Go on, Mike. What's your excuse? What's this going to be?
all right. Let's find out if James has given himself a chance of coming back into the game. Clue number 4, scored 42 goals in 45 games for Arsenal. Clue number 5, lost the World Cup final to the USA, and her name is Vivian Miedema.
What was the 23-year-old?
She's 23.
You said, yeah.
Hello.
Who's this 23-year-old?
Are we sure?
Well, she's not 24 since I wrote this, but let's give me the benefit of the doubt. She's 23.
Oh, dear.
She doesn't look it, to be fair.
If I know it, that he's googling that right now.
Oh, he's got compliments on all the Arsenal ladies. He's just trying to prize them apart.
I think she's leaving as well, isn't she?
It's like a scene from Ghostbusters. His files.
I'm protesting that. I think she's got to be older than 23.
Van der Vonk is the one who went to Lyon.
Yeah, she went to Lyon.
Sadly, Miedema did look like she was going to go, but thankfully she stayed.
Chat, how old is Vivian Miedema?
Alexa, doesn't matter how old she is.
Well, it does because it was one of the clues. If you had said 8 years old,
Oh my god!
I saw someone cross Mr. McDonald once before, and they've never been seen on the show again. It was Andy.
All right, let's crack on. Question 32.
Was that you, Jimmy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is world football.
I'm protesting.
World football. Question 32. Clue number 1. Tragic.
Well, she used to be 23. Get on with your life.
She used to also be 7.
Well, then, he's not technically wrong, is he? He could have asked about that question 2 years ago. He has an extensive file of questions. Can't update them all.
Oh, God. Anyway,
Thank
moving
you,
on.
Appreciate it. Clue number 2. Wonderful left foot.
Ericsson.
Fuck you.
Oh, Ericsson.
I told you, not you, man. Me.
No. Tragic. I mean, he was pretty lucky.
Oh, yeah.
As it turns
Well,
out.
not in the first place. He had to be. He had to be.
In the moment.
No, but he had to
He
be.
was lucky. It was like he was 28 until he's 29.
He had to be unlucky to be lucky.
Most of us do.
I'm saying yes.
I'm saying no.
Yeah, I'm going with no.
Oh, God, now I'm in trouble. Mike's agreeing with me.
Close.
0 for Mike.
Yeah.
What about Jim?
Oh, yeah.
I'm on camera. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Let's find out. Clue number 3. Played all his football in the north. Clue number 4.
Ooh.
Not as fast as his name. And clue number 5. Wales.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Spade, Gary Spade.
Go Speed.
Yeah.
Tragic.
That is tragic.
Yeah.
Probably
Hell of a player.
Why the fuck I was supposed to
Look at us,
recover
man.
and jokes? Mark makes a good point that I was thinking about a minute ago, Danny, before you move on. Mike, he says, Danny, I'm going to have to unplug my echo if you keep it up. I was thinking there's probably Alexis going fucking insane around the country because we have around the country, like we have thousands of listeners here right now. So apologies to you all.
I won't say anymore.
That reminds me of a couple years ago when I was doing my podcast from my office. I had an Alexa next to me, and at that point, week in, week out, we used to talk about Alexis. And that bitch would be like, look, she was getting so confused by all this Alexa stuff. So I threw it in the trash can. But all right, so I believe if I have this right, I'm now back in the cellar again. Danny 33, Ryan 30, Owen 29, Jim 23, me 22. Is that right?
Looks good. We can end the show now if we're in a hurry.
I have 5 questions left. I can get a total of 25 points from these questions, and I'm going to do that.
Have we only got 5 questions left?
4 questions, actually.
Well, 6,
Or no,
I suppose. 6, yeah, 6. We're in April now, so let's crack on with Arsenal question. Clue number 1. Didn't turn out to be gold. Cheeky. Clue number 2.
Oh, Wellington Silver.
Wellington Silver. Interesting.
I always know because McDonald always has a nice smile on his face when there's like a quick fire right answer. So yes.
He tries to tell us that it's because he's got shit in there. It's not. It's because those mannerisms will give it away if we could actually see him. All I see is a bit of hats and glasses.
It's like the fucking Unabomber.
What was the clue? Almost gold. What was it?
Yeah.
Not quite gold.
Not quite gold.
Didn't turn out to be gold. And he said Wellington Silver.
And Ryan said, "Is it Goldberg the wrestler?" And we're all saying yes.
Yeah.
I don't get that, but I'll go along with that. Oh my God. I was thinking 1991.
Two metallic
substances.
It's two metallic substances.
I'll find out then if Ryan got it right and if you guys all got a point. Clue number 2, nearly got to the Premier League, but he's just made it now, though. Clue number 3, never played for the first team in the Premier League. Clue number 4, not bronze either. And clue number 5 is initials JDS. So who is it? Because it's not Wellington.
Josh De Silva of Brentford.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The other one.
Bollocks.
I should have tried.
I got the surname right.
So that's zeros across the board.
Should have said Silver.
So Ryan lost 2 on that one, right?
Oh, now I say why you say Wellington. So all right.
Oh, hello.
I get jokes.
Mate, have a Red Bull, bro.
Someone tell him someone shot JR. Bad timing.
Too soon.
Here we go, chaps. We've got question 34. This is world football. Clue number 1. Bolton was the MLS of the Premier League back then. Clue number 2. Assisted a goal in the World Cup final.
Yuri Djorkaeff.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I nearly said the one from Real Madrid with all the hair. Was that Herrera? No, I don't know what his name is.
I was thinking you meant that the American
Campo.
players played there, but now
Campo,
I know
Ivan
it was a
Campo.
retirement home.
I'm glad I didn't say that now.
All right, we're all behind you, Danny. Turn around.
There's plenty of room. Sean's behind me. Not that I know what she looks like anymore. Don't let your kids go to uni. They end up hating you and never coming home. I do have a room for rent, though.
All right, clue number 3, chaps. Find out if it was Yuri Djorkaeff. Moroccan name, but born in Lyon. Clue number 4, currently the CEO of the FIFA Foundation, apparently. And clue number 5, Red Bulls, Kaiserslautern, Inter Milan, and France. His name is Yuri Djorkaeff.
Interesting.
All right, we have 4 more, and it is still close enough to. Danny is 6 ahead. Just a little cheeky score update there. So from Owen, let's see how this next one goes. Question 35, Arsenal. Question. Clue number 1. Thank you, Jim. All right.
He's 6 ahead of Owen, but he's 5 ahead of Ryan.
Ryan lost 2.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, would have been. Shame.
Man, you are on top of things.
All right, let's find out. Arsenal
how'd you
question. Clue number 1. Just learnt to shoot.
Just learnt.
Thomas Partey.
Oh.
I was thinking
I love that for comedy purposes, but I'm not going.
Thank you, Owen. If you could do 2 more of those, that would wrap up lovely for me.
God's sake.
That's usually Ryan's tactics when he's ahead.
Wait, hold on a second. Not that I'm going to get this right, but remember the last time you all did this, laughed at me, and fuck yous.
I remember the last time we all did that, and yeah, you were right that time.
Weasel.
Sounds like a word-for-word Nigel Farage speech.
All right, let's go.
He could be back in the game with a big 5. Let's find out.
Don't even do that, Mike. It's fine. It's fine.
Change the questions. Help him out.
I was trying, man. Clue number 2. I suppose he's friends with Mohamed Salah. Clue number 3. Happy guy. Clue number 4. Technically very secure. Terrible in the air. Focus on Owen. Clue number 5. If he was more progressive, he'd be more appreciated, but he keeps passing the ball backwards and sideways. And his name is El Neni. But he has to shoot. He got goal of the season for Arsenal, didn't he?
Oh, God.
What am I -2?
Yeah.
That's my seriously back with me now.
3 to go now, is it? And I'm still 6 ahead.
7.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I've got
7 ahead with 3 to go.
Hold on. I'm just going to mute myself for the rest of these because
Because you're better just not saying anything at this point, right?
All right, smart man. Okay. All right. Question 36. World football. Clue number 1. I don't think he lives in a bottle.
Genie Wijnaldum.
No, Genie. That's not his name. It's GG Wijnaldum.
Okay. James said everybody likes it. Mike's debating.
I don't think he lives in about G.
Oh, here we
Remember,
go.
like the Christina Aguilera song, Mike?
A Gigi in a bottle, yeah.
All right. Big 5 for Jim if he gets it. Ooh, clue number 2, just signed for a new club. Clue number 3, all-round midfielder. Clue number 4, I cannot spell his surname and neither is. And clue number 5, will Liverpool regret selling him? Genie in a bottle. Genie Wijnaldum.
Is that what his name is, or is it Gigi?
Yeah, no, it's Genie.
Genie.
Oh, well.
His nickname's Gigi.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Is his name Jorginho? No.
Yeah.
Yes, Jorginho, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the same as Genie, but all right.
So he's got a nickname for a nickname.
You know what his nickname is?
Yeah.
His nickname is Vivian Miedema is 25 years old, not 23.
you think that's astounding. Ronaldinho's real name is Ronaldo. Write that down and post it to your mum.
Go, Mike. Hurry up. Make a joke.
Jim got 5 points, but I forgot. I lost what he had before that. It was what, 25?
He's on 30.
He's on 30 now.
He's a point
He's
behind
actually
me.
vaulted in front of Owen now. So
you what?
Votes are letting everyone down. All right, with 2 questions left.
2 questions, fellas. Danny's up by 7 from Ryan, so technically there's still a game here, but Ryan's got to get this one early. We're in May. There's the scores. Yeah, that's what I got too. So, all right, Arsenal. Thank you, Jim. Arsenal question. Question 37. Clue number 1. big, strong, and powerful 90s Arsenal striker. Clue number 2, Luton.
John Hartson.
Okay.
If I wasn't muted, I'd have had that.
All right, let's find out. Clue number 3, Arsenal were the biggest English club he played for. Clue number 4, Freckles. Clue number 5, lifelong Swansea fan. And his name is John Howson. Well done, Owen.
Ta.
And with that,
With that, we have a winner. We have one more question. We can do it, but we have a winner.
Do we have to do the guard of honor before this question?
Yeah. Hands up. There he is.
So to be careful now that people can see both hands there, Jim. Jesus.
Yeah.
Well done to Danny for winning the cancer. It was all going so well. All right, let's just do our last one just for fun. Here we go. Question 38, world football. Clue number 1, recent big injury.
Emmanuel Aboué.
That is a very good strategy.
We're going to keep going. Clue number 2, Arsenal could have got him twice. Clue number 3, seen as one of the best in the world in his position. Clue number 4, I don't like Pickford either.
Virgil van Dijk.
Virgil van Dijk. All right, what do we think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does everybody like Virgil?
No, fuck
No,
him.
but in this situation, I'll go with him.
Hope his other leg comes off.
Don't hold back, Danny. Tell us how you really feel.
Clue number 5, he was once a Saint. There's the scores. Winner is Danny. Congratulations.
And a 3-way tie. If I've got a 3-way draw, if I've got this correct at 33.
Don't get Owen to read the scores out. We'll be here all night with him spitting at us.
Owen actually came second with 35.
Oh, did you get the you got Virgil van Dijk?
Yeah.
All right. So I did not properly credit you with
Virgil was correct. So Ryan had 33, Owen 35, Jim 32, and then 26 for yourself.
And
I'd like to thank my mum. I'd like to thank George Graham, and I'd like to thank Mike's bastard son, and good luck with Andy looking after it. Or daughter. I can't remember which one is yours, Mike.
They're all mine.
Probably.
They're all mine.
All yours.
All podcasts
yum,
for
yum,
children
yum.
are mine. Mike, that was fantastic, man. That honestly, and Danny was talking about it earlier. I prepare
Brilliant.
podcasts sometimes and spend way too much time on it. But if I were to do what you've just done, that would be 4 weeks of preparation for one podcast.
You put more effort into that than I have put into a Burkout Wonderland in 9 years. By quite some way.
I mean, it's literally incredible because it's not only. I mean, you could put together a trivia game, but that's it's witty, it's tricky, it's put together well, and you've done what? 20 of those?
Yeah, probably.
You're getting close to 1,000 of those questions. I mean, are you running out of footballers?
Yeah, I am. I'm regurgitating a couple. So.
Well,
that's probably the Miedema problem. The Miedema problem was probably that she was probably a question I grabbed from another quiz. So when she's 23, but
well, it made all the difference. I would have won if not for that. So, all right, we've got the chat room is congratulating you, Danny. Don one says Danny is king. Bend the knee. I would bend my knee if I could reach it.
We both never get up again.
Nice work, Mike, and it's for the first time. It's not to me; it's to the other Mike, Mark Bacreton, with the compliments. That's all Danny. I mean, that's all Mikey. Ray Anderson, that was really fun. Congratulations to Danny. We've got Kevin Campbell somehow. I think he was.
That's what I was thinking.
He was the large English, or he was like the large, powerful '90s striker. But yeah, I had a sense it was going to be someone slightly more obscure-ish in the Arsenal history. But fantastic game. Thank you guys for joining us, and we got a little time left in this hour. This, I got to be honest with you, this is the first point now in the almost 6 hours that we've been going where I'm starting to like fade a little bit. But we got a lot of good guests ahead of us. Let's take a look at the tote board. It is getting late in Europe, so I think the growth of the tote board is going to get a little bit slower, but it has grown since the last time we looked to a grand total thus far of $3,890. Well on our way to the goal. So thank you to everybody that has donated so far. If you've enjoyed this content, if you want to win great prizes, please don't hesitate to donate to Gooners versus Cancer and help us get to the end of the 24 hours with our with our goals in championships and accomplish the same types of things as Danny has just accomplished in his life by winning this quiz.
Yeah, it's all over me now. It's downhill from here. Hopefully not literally, because my grip, I'll be gone.
You'll be careening out of control. Well, I can see Sean doing that.
I'll end up in a duck pond.
At least you'll have your unicorn with you. So we got a while till we finished ahead of pace actually, Mike, which is great. We've got
Mike. Any chance you can make up a question on the spur of the moment where the answer is a buoy just to make Mike happy? Don't tell him I said this though. It'll be a surprise. It'll be a lovely surprise for the boy.
15-minute appearance. Yeah, no, we could come up with a lot, but I'm not going to cry over it. It's fine. It's fine. So let's talk about Arsenal a little bit. Let's while we have you all here, let's get your impressions on the season to come. And we're going to start with you, Jimmy. Are you optimistic? Are you? And we're also going to get your top four. So let's kind of do it in this format: your top four, your bottom three, and where Arsenal's going to finish. And feel free to provide any details you want, Jimmy.
Okay. Top four, pretty obvious. City, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool.
In that order?
Yes. Bottom three.
You don't have to do these in order. They're going down. They're going down. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Brentford, Norwich, Southampton. Don't know. I can't remember who else is in the league now.
Okay. Yeah.
And
two teams that came up and a long-time Premier League team going down. A lot of people are kind of looking at Southampton and a couple others for that possible spot. And so we're not finishing somewhere between 6th and 16th or 6th and 17th in your mind then.
Exactly. I'll say 5th, just to be positive.
Yep, all right.
It's been a strange transfer window. I think only Ben White I'd have properly heard of out of the people that have signed before the window. And I don't know, like you get all these players that are linked to Arsenal, and then they sound a lot better than the ones that actually sound like the signing. But I'm still excited to see who actually does sign.
Yeah, I mean, we're in this situation every year where it's like, okay, there's 2 more weeks left in the transfer window, but the season's already started. And that ends up becoming the built-in excuse for a slow start. Giannis, let's go back because this kind of happened in the middle of the game. Giannis, thank you for your super chat. Sad day when I find myself more excited about watching PSG than I am to watch Arsenal this upcoming season. And he predicted the winner at that point. Whereas Don Juan predicted something else, which I'm not going to laugh at that, but so
that's me.
I don't understand what it means, so you might as well.
Yeah. So, question for you, Mike. Do you care about PSG, or is it is it exciting to watch like Galactico football, and is it must-see television for you, or is it just like this is so boring at this point. I'm not going to watch it because they're just going to win every single game.
Yeah, for me, what's a shame is that Mike will know this as well. Over in the US, we finally got La Liga on ESPN, the main channel. They bought the rights to it. I guess Messi was the main draw, and then he left and went to the French league, and we don't have the French league, so I'm not going to get to watch a whole lot of, if any of it. I'd love to watch those three play together. I think it would be fun, but I'm not so sure that league's going to be particularly competitive, even though last year it was and they didn't win it. But we'll see.
Yeah. So what are you thinking as far as the Premier League then, top four?
Okay.
And then we'll go to the Bundesliga top four now. Premier League top four for you?
Okay. I've actually got this on my phone. I did a little prediction thing the other day. So Chelsea are going to win the league. I think Lukaku's going to be top scorer, massive for them. City second, United third, and hold your breath, I have Arsenal coming fourth. I was
wondering when someone was going to do that.
That's our spot.
Only because I think Arsenal will reinforce in the areas that everybody's panicking, and I think that they'll get players that'll work and work quickly, and because we play one game a week, I think that's an advantage for Arsenal. And I've decided to be positive.
Positive needs and hopes. I was about to say this is the mantra.
But I need hope. Yeah.
Positive vibes.
But the bottom three, Mike, I've got Burnley in 18th. I've got Norwich in 19th, and I think Newcastle are going to be miserable because that club's still in disarray, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, even with Joe Willock, I don't see them doing better. So I'm sorry, who were the ones you said were going to get relegated?
Burnley 18th, Norwich 19th, and bottom Newcastle is what I'm thinking.
Wow, that's a big. They've shown they can be relegated. So, and once they get relegated, they'll rehire from Everton what is his name?
Rafa Benitez.
To bring him back up again. Danny, your top four, your thoughts about PSG and the Messi situation.
Fuck PSG, fuck Messi, fuck the entire French league.
Is Pirate Chris excited about this? Or
yeah, he thinks it's great. If Messi would go and play for Barnet if they offered him £1 million a week, that means fuck all. No kid has ever gone, Mummy, when I grow up, I want to go and play in the French league. They get a slap and be told to sort their lives out. Top of the Premier League, I'm agreeing with Mike. Lukaku is an absolute magnificent player. He doesn't have any faults about him. Speed, pace, height, elbows, everything. If they get him and Man City don't hurry up and get a striker, then Chelsea are going to win the league. There's going to be between Man City and Chelsea, Liverpool third, Man United fourth. Arsenal are going to finish probably about 8th again because we're shit. And bottom is going to be Watford because they're going to use 6 managers next season. And also going down Southampton because last season they were absolutely shocking. Second half of the season they didn't do anything. And I think Vieira is going to get fired from Palace this season because he's a terrible manager, and they've lost most of their first team and they haven't replaced them, although they've been given 90 million apparently. I've told them I can sort them out some players if they want. I've got 9 they can have for that 90 million. So I'm saying Watford bottom, Southampton and Palace.
Okay. The Palace was, I think we had Elliot said Palace might go down. Smudge said Palace might go down. They certainly seem to be. I mean, coaches keep failing. It usually is a trend, and I've not seen anything out of Patrick Vieira that tells me he's any better of a coach than that guy from Valencia, the ex-United player.
Unai.
No, not Unai.
Oh.
Neville. Ryan, thoughts
Yes.
on the Messi move and then the Premier League 8?
In terms of PSG and Messi, couldn't be bothered. Literally 48 hours before he signs for PSG, he's fake crying into a handkerchief. I'm so sorry, I want to leave. And, happy smiles. Hi guys, hi. £1 million for me a week, yeah. I'm so heartbroken. Fuck off. That league is going to be. It's literally just going to be again PSG out of counter 30-40 points ahead before November, and they're going to bottle the Champions League again. And that's the thing, they're doing all this to win the Champions League, and they're not going to win the Champions League because their league is so uncompetitive because of what they're doing that their players switch off. And in terms of February, they switch off and they fucking bottle it every time. So and they've got the ultimate bottler of a manager in charge. So here we go. And yeah, that's I'm not going to watch fucking the French league just because Messi's there. Sorry, he's 30 again. He's 30,
tell us how
he's
you really
34.
feel about the situation.
He's 34 for crying out that. 32, 34, whatever. It's not like he's prime Messi anymore. Everyone's creaming their pants over. Oh, it's Messi. Oh, he's fantastic. The guy's 34. He's part of a disastrous Barcelona squad now. Come on. Everyone needs
He'll
to
still
wake
get
up.
100 goals though, won't he?
No, but it's the French league. Of course he will.
He's also probably the greatest player to ever touch a football.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. But in this moment in time, he is what it is. He is of that age, and he's in a league where he will score over 100 goals probably because it's not competitive enough. But hey, it is what it is. In terms of top four, I've done this over for Man City to win the league if they get Kane. If they don't, then Chelsea will win it at a counter. Then Liverpool will be fourth just by the skin of their teeth because of injuries and the players are coming back from a big injury like Van Dijk. I don't think they'll be the same as they once were. And United will sneak third. And I think we'll even though we get no European football, we've got more time on the training pitch. We'll just get fifth by the skin of our teeth if the board actually act like a big club and sack not just the Ford of Arteta but the Ford of Edu. Because who the hell takes free holidays in the summer transfer window when that's a peak season of your career, of your job basically? No, Portugal, France, and freaking Spain. No. And he's telling his son to go on social media and defend him. Go away.
Shame that wasn't a quiz question because Mike would have got
that. Being off fucking Edu. Go and get Omar. Somebody who's experienced and knows what he's fucking doing. Get him in. Vino can piss off as well. Get David O'Leary in and get an experienced manager like Conte in or something of that ilk that ain't going to take shit from this lot of fucking players. And actually will get rid of Granit Xhaka and not bottle it twice. In terms of relegation, though, I've gone for Norwich, Burnley, and Southampton. Hi.
I figure it's such a strong opinion that we need to make it bigger.
Mike, you guys know me. I'm literally I don't fucking talk shit for the sake of it. I say how it is. If I'm in terms of messing Barcelona, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna fucking go do what the media doing and suck him off. It's a fantastic thing for working French football. How? Financial fair play. They want to just rip it up.
Man, we got 24 hours to fill. I'm enjoying this. we could spend the next hour talking about how old Vivian Miedema is. Or isn't. She's apparently 23 until she's 25.
It's the biggest load of bullshit that's ever been brought into existence. I mean, the fact that Man City can buy Jack Grealish for 100 million, over 100 million for Harry Kane, when they've not been able to raise any funds in the last 12 months. But financial fair play, come on.
Yeah, no, financial fair play is a joke. It is a joke. We got some good discussions going on in the chat between Sophie. Sophie, I just sent you a message, by the way, between Sophie, Giannis, Matthew Hudson. I think there's a second podcast going on here, which is great to see in the chat. Again, I think it's after that uplifting message from Ryan, it's a good time to mention that we are raising money for Gooners versus Cancer. Our next prize drawing is going to be at the end of the next hour. We are approaching the end of hour 6 of 24. I can already see how difficult this is going to be, but
this is still the second. This is still the second longest podcast that I've seen you do.
But the first one was because I didn't know how to turn it off because I'd had too much red wine. This is a little bit easier than that one, but yeah. So we're raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. We have another 18 hours of great guests coming up. Some more games to play. Great prizes to win. So this is where I start to get repetitive. Jimmy, tell us where we can find you before we kind of switch over to the next hour. What are you up to besides interacting on Twitter? If we want to hear more from you, where do we go?
Yeah, just find me on Big Jimmy _V or the Hale End Arsenal YouTube channel. So we'll say that.
All right.
I may be writing a book. I'm not sure.
Really? Do you know what it would be about if it ends up being about something, or you're not sure about what the book would be about as well?
Yeah.
I might be directing a movie.
We'll see which happens first.
Yeah. I don't know what the movie's going to be about. But, all right, so awesome. So go find Jimmy, and please keep up the interaction on Twitter. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Ryan. Your podcast going strong. How many seasons have you been doing it?
This will be my third, I think. First season of Emmys. Fourth season now. Full season now. 4 seasons going strong and doing the watch-alongs for a lot of the games. Are you going to ramp that back up for the new season? For the games I can't get to, but again, more likely to be more podcasts because I'm not got that buzz of wanting to go to the games anymore, even home or away, because I don't enjoy watching the football. So yeah, might as well do it with people that actually.
You know who plays really fascinating, engaging football? PSG. You should say that.
Difference
is there now.
So go to the Mr. Arsenal podcast on YouTube. Mike, positives, needs, hopes, wants, desires on Gunnerstown. Is it gunnerstown.com?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got.
Let me think of another yes or no question. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. I've been trying for quite a few years, so just check it out on Gunnerstown after every game. And check out my transfer blogs on the Grove, and if you at the stadium, or you can go digitally and go purchase the Gooner. That's always a good read, and I'm in there as well doing Coach Mike's clipboard.
Yeah, and that's the Gooner fanzine that Lath runs. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might hopefully get my second article published in there. I did one a couple years ago, and I want to tell the story of Orlando and kind of how that went, because it's a story of Gooners coming together despite the odds, despite the bad news.
Is that the film you're making?
Yes, that's the film I'm making. I've already made it. You know who's good? You know who's going to write the book adaptation of it? Jimmy. I'm calling you in to write the book. So, all right. So, Owen, you're sticking around. Danny, Burkamp Wonderland. You're on record as saying you can't get away from doing the podcast, but you wish you could at this point. Is that right?
This will be our 9th season we've done it. We've decided to scale it all back. There's 12 people I might be 13 in our WhatsApp group for the podcast. Still can barely struggle to get enough people to do a podcast together. So we're doing one podcast a week. The next one is out tomorrow with me, Chris, and John. We don't do them live anymore. Just find it. Just going back to the way we used to do it. Doing something with Sophie, the fireplace chats, or I'm not sure what we're going to call it yet. That'll be. I'm not sure how often that'll be. And then Craig asked me the other day, I did a show with him last season called 4 Men and a Mic. He's now busy working. Said, would I like to come back and do the show? So it's going to be me and Chris, Suburban Gooner, on most of them, and 2 other people. We're doing that, I think it's once a week. And where else can you find me? I'm currently Vaselined up trying to squeeze through your cat flap. I heard you got some cookies.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, God. You don't know what a cat flap is?
The thing in your house where the cat comes in and out?
Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm halfway through that.
It's not a euphemism then.
Yeah. Well, he probably thinks it is.
Like Winnie the Pooh and trying to get the honey. All right.
That's exactly I love the way Mike turns around and says, "Oh, and you're sticking around," as if this is a one-man show, as if I haven't been part of this since the start. It's like, oh,
well, I was just confirmed. I have lost all track of time and duration, so I'm. Just
it's 7 o'clock. It's like 7 or 8 o'clock where you are, man. It's like normal time.
It's 1 a.m. here.
All right,
7 p.m.
When we're waking you.
Well, lads, it's been great. And before Danny starts scratching other areas, we're gonna let him go. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate you spending the 2 hours with us. And Mike, again, fantastic game. Truly appreciate it.
No worries.
Thanks
guys.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, Mike.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, boys.
Oh, Owen, starting to drag a little bit. How you feeling?
Do you want to know what the main problem is? Sweat. No, at this stage, it doesn't seem like a strenuous activity podcasting, but it can. No, it's actually my ears with the headphones on, man. It's.
Yeah, I'm going. I was going without the headphones, no ear pods. I got the computer sound coming on, and we are at the beginning of hour 7. Is yours sugar free as well?
No, they didn't have them. Normally, I do get sugar free ones, but I got these ones tonight. It's going well, man.
When you're watching your weight and your calories like me, you have to just make sure not to have any excess sugar.
I look like you by the end of this podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna switch positions.
Do you want to know what? It's been going really well, and something I'm really, really happy about is the amount of people listening and the amount of people in the chat that have been constantly going through this as well. So it's making it way easier having so many people interacting, and as you said, so many conversations going on in there too. So that's sort of pushing me on a little.
I mean, let's be completely upfront. I mean, our we don't put out content as regularly and religiously and quality as a lot of the other fantastic podcasts who pull in bigger numbers. I mean, Tom deserves every bit of success that he's having. Sophie and Kev on Highbury Squad, obviously your Arse blog situation. I mean, they're putting together content that is fantastic and regular. Mm-hmm. We're all kind of in a position where we don't do that. So when we get 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 people watching at the same time, it's thrilling for us because we know that we're getting a core of people and some additional people around them that come on for the time being. And it's been pretty consistently between 40 and 60 the entire time. And like you said, there are some people, Mark Backridden, who I don't know if he's discovered us through the Highbury Squad, but I know that he's a regular squatty there. I think he said something about trying to stay up and stay up with us. I don't know if you've been on since the beginning, but
he's a king.
Yeah, I mean, there's this group of people whose names I recognize from when I'm in chats on other podcasts, and they've come into ours zone, and it's just it's a family and a really good set of group listeners. I would rather have 12 Mark Backriddens than 3,000 of whoever listens to some of those other YouTube channels.
Another big thing as well that you sort of have to mention too, just before we move on, and it's sort of fitting to say this before the other boys come in, is that how much the guests have made it easier as well, because from Elliot to Alan, Simon, Chris, and then all the boys coming in, it's really sort of every changeover of guests has given us a bit of a lift, I've noticed. So big shout out to everybody that's has been on and that is coming on. So yeah.
Well, and this is the biggest compliment of all. Your pods are better than 95% of the other ones. Now, I'm a math guy. I'm a maths guy. I can do this calculation real quick, because what he's saying is that the 5% of the other pods are better than ours. Now, there's 14,000 Arsenal podcasts. So 5% of 14,000 is about 700 podcasts. So we're the 701st best Arsenal podcast.
Brilliant. Yeah.
I will. I mean, if you had told me that in 2016 when Andy came up with the idea and we started this thing, that we'd be the 701st best podcast, I would have said, let's not bother. But at this point, I'm thrilled to be in the top 800.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be along for the ride.
Absolutely is.
So, and we've made it this far without any nudity, so that's good.
And with Danny being done, I think we can almost call that we can say that we're going to make it through the whole show without nudity. Speaking of someone who isn't on camera because he's nude, John from the 305 cast. John, what can we find out your location and as to why you're not on camera at this point? You're entitled. You're doing a Drew impression at this point, but
that's either water or engine.
Are you indisposed? Or...
That's an escalator. Oh,
no, I have basically been taken. I was doing some work stuff, and now I've been taken by the significant other to buy stuff for the house. So that's what we're doing now.
I know how that goes. We've just picked out all the options for our place in Florida, and so you must be having a great time.
Yes, it's fantastic.
And
Something called a
you're
coop
not
class that I
gonna
learned about.
you're not gonna get divorced by being on a podcast whilst you're doing that.
Well, maybe. So I'll send you the bill for my divorce attorney.
All right, sorry, just sending a quick message because we may have we had hoped and anticipated on having Drew Thompson on with us for this hour and possibly the next hour, but circumstances outside of anybody's control have prevented that from happening. So we're gonna bring on a couple of other people, some scheduled to be here, some not, but yet wonderful people. Jared, speaking of wonderful people, Jared's been from Chicago. Miami John is now. What kind of name is Miami John when you live in Chicago?
It means you sell cocaine.
To be fair, it is John now. I dropped the Miami part. So
well, I'm not dropping.
I know you won't drop Miami part, but I did. Yes.
I have to change.
No, I will not.
I mean, nothing makes me think deep dish pizza than a guy named Miami John. I don't just go and change my contacts in my phone for any.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't expect you to. I would expect absolutely nothing less.
I also have a friend named Irish Owen, but he lives in Mozambique. It's weird. He's not you. He's a different one. So Jared,
he used to live in Ireland, but then decided to move, and you still called him Irish Owen.
I did because I don't like change. I don't. That's why I'm still holding on to Emmanuel Abui apparently. Jared, you're a champ, man. You have burst onto the scene of people who I've become friends with lately, and just been a monster of support and entertaining content, and a lot of stuff that unfortunately is on the back end that people can't see. But if you've interacted with us on Instagram, you're interacting with Jared, and I just wanted to tell you, you've made Owen look like he doesn't do anything for the charity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Owen used to be
the nicest
my guy.
introduction I've ever gotten into a podcast.
Do you want to know what I love about
I've been here for 6 hours for nothing.
Do you
how does it feel to be my guy?
You know
you're important when you get a close up.
Yeah. Oh shit. God damn it!
We kicked out Jared.
Yeah, the mistakes are going to start to cascade upon themselves. But
I feel like this is an interesting time. I came in and you guys are 6 hours in, so you're still feeling relatively strong, and you're like, you know what, this isn't going to be as bad as we thought. And then like 4 hours from now, you're gonna hit rock bottom and just be dragging.
There were some hours that some hour segments on this podcast. Jake, I'll get to you in a second. Some segments in this podcast that. And I didn't boot John. John disconnected. I think his wife finally threw his phone in the koi pond at whatever mall they're at.
It's like you're on what?
Did your wife throw the phone in the koi pond of whatever mall you're at?
I just got hit with a wooden spatula at Crate and Barrel.
by someone you know, I hope.
Nope.
So what was I gonna? Oh God, I forgot what I was gonna say now.
Are we gonna take our other guest in, or are you just gonna leave the guy sitting?
No, I'm not gonna leave the guy sitting in his room. Joining us for as long as he wants because he's old enough now to do this, and he has his father's permission. Jake, Arsenal JF. What I was gonna say was, but if you can turn off your fan when you get a chance, that would be great. But this is one of the few hours in the podcast that I did not plan the entire hour at. I figure, you know what? We're all mates. We're all friends. Some of you are my kids. And we'll just talk about whatever comes up and kind of have a free form hour because, you can only do so much over 24 hours. So we will kind of stay with the theme of Arsenal. Jake, well, let's talk about the FIFA tournament because one of the things we do for this, I know it's a sore subject with you right now, but one of the things that we do for Gooners versus Cancer is we have a FIFA tournament on both Xbox and PlayStation. It's $25 to enter. You get so much for that. You have the fun, the companionship, the frustration,
the YouTube draws.
You get the free entertainment of Jake and I hosting draws.
You get to play your own Xbox in your own house with your own internet.
Yeah, that's true. You do get to do that, and the tournament generally raises anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 for the charity, and it's really been another great one. Second annual one. We will definitely be doing a third. Last year we had a bit of a situation when Jake rampaged through the field and won the tournament, and people were talking nepotism and all this stuff. But you were actually being sponsored by our good friend Joey Murphy, who then won the money and invested it back in the charity. So how'd it go for this time for you, my friend?
So it was interesting. And first, I'll thank you, Jared, for raising awareness on Instagram for it. I actually saw that. I saw it after I had started, but I appreciate that as well.
Oh, you bet.
But it was interesting because
bet, or did you say bet? Because kids of that age say bet, like oh yeah, bet.
Everybody in this podcast is getting praised.
I'm not a kid of that age anymore, so
like literally, Mike has been getting thanked all night in the chat. Fucking Jared's only showed up and he's getting fucked. Go on, Jake. Sorry.
I was promised we were going to mute Owen when I came on. I don't know what happened.
Once I head out, I'll give you my appreciation as well. But what's it called? I played the same person I actually faced in the finals of the last tournament, in the quarterfinals. So I had a tough draw in the quarterfinals, but it was all fun, and I really enjoyed it because I get to play the game that I play basically all day anyways, and it gets to raise money for charity. So
as I believe the coach of what was it, East High or something said in whatever it is in High School Musical, I'm having the time of my life watching you play the game we both love.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's been fun, and I've been on the air for 6 hours. Owen, did you know that? No, Owen and I have been on the air for six plus hours. I'm seeing, like, I can't really focus on this, but I'm seeing some controversy going on in a FIFA quarterfinal match between your friend Kareem and a certain Tom Canton.
Yeah,
I've gotten messages that there's a travesty of justice that's happened. I don't really know what the deal is. So maybe you,
did Tom get bait again?
Can tell everybody in here what has happened with your interpretation.
So a lot of the people in the YouTube draw and also in our group chats, they were wanting a Jake versus Tom matchup, and we didn't get to see that. But one of my friends actually knocked him out a few hours ago. So.
Oh, so
yeah.
Like actually knocked him out, or
I was just going to ask that, like physically, like Tom's a big dude, and you're like
laid him out.
Yeah. But
John, you're in the TGT chat, which I haven't been able to monitor. Has he brought it up in there? Because I think he's a bit salty.
He left the.
I have not. This is the first I've heard of it.
Well, he left the group chat right after the game ended that you have with him and Kareem.
I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but I think that there was some controversy with games getting interrupted, and this is the second year that Tom has crashed out of the tournament in some level of dismay. Last year his group stage didn't go as planned, and I believe I keep saying he threw his Xbox out the window, but I think he just deleted the game from the.
This probably isn't appropriate for John to be here. I'm pretty sure that's his legal representation, and you'll be hearing from him further within the near future.
Yeah. I'm already drafting the complaint.
He knows a few lawyers, I think.
Should we talk about what's coming up on Friday evening? I think. Start to talk about some Premier League action, because I think we're all maybe avoiding that this evening, about talking about it in detail because of how bad pre-season has looked. But Jared,
before that, we have a question from David Ziegler. How many F-bombs does Owen drop when there's not a minor on the podcast? Because you've got about 9 of them since Jake came on.
There wouldn't be a minor on the podcast, so
bro, you're a man now. What age are you now, Jake?
What age you said?
Yeah.
I'll be 18 in a month in September. Yeah.
Man, I had like 4 children and a bad drug habit by the time I was your age. Just you're old enough. Words aren't going to hurt your feelings, man.
He broke his daughter's leg. He's that bad of a father.
It's tradition in Ireland. Jared, Bradford Confident or unconfident?
Relatively confident. They're not the easiest team for a newly promoted side. I actually like the way they play, and I think they'll be tough. They've got some definite Premier League talent on their team, even coming from the Championship, and they haven't signed anybody. But I feel good about it. It's one, I think, more so than you would think for a opening game of the season against a newly promoted team. There's a little bit of pressure on us because you look at the 2 games we have behind that of Chelsea and Man City. If we drop any sort of points to Brentford, we're really putting ourselves in a tough spot. And, when we go into international break after the first 3 weeks, if we're sitting on 0 or 1 point, I mean, the pitchforks are going to be out in the Arsenal community. We all know how crazy everybody is. So a little more pressure than you would expect on a game like that. But based on the preseason, I think we'll come out and control the game pretty well, control the ball, and hopefully grab a couple goals. But it's one I think we should win, 2-0, maybe 2-1 if they catch a penalty and Tony puts one in on us.
Yeah, Ryan put $25. I don't know. Ryan Cost. Sorry, I thought that was Ryan Fletcher for a second. $25 on the Brentford game.
On who?
Yeah, that was my question. On who?
Yeah, on who, Ryan? No, it's funny because it's always like worrisome, I think, seeing these teams come up from the Championship because they're a relatively unknown quantity. But John, something I think that we're seeing more so from Championship sides now than we did in the past is teams like Norwich coming up and refusing to change their identity in terms of the style that they play. Brentford are a very expansive side that play quite attractive football. Do you expect them to maintain that style, or do you think they'll be slightly more rigid than we have seen them in the Championship?
Yeah, and I think that's a good point that you bring up about how they kind of hold on to their identity coming in, because it's kind of one of the logic of if it's not broke, don't fix it or don't change it, really. And that seems to be the case. I bet there's a lot of pressure on these newly promoted sides to kind of stick to the brand of football that they're used to, that what works, basically. So I imagine we're going to see that expansive style of football as well. In our how it applies to us is that I think we don't do particularly great when a team is like really, really pressuring us. So if they go into this game like we have nothing to lose, which they really don't, and they just come gung ho at us, I think they can cause a lot of problems. That being said, I don't know. Going into this week, I was really, really concerned, and I was actually like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're about to potentially drop points to a newly promoted side." But I've kind of gotten used to that kind of dread in coming into a season. I used to be really excited going into an Arsenal season. It's just not there as much anymore. But I've thought about it. I think we're going to get something out of this one.
It's a bit like Stockholm syndrome, innit, with Arsenal at this stage now, just desensitized. But Jake, interested to get your opinion on this. Sambi Lokonga is somebody who's really impressed over pre-season, but we all know that Mikel Arteta tends to like to break players in slowly. Do you think that Sambi Lokonga has earned himself a right to start this game with the absence of Thomas Partey, or do you think the security of an experienced pair of hands like Mohamed El-Neni's is the better way to go forward?
Well, especially I think in the Watford preseason friendly, there was a really bad turnover that El-Neni had that led right to the goal that they scored. I think that was him, but I like what I'm. I didn't know much about him before we got him from what it was Bruges, right, or a different team. I'm not quite sure.
Anderlecht.
Yeah, but I like what I'm seeing so far. I feel like if it was him or El-Neni, I would definitely give him the chance because he's definitely shown that he's got more than his age, I guess. Like he's a young player, but he's got a lot of confidence in him, and I think he should get the start on Friday against Brentford over El-Neni, at least with Partey out. I would like to see him playing for sure.
Yeah, to me, it's always that thing of people say if you're good enough, you're old enough, and for me, that's the case. I think that I've said this on occasions before that people overdo the fact that we need to bed youngsters in, whereas I think that when you start to hit those late teens towards the 20 mark, that you really need to be sort of cementing yourself as a first team player around that age. And for me, Lokonga seems every bit capable of nailing down a position in that starting 11. But Jared, I'll jump back to you because I know that Mike needs a break. His head's about to fall off. But Bukayo Saka coming back, Now, obviously, not only physically the demands of playing through a competition like he just did, but the emotional demands of what he's been through after the Euros. Do you think that with the little that we've seen of him in pre-season that he's ready to start this game, or do you think that maybe he needs that bit of protection from Mikel Arteta just to be eased back in and not chucked back into the spotlight too quick?
I'd certainly like to see him start, but it's understandable if he doesn't. He played a ton of minutes for us last year, and when he went to play for England, he certainly ended up playing a lot more than I thought he would going into the tournament. So he hasn't had a whole lot of a break this year. It wouldn't surprise me based on the fact that he's only got, a few minutes of preseason ball. If we did start with Aubameyang left, Lacazette center, I really hope more than anything we don't do that, because I just don't like that lineup. I don't think it gives us, it just doesn't give us a lot of options. We don't provide many chances with it. So I prefer Saka there. But if I had to guess going into Friday, I would say we may see him start on the bench and come in, the 60 or 70 minute mark to try and get his legs underneath him before the tougher games coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's, in my opinion, I think the right thing to probably do is ease him in. But the truth is it's slim pickings at Arsenal in terms of players that can single-handedly win a game for you. And Saka is one of those rare players that we do have that has that ability. So for me, he seems like he's biting at the bit to get back and sort of make up for those, well, not even errors on his part, but to start to make amends for that mistake in the penalty shootout. But as Mike had up on the screen there, you can head over to, what is it, Mike? GoonersOpenMic.com if you want to jump on with us and throw any questions over to ourselves or the boys.
This hour and next is kind of a free form hour, just kind of a general, chat/banter session. So we can cycle people in if you want. There are some people I see in the chat that I would love to do, a little bit of a face reveal. I'm sure you're in the chat because you don't want to do a face reveal, but we'd love to have you on again, Mark. If you're game, we'd love to have you on. Ray, Zach, I was going to say Jim. Jim literally just left after being on the pod for 2 hours. But you're welcome to come on, and we'll just let the conversation flow.
To answer Mass Gooners' question in the chat, yes.
That makes for great audio podcast right now, where you don't say what the question is.
Yeah.
Where is that?
No, I wanted you to go look for it.
I am looking for it now. I'm like doing your little errand.
So was John paying to get paddled in public?
Oh, that one. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Masked Gunner. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, if the Masked Gunner joins us, I believe I've met him in person. I have met him in person, and he wasn't wearing a mask. But you could certainly feel free to wear a mask if you want to come on with us.
Mm-hmm.
John.
And also, if you don't want to come on the podcast, you also have the option just to throw a question into the chat. If you want to put it to any of the guys, we'll throw it up and put it to them. Get a good answer. But Mike, I've got a question for you.
Gooners versus Cancer first, and then you'll be fine.
Is your bum sore yet?
Is that coming from your opinion or your perspective?
How do you not ring the bell on that one?
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing fine.
Oh, sorry, your fanny. Oh, fuck, I'm surrounded.
No,
I'm fucking surrounded.
Jake, close your ears. This is going to be easy. I am used to sitting in a chair for 24 hours. I'm used to sleeping in a chair, as my son can tell you. I fall asleep in a chair and just stay there all night sometimes. I'm not normally talking the entire time, but or half of the time.
John, here's one. All right, I always think that if you want to realize your own fragilities, to place yourself in the mindset of the opposition. If you're Brentford and you're looking at Arsenal, where do you send your players out to target? Where are weak points that we can be exposed?
I think right back you're going to target, and I think that you're going to target it hard, and I think that you're going to try to make a mistake early on, because if you're any kind of like strategic about this, you know that it's kind of tense right now with Arsenal fans, and if you can get, there's going to be fans in the stadium. My understanding is, so if you can get. Am I right in that, by the way? Before I misspeak, there is going to be fans there, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
there are fans. There are away fans there. The away fans are not being allowed to drink in the stadium, though. For whatever, I mean, that apparently.
So that might make it a little bit. That might make it a little bit better, but you're going to want to try to make it very nervy for the Arsenal side. And I think that we have like a weakness on that on our right hand side, especially depending on who the front three are. If it's Pepe on that right, there's going to be some concern, especially if Bellerin's playing right back at that point. So that's where I would target.
At this point,
it could be, and I'll tell you, either one is not. I don't think is the. It would be a way weaker link than on the left side with Tierney there. Let's put it that way. So, if you're going to target some side, I think that's the one you would go for. I think that you try to pressure our Arsenal significantly, try to make us make a mistake early on, get us nervy, and then. Like I said, I don't think they have anything to lose. So we really need to come in, and we've said this before about Arsenal sides, that we want this kind of lower opposition, no offense to them. We want to see Arsenal come in right off the gate and put pressure and dictate the game. Obviously, there's new personnel there. It's right after preseason. That might not be so realistic. But at the same time, I really want to see Arsenal come out and put Brentford on the back foot right off the bat. Unfortunately, every time I want us to do that, it seldom happens. So we'll see.
I would piggyback on that. If I'm Brentford and we play that same high line we played the last two preseason games against Chelsea and Tottenham, I'm certain they've seen that and they're going to sit back a bit and just wait to hit us on a counter with the ball over the top, because in those two games, at least, we looked exceptionally vulnerable to that. And hopefully we'll make an adjustment and not play quite that high up. But I have a feeling against a team like Brentford, we're going to do that because we're going to have the majority of the ball. So that's the real danger area for us. Isn't really if they're building up an attack, but if they hit us on a counter and hit one long over us when we're playing that high line, we've really shown that we can be gotten to that way. So hopefully we make that adjustment and it doesn't happen. But if I'm Brentford, that's definitely what I'm looking for going into Friday.
Mike, that's something that we've seen in pre-season a lot was this high line and high press from which seemed instructional from Mikel Arteta is something that we've been actively trying to improve on. Do you think that Mikel Arteta is guilty in a sense of maybe overestimating what he can achieve with this group of players? Someone coming from a team like Man City where he had players at his disposal with the likes of Kevin De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, those sorts of players, and now he's trying to implement similar tactics to a group of players who just maybe aren't suitable for that. You're muted, mate.
Sorry. Yeah, it's that's the.
Well, I agree with that.
Yeah, it's the. I'm at the best possible answer I could have given right now, and it can only go downhill from here as I keep talking. But the issue always is when you don't have the players that you need or want for your system, do you impose the system on the players you have, for better or for worse, or do you adapt to the players you have? I remember when Unai Emery was starting and Ozil hadn't been frozen out yet, it was like, do you change the team to the players, or do you just try to press forward with what you're trying to do? And over time, a la peanut butter sandwiches. No, what Klopp did at Liverpool, where he pushed his system, didn't have the greatest players to play it, but over 2.5 years accumulated the greatest players to play it. That's the age-old question, and Arteta's gonna miss out if he makes the wrong decision here, because the players that he has can play a particular style. They can, they're young enough if he plays the right ones to accomplish some things this season that I think would surprise people. But he may not let them do that because he's trying to impose a particular system on them that doesn't work. So, when we get tactically as specific as whether the high press should be played with these players or not, that's where you start to lose me. When you start talking about actual football, I fall off the map. But Arteta certainly has a challenge because there has not been enough changeover in the squad. There has not been I finally found my left wing, or I found my partner for Thomas Partey. There haven't been that situation where you can say these guys were specifically brought in to play the system I want to play. Ben White might be a signing like that because of how he can carry the ball, and he might have seen him as a massive improvement on Rob Holding, or Bobby Sacramento as he's known. But I think at some point you have to probably maximize the players that you have right now, as long as you don't confuse them by throwing one thing at them one week and then the next thing at them another week. You have to you got to be more adaptable. But that's the challenge of coaching when it's a team you've taken over that's coming out of a hole.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. I think if actually for somebody who says that they don't know much about the tactical side of the game, you've hit the nail on the head. Is that Mikel Arteta seems to be tailoring certain aspects of our formation and styles differently to what he is in other parts of the pitch. So yeah, but Jake, there's a question here for you from Kareem. Question for Jake: what are your thoughts on Arteta going into the new season? So go as
Kareem
detailed
is
as you
the
like.
man who vanquished Tom Canton in the FIFA tournament, by the way.
Good man, Kareem, my boy.
We need to get him in backstage. We need him on for a minute just to gloat.
Yeah.
Kareem, if your parents say it's okay, you're welcome to come on for that. And for a preview of what will certainly be an all Virginia final, it looks like. But yes, what are your thoughts on Arteta? I normally
think it's interesting because with his goals of trying to implement like the Pep type style into our team, it's obviously very different because we have such a different set of players. But I think we have a lot of really good young players. Like obviously this isn't the product of what Arteta's done, but we've got players like Saka and Smith Rowe and all these younger players that aren't quite in first team yet, like Aziz, you guys were talking earlier, but we have all these players. And I feel like the goal for this season for him just needs to be like being able to give everybody the time, whether it's in like cup games or like any like subbing in on league games. But those types of players, I think when we have them healthy, I think he needs to be utilizing all of the young talent that we have, because we do have a lot of young talent. And I feel like that could be the key this season to doing well, being able to give them minutes and see where they can take it.
I'd be fine just starting players under 24 at this point. It used to be 25 for me, and then some of those guys turned out to be, weirdos, and so now I would just go 24 and under. I mean, and it used to be 25 and under, except for Leno and Aubameyang can play. Now it's just 25 and under. I don't care. I'm not including anyone else. I'm not excluding anyone. So we're about to bring somebody on the podcast who is going to thrill a lot of the I don't know about thrill, but it's going to be a very pleasing situation for a lot of the people in the chat who are in the chat and followers of the Gooners podcast. Because
you don't say somebody that's going to thrill and then say, no, sorry, I was just not going to thrill you. You don't do that. Like, you need to commit to it. She's going to thrill you. Okay.
She's going to thrill you. It's Sophie from a port patio.
Excuse me, just taking names here. Mike just said thrill, not thrill. It's the yellow.
I have earned the yellow for that.
Mate. I mean, what's going on?
Sophie, meet Jake.
Hi, Jake.
This is my offspring.
Hello, offspring. How's your father? How are his parenting skills?
Pretty good. Yeah, I can't really complain. Hello. I'm an Arsenal supporter. Yeah, I'll say that.
Well, you're more handsome than him, that's for sure.
Well, he has his mother's look. Now,
yes.
Back in the day when I was his age, I had a little bit of I was better looking, let's put it that way, than I am now, not than him. But we laugh a lot. Laughter brings the family together.
The truth is, by the way, do I sound okay? Because I don't have a mic. I'm in my backyard. I'm watching Vinny and Vespa just play much more fluid than any of our midfielders, by the way. I'm just saying, they're just out there.
Vespa's a great ball carrying.
Yeah, I'm wearing my old lady glasses because I have a headache. And here's the truth, Jake. You want to know about my day? I don't know. How's your day going, Jake?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I ate inside today because it's, I don't know what it is in Celsius, but it's like over 100 degrees here today.
Sophie lives in LA. It's okay. You could.
Yeah, I live in LA. That's my lemon tree back there. I've got my candles ready for the little bit, in a little bit and stuff like that. And that's your dad just trying to show us that he really was handsome back in the day. That's a second yellow. I'm just saying,
oh
bragging.
No, I'm out for the next hour now.
That means does that mean you get a straight red? That means Owen's got to do the rest of the show on his own.
This is actually what I looked like as a kid.
Oh my God. Dad, you should bring the FIFA cover with your face on all of it instead of
I don't have that uploaded here. That's true. That's a good point. But
hello, everyone in chat. How is everyone doing? Owen, hi, Jared.
Hey,
Hi,
Sophie.
John. How's everyone doing? I'm not hungover. Do I look hungover?
No, I think it's the sunglasses.
No.
It's kind of like the Jar Jar Gabor old school sunglasses. The kids don't get it, do they? They just.
It
don't
looks
get
lovely where you are, though. It's still light. Obviously, half five.
Yeah.
In the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm about to. Well, I'm not about to do anything actually. That's why I'm just here. I'm here.
You're about to go off on a massive rant, Sophie. That's what you're about to do because there's a question
That's
here.
what we're paying you for.
There's a question here from Jim that is absolutely tailor made. And when I seen you backstage in the chat, I said, "Fucking perfect." Sorry, Jake, for swearing again. He says, would the transfer window be different if Arsenal had a different manager?
Oh.
Would the transfer window be different? Not the level, but
our
the
transfer
window. I'm not. Is that a fair question? Because should the question be, would the transfer window be different if we had different owners or different directors of football? Or is Arteta really to blame for the transfers?
Would the owners have more faith in somebody that has a more proven track record to spend substantial money?
I mean, when you think about it, think how. I mean, I would buy that game. I would play that game. Because
look at the upper left and tell me how disturbing that is.
That is so disturbing. Oh my god.
Sebby is a genius. That is very disturbing. I
showed that. Just imagine your dad with his face on a FIFA cover.
Well, most people don't get their dad on that. I mean, Mbappe doesn't have a son, so just be happy.
Good job, Jake has a strong mama. I'm just saying, strong mama. I was going to say, Owen, that, Unai wanted Zaha, but he got Pepe. There's a lot of times where managers want a player and then they end up with someone different than they wanted. So I'm not sure it's fair to put, and I'm not a fan and I've really criticized him, but I also stand up for him where it's relevant. And I think here,
you're very
I don't know if it's entirely his fault. I'm not sure if like Conte can't be our manager because we can't give Conte what he wants, right? If Vieira came in as our manager, Vieira would be dealing with the same issues as Arteta. So I think the landscape of the conversation should shift a little bit more towards what's happening above him. That's funny. Sophie doesn't rant. What's above him?
That's coming from a guy who owns a Willian jersey. So, hey.
I mean,
take that for what you want.
It's his birthday and he's got shit on his birthday. No one deserves shit on their birthday. By the way, what can I say in front of Jake and not? I'm just, is
everything.
Heard it all from me. So
how old is he? Because I'm,
almost 18.
How old?
Almost 18.
Turning
18. He's 17 until he's 18, but he's almost 18.
Can I just say you're really rocking that shirt and you actually look like you're part of our squad? Just saying.
I didn't realize the neck, but I like this shirt. I love the blue on the top.
What do you mean? What do you like about the neck?
No, I didn't realize it's not a V-neck. It's not a U-neck. It's something different. That's what Arsenal does with their kits.
Do you guys think there's too much white on the sides? I don't.
A lot of people think it's like
it's very Ajax.
Yeah,
very like.
You either like it or you don't.
Stand up, Jake. Let's see the.
Oh, sorry.
Don't get me excited, Soph. Jesus, come on! It's almost 2 a.m.
So, okay, then fine. I'll give myself another yellow card. Here we go.
Yeah, there is a lot of white on the side.
There's a lot of white on the side.
I tell you what, though, I have to say that one that Jared is on, I absolutely love it.
It's awesome,
it's real sick, like.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would be if I would like the yellow or not, but it came in. It's probably one of my favorite Arsenal kits I own. Jared, it's great. I like it a lot.
It looks beautiful on you. I mean,
most things do, Owen.
It looked more beautiful off you. Oh,
I need to get Jared, Owen, and Jake on the Highbury squad. Not together at the same time, but
obviously we'll see how that goes.
Maybe Jake could be our co-host for our Academy show. I don't know.
You're gonna have to you're gonna have to brush up on Tyrese John Jules.
Why am I going to have to brush up on that?
No, I'm saying Jake would have to.
Oh, yeah. Well,
a favorite?
Like he can carry himself. Jared, that shirt does look good. You know what? That third away kit, it makes me want to vomit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
So, Owen, Jess posted something where she compared it to an old double-decker bus, and I thought
it looks like this. It looks like the fabric on the seats of the tube.
Yes.
Or like carpet at a bowling alley, kind of that sort of vibe.
Yes, the Piccadilly line.
It's just I find that now that they really don't have any consideration for like pale, moderately fat Irish fellas that aren't going to look good in those sort of retro styly jerseys. What happened to just plain stuff, loose fitting, something that would look like a bag of sausages when I put it on?
I totally agree.
I think our next shirt should be a bag of sausages.
They've overdone the blue though, Mike. They've overdone the blue. Like back in the day, we had blue shorts and yellow shirts. That was our away kit, right? Boom.
Yeah.
No one had issue with that. Tottenham are blue, but we're just too much blue.
The blue on the yellow in '89 was perfect. It was understated. It was there. I think they're trying to kind of do an homage to that kit, the blue kit with the waves on it from 10, 15 years ago. Not 10 years ago. It was longer than that. But I don't know. I've ordered it because that's what I do. But we'll see how it looks on me. It could be a complete, I might just get sick looking at myself even more than I normally do.
Well, look, if someone in your chat who wants to free Harry Kane, I mean, I don't know what's going on there.
Not even going to block that dude because he's put in the effort to write that out. Or he's
so we had no spammers, and then now suddenly we have a spammer.
Yay!
What happened?
Looks like we've made it.
So, Sophie, how are you feeling now about this Brentford game? What way are you going to do it? We've sort of discussed a bit in detail about the likes of the inclusion of Bukayo Saka and stuff, but something I was thinking about is now with seemingly Aubameyang being pushed out onto the wing and Bukayo Saka being back and hopefully in form, Nicola Pepe, a significant investment into this guy, and he seemed to hit sort of a run of form towards the back end of last season. Do you expect Mikel Arteta to give him a chance, or do you think that he may sort of fall victim to, over congestion in that position?
I would, if Aubameyang doesn't score against Brentford and then he misfires in the next couple of games, and we've got big games coming up after that. Vesper, stop biting the aloe vera. No. Sorry.
So people have got Tourette's tonight on this podcast. It's everybody's doing it. Don't worry.
My puppy keeps eating the aloe vera. I mean, it's I know it's good for you, but I think if he doesn't score, I think he has to consider benching him. And I think if you're not going to send Balogun out on loan and you've got Martinelli coming back from the Olympics, you're going to have to give him a chance. But Pepe has to step up. I think Pepe could be the player of the season. This could be the making of him. He's been really good in pre-season. He was really good towards the end of last season. I ripped him to shreds when he first came in his first season. And I'm ready to... I've got 2 humble pies baking, as a lot of people know. One is for Pepe, one is for Arteta. But I think this season is the one where I could really eat it with Pepe. I think it's so important that he steps up to be a leader in this team. Because I'm not sure about Aubameyang. I'm not sure about Lacazette. And I think Lacazette brings the team together a lot better, and we play better when he's playing in that 9 position than Oba, because when Oba's not scoring goals, he doesn't really offer much to the team. I don't think he gets appreciated enough for how he hustles sometimes when he tracks back. But with him, his salary, what we're paying him, he's captain, he's got to be scoring goals. And for me, that is the biggest issue going into the season, is where are our goals going to come from?
Yeah, 100%. And I think I've mentioned
they're all going to come from Sambi Lokonga.
I love him.
And Partey.
He seems very good. Yeah,
I already have a crush.
I've mentioned on occasion before that I think that you can afford to have one big moment player in your side. And what I mean by a big moment player is somebody who doesn't overly contribute consistently throughout the 90 minutes, but comes up with a magic moment. And unfortunately, yeah, like Flamini. But I think Nicola Pepe can be one of them players that comes up with big moments, and I just think that you can't afford to have him and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang in the same side. And unfortunately, it seems statistically like Pepe of late has had more output.
It's constantly, you can't have this person and this person in the same side, but the one consistency to all of those combinations is Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
Mike, let me look. If he starts Xhaka and El Neni and drops Pepe against Brentford,
I will come on your podcast with the everyone out shirt and yeah.
Let me tell you something. That will be so indicative of what his mindset is going into this season. And that should put the fear of God in everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Start Lukonga with Xhaka. Give him a shot. Let's do that. Start Pepe. You know, he's in form. If you want to go Pepe, Lacazette, you know, Aubameyang, and then have Saka on the bench because he's coming out of his like Euros and he's just been back for a couple of weeks, fine. But you do not start the season and keep Pepe on the bench and Lukonga on the bench if you are a manager who's trying to show fans that you're going to make a difference this season. No,
absolutely.
sir.
Listen, and Pepe should be, you know, I think the start for his season, given that he seems somewhat of a confidence player who found his confidence at the end of last season, despite kind of being in and out of the lineup due to, you know, Arteta reasons. You know, he's got to be one of the first names on the team sheet, and then you figure it out from there. And obviously that means Bellerin can't be behind him because we know how that goes. So
he's just got to instill into Pepe, you're my guy this season. You're my man.
Right.
You know,
that's the man management
that he lacks.
Which he's been lacking, 100%. And Jared, when we're talking there, look, when we always talk about the lineups, there's consistent things that the entire fan base often agree on, believe it or not. But like, you're going into this game, Mikel Arteta is obviously a manager most would consider under pressure at the start of the campaign. But what are the sort of big no-nos that you can't see in this starting 11? Because it seems to me that when everybody gets behind Arteta, you often make some sort of stupid mistake, whether it be team selection, formation, whatever it is. What are the no-nos that we mustn't see from Mikel Arteta going into this Brentford game?
Well, I think Sophie hit the nail on the head just a minute ago when she said, you know, Lukonga, I think what we've seen in preseason has earned a spot against Brentford. It'll give him good Premier League competition, and you can kind of get a good idea of his level from there. I think him next to Xhaka makes a lot of sense as long as Partey is out. Pepe, I think I'm with both of them. I think he should be one of the first names on the team sheet. Sorry, I used to play a lot of golf. But I think his last 13 Premier League games, he scored 9 goals. I mean, his production was there. And
Jared, should his number be 4?
Oh man,
classic dad joke.
I love it.
We have a question for Sophie and Jake, but before we get to that question, we're going to bring on Miami Chicago John. His cell phone ran out of battery, so we appreciate him making the effort to come on despite being out and about in the world. But we have a replacement, a fantastic replacement, who is going to show his handsome face on the podcast. Sophie, you know him well.
I do.
Who is it? His name is JJ Garcia.
My boy, yes.
Welcome back to the pod,
hey,
JJ.
Guys. Hey, hi, Mike. How you guys doing? Jake, Jared, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you as well.
So yeah, JJ is a friend who was introduced via Sophie and the Highbury Squad. Longtime Gooner, great, another great American fan of the team, and we'll kind of come back to you around on the next question, but I want to make sure to get to Darren's question here, and we'll open it up to actually the three of you. So we'll change this to being a question for Sophie, Jake, and JJ. Darren's favorite player currently is ESR. We know his favorite player of all time is Lee Dixon, but currently ESR. Are you excited to see how he'll perform now that he is staying with us? Let's start with Jake.
I think if any Premier League fans didn't know how good ESR is before this season or after last season, they will when this season gets underway. Because I think with Pepe, I think he'll be our best player of the season if he gets enough time, which surely he's earned the time now. But I think with what he'll do this season, I think he'll get noticed by the England squad. I think he'll get his chance just like Saka did. And I'm so excited to see what Smith Rowe can do this season because he's confident enough that he wanted the number 10, and I think he'll rock it this season 100%.
I hope he gets I hope that he and Saka both, through their rising Englishness and greatness, at least get the protection that they need from referees that tend to only really come to non-Arsenal players who are stars for England, but because they really need it. They're going to get knocked around a lot this season. Teams are going to try to take those guys off their feet, as we've already seen, and hopefully that won't be allowed. But You're excited about ESR, right, Soph? I mean,
oh, I love him, and I'm sorry if you can hear. You know the thing about living in California, people mow their lawn like 24/7. There's always someone mowing the lawn. There's always something going on.
I haven't mowed my lawn since 2003. I think. I mean, there's nothing I hate more than mowing my lawn.
It's crazy. I fear for ESR, and I say that with respect in the sense that I feel like we're putting so much pressure on him and Saka, and if we don't build around them, we might end up in the Jack Grealish game, right? Where someone comes in, and we've talked about it on our show. In 2 years' time, if we're not competitive in the Premier League still, if we haven't built around them, they're going to want to leave. They're going to want to go and do other things, win, with other teams, whether it's in England or in Europe. And my biggest fear is that we've put this insurmountable pressure on a number 7 and a number 10, inheriting 2 legendary shirts at the club, and we're not going to surround them with the right players. I'm really happy like a Thomas Partey's there. And I know this isn't going to be popular with a lot of Arsenal fans, but Xhaka being there is actually going to help these kids, because he's more of a leader in the dressing room. Lacazette is a leader with these guys. They love him. They play better when they're with Lacazette on the pitch. So as good as I think he is, Mike, I don't want him to burn out. He's suffered from injuries. We've got to manage him really, really carefully. But can he be a superstar? To me, he's like a Phil Foden potential. The kid can do anything he wants, but he's got to be given the tools and be surrounded by players who are going to help get him there too. Because Phil Foden's playing with De Bruyne. He played with Aguero. He's playing with Mahrez. I mean, Sterling, blah, 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 blah. It's a totally different ball game.
Now, I saw a look on your face, JJ, when she mentioned Granit Xhaka. I think we're going to be very sympathetic on this. But it's hard to argue with the specific point that she just made, that he is loved by his teammates and probably is good to have around for younger kids. But based on that reaction, I saw the wince. I think we probably have a lot in common. But
yeah, then why don't we keep David Luiz if it's so good? It's.
Yeah, I mean the question's really about ESR, but yes. Feel free to share your Xhaka feelings as well, because I don't think we've heard necessarily that from you.
Yeah. I personally think ESR could be better than what Saka could do for us. I think he's like the future. His position and what he could do for what he does, and he's just they're actually both sort of the same. They keep their head down, they keep quiet. I feel like they truly love our club. Like a Jack. A Jack loved our club, and I think these guys really love our club.
You know who did a really good interview with Jack Wilshere recently?
JJ.
You didn't know. Sophie killed it, and
I can't believe you got on that. But I was so jealous of that.
Yeah,
he made it. He's the one that helped make it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then. I mean, I wasn't saying you didn't deserve it. I was just saying I was jealous. But
Jack's a top-notch guy. I'll tell you that. I mean, what a.
Well, there's a story to be told there.
Yeah, he is
about how that came together. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're good. But again, those guys, I feel like they have the passion for our club. Aubameyang,
I agree with that.
He was a superstar sort of before he came here. Like a Sanchez, superstar before he came here. These kids grew up in our club, like a Jack. They have love for our club, and there's a difference when you play for the badge over money. It's just a big difference. They play for the badge. And that's what I've noticed with these kids. And they keep their head down. They're quiet. They're humble. Anytime you hear any interview with them, they're the most humble kids. And they're 19, 20. Like, you kidding me? Like they are, I mean, they're the future. And I think we will surround them with the right guys. I think Arteta could do it. I'm an Arteta fan. And I really think if he gets the backing from our club, he could do it for them. But again, the likes of a Lacazette, it's true. And that's one thing about Granit, I will say. He is good locker room. But does that mean they have to play him?
Yeah, I mean, just keep him in the locker room when the team comes out. Just keep him in there.
Just keep him.
He's
there.
not. He's
and
not.
He'll be ready for them when they come back in at the half, and he can be like,
See with that, JJ. Just a question, just to sort of play devil's advocate a little bit here. When you're talking about our players loving the club and what it means to them, do you still believe that exists in the game today? Maybe when you look at somebody like a Harry Kane who has apparently loved the club for years, and he always has the club's best interest at heart. But now he seems to be strong arming the club into a move. Do you think that loyalty still exists in modern football?
Yeah, to a certain extent, because I mean, again, you always have to watch out for your own back, right? Protect yourself. They're not helping Harry Kane. I mean, they have some good players, but they never really took it to that next level. Tottenham, they didn't for him. And Harry Kane is, I mean, I hate Tottenham more than anyone else. They did not help that guy. He's sensational. He's a great striker. I mean, we can't deny it. They tried, but they just didn't do it for him. When you have that talent, you gotta get the top of the top. People wanted to go play with Harry Kane. But again, they're a small club, so who the hell wants to go there anyways? But again, with the soccer, like we have with Martinelli, did I say it right? Martinelli?
Yeah.
I butcher every name, guys. Don't worry. Jake, I butcher every name in the world. Martinelli, we have a young core where I think veterans want to come in and play with them. So also, guys, I have my kids here, so if you hear them screaming, I apologize. But yeah, again, people are going to want to come to play with the youth, right? A Lacazette's one of my favorite. By the way, I could tell how he treats our youth. These young kids, like they feel so comfortable around him. I'm not saying Alba doesn't, or any of our other guys. I think he has something special with them. Like you get,
he's been playing out of his skin in preseason, man. He's so committed by the look of it.
He looks
I think he always
he?
plays well. There's sometimes he doesn't finish, and that's what happens with strikers. They go in their little slumps and not finishing. How he checks back, how he plays the game is what we need. It's almost like like Giroud used to do it all the time. And I love Giroud. Giroud's one of the most underrated players I think to ever play the game. But we don't need to go there. But
that's another thing I'm with you on completely.
I mean, when he went to Chelsea, Eden Hazard said he's the best striker he's ever played with because how he can feed him the ball.
He's a very underappreciated footballer across 100%. The board.
Massively. And do you want to know what? That's a part of Lacazette's game that is massively underrated as well. Is that, like, if you're a striker, my beef has never been with any of them not putting the ball into the back of the net frequently. My beef starts when it's like, if you aren't providing in one way, at least make up for it in another way.
Right.
And Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is a striker that doesn't do that, whilst obviously Lacazette does.
Do you know, Owen, that's such a great point, and I talk about it a lot in the sense that, not that he's as prolific as Firmino, but he kind of feels like our Firmino, right? There's a reason why Salah and Mane can do all the things that they want. It's because of who plays behind them. And it's because Firmino's a very unselfish player, right? He's the conduit between everything.
Right.
And a lot of Liverpool fans complain that Bobby doesn't score enough goals. And a lot of Arsenal fans complain that Lacazette doesn't score enough goals. But what they both do off the ball is so impressive. And that is a very underappreciated trait that not a lot of fans recognize. And in the modern game, you have to be as good off the ball as you are on the ball. Maybe not as good, but you really do in order to play in some of these systems for some of these coaches. Right. And I just think Lacazette doesn't get that respect because in Arsenal's fans' eyes, he just doesn't score enough.
Right. And you guys are going to hate this. I'm not comparing them. So I'm not comparing them. But there is that touch of like a Wayne Rooney and Lacazette where it's like, oh, he's in our defensive half doing what he's supposed to be doing and not just sitting up top. Wayne Rooney was always back. You thought he was playing the sixes sometimes. And the guy has always got back. I mean, I remember actually saw a clip today, which I saw the game, but he's with DC United. Their goalkeeper comes up. The team clears the ball.
Yeah, that was
Wayne Rooney is the one to bust ass back, tackles, throws the cross, and they score the goal tie, right?
Now, the goalie messed up on that. The goalie shouldn't have come out for that ball, but as a DC United... I was a DC United season ticket holder there. Jake and I were not at that game, but we watched it. That is when he won me over because they made him captain after. I know we're going off on tangents, but we keep mentioning like Giroud, and then we talk about Giroud. Then
it's a 24-hour podcast. We've got time for tangents.
If we're ever going to do that, this is the podcast that we do that. But Wayne Rooney, I was like grumpy about Wayne Rooney. I'm like, he's going to come here, get a paycheck, a DUI, and then that's going to be it for him. And I think he did get the DUI.
A lot of retirement homes around that town, isn't there?
Yeah, but when he made that play,
decent.
and after they put the armband on him, I'm like, wow, he's actually here to make the team better, and he did.
Right,
He
and
did.
again, I'm not comparing Lacazette to him, but when you do watch Lacazette play for us, he's back in there, he's defending, he's trying to get the ball to help like the wingers get forward. He does all that, and that's what Rooney did. He's not Rooney. I mean, no one's really Rooney, Rooney's Rooney. But you do see glimpses of that and he's good with the ball, and he can pass that ball. He really can. So I mean, if we had to get rid of one of them, and I'm a huge Alba. Alba's my boy. 100%. I love him, but you just can't.
You can't get rid of him, but I would.
Jared, do you think that's vital as well? Because we always talk about our youngsters, and as JJ mentioned there, we have an absolutely fantastic core of young players at the club. But do you think it's really important not just to have experience, but the right types of personality with experience around that squad? Let's say there's a big difference between Alexander Lacazette's experience and Willian's experience, say, and the attitude in which they transfer that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I didn't really want Alba to get the armband when he got it. And I know at that time we were in complete shambles. We come back from winning the FA Cup. You kind of always, you either have a bona fide leader that everyone looks to and everyone respects, or if you don't have that guy, you just kind of by default give it to the best player. And I think we were kind of in a situation where we just went for the latter. I mean, he's been on record. They ask him, Alba, when things aren't going well, are you pretty vocal or are you pretty quiet? And he's even said, just his personality is he's more of a quiet person, which there's nothing wrong with that. That's probably the vast majority of people. But when I want a captain of a team, I want someone who's not afraid to have an uncomfortable interaction with one of their teammates and gets in their face. That's why I thought, Xhaka was a good captain for the team, even without the armband. When you watch the team play and you watch them interact, he feels like the guy that has the respect of the squad. Kieran Tierney is a guy like that. I think Lacazette is a guy like that. So we've got a few of those guys, but I'm not sure, with Xhaka, with his whole thing, I'm not sure that he'd ever get it back. I think the fans would have an uproar after his incident. There's a good portion of the fan base that, if he scored a 95th minute winner off a free kick to beat Spurs and get us in the top 4, people would still say, yeah, but remember when he threw the armband on the ground? There's always going to be those people.
He would go like this, and then he would talk about in the press about how no one likes him, and I just do that a couple times without.
When I say people, I meant Mike. Yeah.
And I wish this was like Zoom, where you raise hand to ask questions. I mean, because Jared
just drop something on the ground, and then we'll go to you.
I know. You know what? I just realised all my backyard ballistics that I haven't played with yet. Like in the summer, I've got this Wait,
that looks
I'm going to shoot at you, Owen. Right? Let me see. Hey!
That looks like the drip gun that the Miz uses, I think.
Real quick, 10 seconds. Personally, I'm as offended, and I know I can say this on this pod because then I don't have to put it in the Gooners versus Cancer jar, although we may have a little check for you tomorrow morning when I'm on with Kevin, but I'll save that. I'm so offended by Xhaka being late for the North London derby as a captain, and I'm as offended as Xhaka behaving the way Aubameyang, sorry, and Xhaka behaving the way he did when he threw his shirt and got pissed off in the crowd. I just can never imagine Tony Adams or Patrick Vieira ever being late for the North London derby and then refusing to do a warm down when the coach or the coaching staff asked them to after. That's the beginning of the end for me. Aubameyang, I think his mind left Arsenal on that day. There's something not right, and I'm not sure it's going to get resolved anytime soon.
But sorry, Mike, I don't know you're going to jump on, but it's just a quick one to follow on from Sophie on that. I agree with you there, Sophie, because for me, and maybe I'm on my own on this one, okay, but for me, let's put ourselves in Granit Xhaka's situation here. So I was actually at the game the week before he got booed at Palace. He got booed whilst being substituted and ironically jeered at. We've all seen some of the messages that had been sent privately to him about threats at his family.
When we needed him to rush off,
that wasn't the case. It wasn't the case at the Aston. It wasn't the case at the Aston Villa game. It wasn't. He wasn't performing that well, and he got jeered at from the crowd. But now wait. After all that, the fans were gesturing at him whilst he was walking off, and he loses the plot and tells him to fuck off. Okay, and after all those threats, all those jeers, all those boos, people go, he said the same thing to me. Now I'm offended by that. Like, grow the fuck up. But being late for a North London derby, being late to training on numerous occasions, I think Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang's actions were much more sort of devious and offensive, if whatever word you want to use, than Granit Xhaka's.
Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you completely, 100%. I don't know how he's gotten away with it. In fact, you know what? I think that's the day that he should have stripped him of the captaincy of Arsenal. That is so offensive to me. Like, don't be late for any game, but you're late for the Tottenham game. You're late. You know, you live in North London. You know the traffic. Don't give me this bullshit that you got stuck in traffic. That is such horse shit. I went off him. And everyone knows on my show, I'm off him. I'm sorry. And it's not like, and then people say, oh, you're such a, you know, you're so harsh, and you know, his mum was sick and then they got malaria and whatever. I'm like, all of that stuff happened after, and some of it may have happened before, but Kevin always says to me too, he goes, the amount of stuff I used to go through in life, and you still got to turn up and do your job and play. Like, we have shit going on here. Like, the house is literally flooded, but I still got to go to work today. I got to pay my bills, pay the mortgage. You've got to find a way. And I just think that in the modern day game, like, just some players just get away with it and they shouldn't. And I was offended as a fan, and as an Arsenal fan, if I'm paying season tickets as well and I'm out there, and I don't know. I just think, to me, he's not an Arsenal captain. He's the worst Arsenal captain ever, in my opinion.
Worse than Gallas.
Oh, come on. Okay, Gallas developed into the worst captain ever. But when we first got him, you know, come on. Hey, there she is.
So Jake is no longer the youngest person on the podcast.
Yeah.
JJ, who do we have
Sorry,
here?
she's just been bothering me, so I apologize. But,
no, she's not bothering anybody.
She's the youngest Gooner here right now, but
who do we have here?
When's the prettiest, this is Alice. Hi, Alice. Yeah, that's you. So by the way, when's the last time we booed one of our players off?
Yeah, but there's been no crowds.
That game and before that,
the Xhaka game.
I mean, okay, that's a buoy. So I mean, a buoy is the most love-hate relationship of all time. He's crazy, and I love him. But
Danny's not here anymore.
Yeah, I have some bad history with Emmanuel Abui over the last hour or so, but that's a game thing. So let's. By the way, Alice is getting some mad love from the chat. From Darren, who
she's the prettiest guest you've ever had, Mike.
She is, definally.
I'm offended, Sophie.
Oh, I'm sorry, babe.
She's the prettiest.
Let me
guest
take
I've
my
ever,
shirt off and throw it into the ground.
She's the prettiest guest I've ever had, narrowly defeating the previous holder of that, which is JJ.
Yeah, JJ's pretty too. He's definitely pretty. But Jake, look at Jake. Come on, look at Jake.
I'm biased. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna do a drawing. I promised one at the end of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour, and we're just rolling with this conversation. So this draw is going to be for a Ruth Beck art print. The third one we've given out tonight. It is this is one I know that Jake would want to have. Jake's already asked me for a Ruth Beck art print. This one is not going to be for you, but anyone remember this famous picture?
Oh, I like it. That's nice.
Good old Saul Campbell kissing the gold trophy, and Ruth Beck has her version of it, which looks like this.
It's so good.
And this is about to be going to our third or fourth winner of the evening. So we're gonna draw for that Ruth Beck art. JJ, is Alice? Can Alice read? Is that I've just been so long.
She'll be 3 this month.
Okay. It's been so long since I had kids of that age that I don't remember like when you get.
Jesus Christ, Jake! How much pressure did this guy put on you?
And this is our other gunner. This is the one that she watches. She wakes up and watches the games with me. This one.
Oh, there's nothing better
awesome.
than that.
They're so adorable.
I don't even
before
do that.
Jake was old enough to know what. Well, actually, yeah, I used to watch the games with a 3-year-old Jake and a 6-year-old Allie. So,
Jake, how old
right,
are you now?
Me?
I am 17, turning 18 next month.
Ah,
I'm 116th.
You're way out.
He's getting ready for college.
We're going to draw the winner, and let's.
Damn, I'm getting bitten out here.
Let's get a quick update on how we're doing here with our goal. Our goal is $5,000 raised from this POD-A-THON, and we, as things are slowing down in the middle of the night over in Europe, we are at 3,890, which is fantastic. A couple more donations came in over the last hour or so, and again, I can't thank people enough for their generosity. And I hope that we can in some way repay that with fun and content and some prizes for people. And in the area of prizes, well, we get a super insight on Sophie's home life now. We're going to pick the winner, and if there's anyone, if there's a little one running around that wants to read out the name of the winner, we can do that. Otherwise, I'll do it. But okay, perfect. So
Jake, you're the little one. You can do it, Jake.
All right.
I can do it.
Let me go to the randomizer. And we're going to do the draw for the Saul Campbell Ruth Beck art print. And the winner again, Steve Manuos. We've had 2 winners of 4 prizes so far, but look, it's random and it's based on the size of the donation. So it only takes one donation, one small donation to win, but Steve's got 2 prizes now, and congratulations for the Ruth Beck art print of Saul Campbell. And again, thanks to everybody who's donated. We have 14 more prize drawings to do over the next 16 hours, and we're going to really start to ramp things up with some t-shirts, some Gooners versus Cancer stuff, some Arsenal jerseys, signed legend jerseys from Lee Dixon and Kevin Campbell are still left. And then, of course, the team signed jersey in our final hour, where someone will win something and also get to see me fall asleep live on camera.
That would be epic.
Hey, Mike, I want to say this is really cool what you're doing, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
Really, really, really cool thing you're doing. Obviously, it's one of the something that we have to fight. Everyone's fight. A lot of people are fighting every day here. That's why I have actually a shaved head right now. One of my good friends, Erin, she just got stage 4 leukemia. She's 34, healthy, and just hit her. So it can affect anyone at any time, and that's why things like this are amazing to help them out.
I appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you, JJ, because I know how active you are in the charity and fundraising community, and it's nice to hear that. I've just really been pleased, and to have Owen and Jared with me when you say that, because it is not a thing that I'm doing anymore. Right. It used to be, and now it's a thing that we're doing.
Yeah, and thank you guys too. I apologize.
Jake is helping. Owen is taken upon himself to raise money from others. Jared is helping so much on both the back end and the front end. When we get into a situation where I don't have to be doing everything, where I don't have to think about this, that, and the other thing, and I'm just kind of letting it all happen, that's how you leverage. I've never been able to figure that out in my professional life, but for the charity, the support and the friendship of people, it just really means a lot. It makes my heart warm. And I shaved my head. And people are like, your dad passed away 11 years ago. Why did you just shave your head last year? And I don't have a good answer for that.
Do you want to know why? If there's one positive that we can take out of it, is JJ, that you have a lovely shaped head, and you actually quite suit it. Whereas I would look like Voldemort beaten with a baseball bat if I shaved my head. So it's cool, man. It's very early noughties Justin Timberlake. If you can move like him.
Yeah, I can't. No. Oh God, I would break.
That's like the heartwarming thing about something that is so catastrophic, is how people come together, to support it and stuff like that. My sister totally shaved, and I know it sounds weird, but for a woman to completely shave her head, I mean,
that's not.
Demi Moore, G.I. Jane style, but she did. My uncle passed away from cancer, and she completely shaved her head last year and raised money and stuff like that. And it just makes you do things because it feels like the right thing. You know what I mean? and JJ's hit it on the nail on the head. You guys are doing an amazing job. It's unlike anything in the Arsenal community, and it's amazing. It really
who
is.
else? You know who else made that big sacrifice?
Yeah, exactly, Lee Judges. But do you want to know what else? And I know we're getting very deep here at the minute, but not only through the charitable work, but something that I've noticed as well is over the course of the pandemic, through the lockdowns over this last 18 months or so, like if it wasn't for podcasting or the Arsenal fan base online, I don't know what the hell I would do. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people like that. Like I'm pretty sure I've spent more time with Mike on the internet than I have some of my best friends at this stage. So it's cool how
Jake's thinking you've spent more time with Mike than I have.
I know, yeah.
It's a great point, though.
It is, yeah.
You know, it's such a great point because really that's when Highbury Squad really took flight, was during the first lockdown when we decided to go out
last year.
Yeah, we decided to go out every day, and we felt like we needed people as much as people needed us. And I don't think listeners realize that sometimes, like during that time, like it was just as important to us as it was to them. And, you know, it was a really trying time for everybody, no matter where you are, what you earn, what you do for a living, you know, married, single. I mean, it was just really tough. And I totally agree with you. And that's a really great point. I mean, it became like a hug, you know, a group hug. And it's important.
Absolutely, yeah. And Jared, as somebody who has sort of branched into the world of podcasting really over the last year or so, how are you finding the whole socializing over the Arsenal on the internet?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same vein of what you guys are talking about. I'd never been on a podcast at all until I believe maybe June or July of 2020. So it just wasn't really on my radar. You know, I followed the team, but you know, you'd watch games with friends, you go to pubs, you know, you had a lot of opportunities to talk about the team and enjoy it with friends in other ways. And then once that got taken away, I think me, like a lot of other people, you know, we get online, we meet some new people that way, talk about the team on Twitter. And I feel pretty fortunate that I just kind of walked backwards into what ended up being a pretty good group of people. With anyone you could run into on Twitter in the Arsenal world, it's a pretty mixed bag. And, you know, I ran into, you know, Tom, Owen, Mike, our friend Mike Hernandez, just and a number of others, just a lot of good people in general. So I feel pretty fortunate that I've made, you know, a lot of good friends over the last year and people that I look forward to meeting in person someday if Arsenal makes it over to the US for a game or next time I'm over on that side in London. You know, it's nice to have people around the world you can get together with periodically and enjoy the game and just enjoy, you know, talking to each other and enjoying each other's company for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so proud of you, American Gooners. I cannot begin to say how much you, like, honestly, I don't know people if they realize the community here until they come here. You know, all those tours that I've been on and seeing the growth year on year on year and seeing what the Arsenal America branch do and seeing what Mike's done with his pod and then, you know, meeting someone like Jared and then look, Jake is the future, right? And then JJ, who, you know, is an entrepreneur and does a lot of different things, but he loves the Arsenal and he's involved. And then Owen's like somewhere in the middle of Ireland, you know, and he seems to me like, honestly, sometimes I'm listening to the show and I'm thinking you live in America, to be honest with you.
No, and do you want to know what? You hit the nail on the head so much there, Sophie, because and I apologize for any offense caused in the next 30 seconds or so. That's my disclaimer. There's an account that I follow on Facebook called the USA Soccer Guy.
Oh, that guy's been around.
It's really ironic over Americanization of breakdowns of Premier League games. And for me, growing up, I always thought of American football fans as the USA Soccer Guy type dude. But man, they're so knowledgeable, not just about Arsenal, but about football. I mean, like for example, Drew Thompson, who was supposed to be on, but unfortunately couldn't make it this evening, is one of the most knowledgeable people I know about the game as a whole. And I think people over here have this assumption that if you don't go and put your arse in the Emirates seats every weekend, that you're not a real fan. But I can tell you, the commitment from a lot of the American Gooners I know can massively outshine that of local Arsenal fans.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what Jared and JJ think of this and Mike too, but I don't know if it comes from American football, growing up watching it and X's and O's, and just there's so much going on in American football on the offense and the defense, and basketball's a little bit different, but there's just something about their awareness on tactics and that front that, you know, has really just impressed me over the years. It's kind of mind-boggling. It seems like people in the UK jumped on that later. They were more analysts of the game, talking about it, going out, ranting, raving, and then the X's and O's kind of came in a few years ago where people really started focusing on analytics and stuff like that.
Jake, tell us, as long as we're on the topic, because you, first of all, you haven't spoken for a while, but I mean, obviously when I was growing up, but probably even as little as 10 years ago, you would not see any sign of international soccer, as you know, as it's called here, or anything like that in school or in the kind of the kind of awareness of teenagers. Now you go to school and how many people are wearing, you know, Madrid or Liverpool, or in your case, Arsenal kits? And
PSG.
Is it just pervasive in your high school?
Now, right?
I mean, I know you're in your friend group. It's a big thing, but I mean, beyond that, is it? I mean, what's the experience like, and how big of a part of just teenage life right now is English Premier League and La Liga and other sports?
It's gotten to the point where it's not just like if you're someone that grew up playing soccer or football, then you're gonna like be wearing these jerseys around. It's just like the community has gotten so much broader in America since I've been born, with the whole awareness of all these teams and stuff. So I love that everybody, or not everybody, like all the community in America start supporting these teams, and like not necessarily supporting, but just being aware of how great it is to be a football fan. I'll say there's a lot to it, and I'm pleased to see the expansion that's happening right now.
Would you say you see more football kits than American football kits in school? I mean, people don't wear like Vikings jerseys and Colts jerseys and stuff to school, do they?
No. In terms of sports jerseys, I'm starting to see so many more. Like, I wish Arsenal jerseys, but it's all United, Liverpool. I'm sure next year I'll see 2 abundant PSG jerseys in the schools you just bought it was a France jersey. It wasn't a PSG jersey. If you guys saw the white PSG jersey, you would understand why I had to buy that one. But I didn't get Messi on the back though, which wouldn't have been good for me because there's a lot of bandwagon talk about getting Messi.
What'd you get on the back? Verratti?
No one.
No, he bought a France jersey with Mbappe on the back because he, and rightfully so, is a huge Mbappe guy, and he's been wearing it since it arrived until he changed into that soccer jersey right before he came on there.
This is what annoys me, is that Arsenal have been falling so far back in the day.
And it leads me into a point, but go ahead.
Go on then, Mike. Well, no,
I'm just going to say the thing that you're saying about Arsenal. I had a discussion, a private discussion with somebody who just left Arsenal, but was on the insides of Arsenal, worked in Highbury House, and it's not Mark Brindle, but like I was talking to him about the Amazon, the All or Nothing show, and kind of because the news had just broken on that, and he was interested in my opinion as a supporter, and I basically told him it's a huge risk. It seems like a money grab, and I don't see how this ends well. And he didn't push back on me, but you know the point that he made, and I think this is why it's a relevant discussion here, is that Arsenal, through their play on the pitch, the slide that we've been on for really 10 years, as the league position gets lower, as even the style of our play where we used to lose pretty, that's not there anymore. You know, it's just, we're not a team that, if you're just taking up the game from a fan perspective in parts of Europe, in Asia, in South America, in America, you're not going to pick Arsenal as your team, because they're essentially what, when Jake was growing up, they're essentially what, West Ham was, or what even worse than Everton. I mean, they're a mid-table team. So the all or
Oh,
nothing
that
thing,
hurt. Oh.
the all or I mean, it does hurt, but the all or nothing thing on Amazon was as much about putting some more money in the coffers during a time, during the pandemic era, which we shouldn't be forced to have to do, as it was about trying to kind of keep Arsenal at the front of mind of people who are learning about teams. And, people became Arsenal fans because of FIFA in the late 90s and the early 2000s. People became Arsenal fans because of certain players like Henry and Bergkamp.
That links in really well with this question, Mike, if you want to walk away. It really links in with that.
There's nothing to draw a neutral to Arsenal at this point, but maybe the Amazon thing, if it doesn't turn into a complete Schadenfreude situation like Tottenham, that's kind of the only upside to it, and the reason they did that. And the question from Tubes MD Tubio, which is what I almost named my son, and then I went with Jake instead.
Thank goodness.
If this crap for the next 10 years continues, how would you see Arsenal's fan base at that time? How big of a loss would Arsenal, lose the younger fan base? It's a generational thing, and we're at the precipice of becoming a mid-table team worldwide. Wherever we finish in the table, we're not going to be in the league of those other teams, and it's awful. So
I think. I was going to jump in just for a second because
I already interrupted self, so now I got to hand it back to. I didn't know if she was. Yeah, she's just swatting.
Yeah, no, she's just swatting flies.
I'm going to have to go inside. I'm getting bitten left, right, and center. My blood is very sweet, apparently.
It's okay, I got.
Jake has the same problem. He's just such a sweet kid that he gets bitten up.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, real. Go on, Owen. I'm just I'm busy killing flies here.
Mass destruction of the insect race right there. No, I was gonna say, just because I think I'm quite well aged for this question, because obviously I'm just becoming 30. I was born in 1992, so I was really in that sort of childhood, early teenage years of the Invincibles. So I remember when I was growing up. Take me off that; it makes me really insecure.
I mean, I'm old enough to be your mum.
Yeah, maybe you are. I'll have to get
I'm old enough to be Jake's dad.
I mean, I might be your mum. I mean, who knows? But,
yeah. But I remember.
You heard how I was talking about his mom earlier in the podcast.
She's a saint, and he's making a mockery of the woman. Anyway, I remember when I was a kid walking around. There was United and Arsenal jerseys, and to wear an Arsenal jersey, you felt almost like. I know it sounds like I'm being cheesy to say this, but you felt invincible wearing it. It was like a badge of honor. It was almost when you were wearing that and there was any argument about football, it was an immediate fuck you to anybody else that you were talking to, that you couldn't be made fun of because of the achievements of that team. But now when you mention that you support Arsenal, you almost say it with a hint of embarrassment almost. And the way I would say it is that it might be different over stateside because so something that happens here.
Arsenal, and then we go like this.
No, it's a banter thing over here. You just get slagged so much, and for me, the way I would describe it is, I almost feel like what I think an Everton fan would feel like saying they support Everton. It's like people were like, well, why the fuck would you do that? And that's the thing. That I think Arsenal, we aren't going to attract a new generation of Arsenal fans at this moment in time. Give it another 5 years, you're going to just see Chelsea, City, United tops. That's all you're going to see.
I start seeing Leicester bring people to the pub.
I was going to say Saka and Smith Rowe may help us out in that.
Yeah.
If they develop, we all think they could. I think that could have an impact on the younger generation.
But they chase glory. Kids chase glory, man.
They might be different.
Maybe they'll get on Instagram with a bunch of models, and that'll bring them in.
No, but Saka's become an agent of change. He's now ingrained in. Jason Sudeikis wore a sweatshirt going to a Ted Lasso premiere, which is pioneered by Apple Plus, which is a multi-billion-dollar company, and he's got Bukayo, Jaden, Marcus. I mean, that's crossing over.
Yeah,
and Saka somehow's crossed. He's crossed over with those guys. I think Marcus crossed over with everything he did in the UK. With his
one thing I would say
charity.
about also American fans compared to what I feel like is English fans.
Mm-hmm.
If you could get me, Sophie, you let me know.
So, Jake, you have You know, I always found this interesting.
Well, hold on, you were going to say something, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. We really, like, we're very biased towards our teams, where I feel like English fans always feel like their team's going to do shit. Like my boy, I have two of my good friends are in London. One's a Arsenal fan, and one's a United fan. Like, oh, they're playing Brentford. Like, we're gonna lose. I'm like, what do you mean you're gonna lose? And they ask me every time. They go, how do you think Arsenal's gonna do this season? Like, we're gonna win the league. We're gonna win the league. Oh, really? You think you're gonna win the league? Baby, no, not right now. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, if like you're gonna win the league. Sorry.
It's all good, bro. It's all good.
What?
She's literally, if I can interpret,
she's actually been beating him.
He said, Dad, you're not going to win the league.
That's it. She's walking over and be like, Dad, don't be so fucking stupid, Dad.
Do you guys know who the Cleveland Browns are?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You want to talk about some of the most diehard fans
from Family Guy?
Some of the most diehard fans in the world, and their team cannot win. Their team can't win. Mm-hmm. But guess what?
There's no equivalent to the Cleveland Browns.
He's bringing up a good point, though.
So
what it is sport, because if you were the Cleveland Browns, you'd be in like League 4 by now.
You would be, but this thing, and they'd still be very like top fans.
Same with Buffalo Bills fans, like.
And that's why I know we could do it. We have. I'm telling you right now, we have young talent. We could do it. First off, and I'm going to go against like the whole, like, we're not going to attract fans and all this. This is what I'm going to be a devil's advocate right now. It's showing you how much the game's expanding. There's so many good players out in the world. The lesser cities, when they won it that year, no one thought they could ever win it. But they have these young players, and now they're on Man City. Don't get me wrong. City, go. Please. I know.
Okay.
I want to hear you whispering, babe. So just like whispering, yelling at me right now.
We're gonna win the league.
Or my youngest daughter spilled something. I'm like, I'll go pick it up in a little bit.
I had my first child almost 2 years ago, so I can so relate to this. So
and they're like the cutest girls in the world. Obviously, you guys saw them. But again, that's who we. Like, it's, you know, we're biased. We're very biased in America. Our team's gonna win every year. You can have the worst odds in the world. We'll probably put $1,000 for them to go win. So
I'm imagining the girls off camera right now doing this.
Oh, might as well be. Oh my God, the door's cracked and now they're going. Like, wait, one second. I gave you your tablet. No, but I think that's where we differ, because every time I talk to my buddy who's a United fan, he's like, "Oh, we're gonna lose this game. He's not good enough." Hey, Al.
Yeah, okay. we're quite generally fucking miserable about most things over here.
And she wanted to sit in my lap. I guess that's what she was yelling at me right now.
Hi.
I know, babe. But hold on, Daddy's talking. Okay. So, but again, we're gonna win it this year.
I have been asking for top 4, bottom 3. I mean, if you're going to be the first person to go on record saying we're winning the league,
we're winning the league. Well, I mean, if Leicester City did it their year, why can't we?
Do you know what I love? When I first moved to America, I was like, wow, people are inspiring. They really truly feel like they can do anything, you know? And I'm like this Brit that just arrived here, and you know, we just have a bit of a more, I don't know,
pessimistic.
Yes, thank you, Owen. Yeah, a pessimistic.
Which doesn't jive with the whole. Well, although I am aware that the "it's coming home" thing is more of a self-effacing kind of like.
Don't backtrack now, you fucking.
That's also a pessimistic thing. That whole song.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it isn't as brash as people think it is.
Yeah, it's not. People completely misinterpret that whole thing. Because deep down, we all know it's not coming home.
Right.
You know what I mean?
What I was going to ask you before, Jake, is you know, you have a friend and a former teammate who, you know, just like you, was indoctrinated into his father's favorite team and had no choice. But in this case, that team is West Ham. You know, have you ever talked to his name actually is Ian, not Owen, although he spells it almost like you do. I mean, did you ever talk about like what it's like I mean, because you at least had the, like, when you were first becoming an Arsenal fan, you had the possibility that we might win something. You've seen us finish second. You've seen us, be in cup finals and win cup finals. As a West Ham fan, I mean, and I hate that the undertone to this question is, are we going to feel the same way? And is your child going to feel this way when he's growing up or she's growing up? But I mean, what was his attitude towards it? Was it, we're good or we suck, or like, how did he handle it?
It's interesting for him because, like we were talking about how, like, in America, you try being like whether or not you're pessimistic or like confident about what your team will do, but he actually knows how bad it is for him being a West Ham supporter, but he'll still do it, which is like they're actually a British family. So I mean, maybe there's
an ex-England cricketer, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it, but he's not gonna stop supporting them or whatever because they don't win. He's a very passionate Hammers supporter, which is very interesting. When I met him, I was a little clueless about why he was supporting West Ham, but I mean, I don't want Arsenal to fall into that same circle that West Ham is in. But he knows he's not the type that says that, well, we're West Ham, we're going to go win the title this year. But he's still a very passionate West Ham supporter.
Let's give him a yellow card for that.
Well,
Okay.
I'm really close with his father, who's where the West Ham came from, and we talked a lot this season when we played them, the 3-3 game. We were texting back and forth, the whole, who's going to finish ahead of, who's going to finish ahead? Is it West Ham or us? And, very gracious. You would expect him to either be like, this is the greatest year ever, or, I mean, he basically said, I'm a little worried about us going to Europe because next year we'll like fall down to 13th because we don't have the squad to play all these. I mean, like just very pessimistic, like the English thing that you talked about. So I'm always fascinated with people who adopt a team not by birth that isn't one of the top teams. Do you have any other friends, Jake, of your age? I mean, I know your friends are mostly, Barca, Madrid, PSG, United, but like, do you know people who are other than Dan, who's an Arsenal fan, who are kind of just picked a team, or this question could be for any of you, Jared, Owen, and Sophie. I mean, do you have it? Is it really just 5 or 6 teams that people are choosing these days, or?
I think people
I'll go
choose
first.
players.
It's probably a better question for someone else because I mean, I have friends that aren't football fans, but like my friend Daniel, I don't think
the generation is more inclined to
here's I think this is and tell me if I'm wrong here, but this is a good question. Sophie, as someone who I would say is a bit of a traditionalist around the game of football, with the whole Super League fiasco at the time, there was a lot of talk of the top clubs, fans saying, if this goes through, I'm done. I'm going to support X, Y, and Z. If it ever came back to that situation, say, where it was this inclusive, protected league where the fair competition was taken out of the equation, would you be somebody that said, that's enough for me, I'm walking away and I'm going back to a more traditional type of club, maybe the likes of Southampton or whoever, name any team? Would that be the sort of final straw for you?
It's a really great question. I could never turn my back on Arsenal, no matter what. Right? I don't care if we're in the 2nd or 3rd division or whatever it is. Is it us and Everton that's still the only top flight teams to never be relegated? But my cousins have started going to Barnet games and Leyton Orient games more than Arsenal games. They get more joy out of that. They take their kids to that. It's a little bit more inclusive and more community driven. It's affordable for families to go to, right? And I think that's the difference. And you bring up a good point. You know that PSG's Instagram account was at 18 million, I believe, before Messi signed.
I saw this.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, Jared. I don't know if I've got the right number, but it's in one day it's gone to 49 million.
Yeah, I think from under 20 to almost 50 in a day.
That's ridiculous.
Insane.
And that is the power of the superstar. And people use the word star, superstar, and legend very loosely these days. Messi is a superstar. He's a game changer. He's a Pele. He's a Maradona. There's no denying it. The crowds, the cheers, Paris. I mean, this is Paris, the city of love and light, and they're going crazy for him. And he's he's doing something that Jake's generation, I think, is more prone to. A lot of young fans now follow players more than teams. They'll buy a Messi jersey at PSG. They'll buy a Messi jersey from Barcelona. I will never buy. That's just me. I know there's guys that love fashion, you know, and they want to be like, oh my.
I would never buy another team's jersey.
Is Felipe following Messi to PSG, or is he sticking with Barca?
He's a mess. He's not going to support PSG, but he is going to support Messi. So if Messi does well, he's happy, but he's not going to.
But is he still like? Has this taken the bloom off of the rose, or the whatever the expression is of Barcelona for him, or is he still like? Was his Barcelona fanaticism about Messi at Barcelona, or is it about Barcelona whether Messi's there or not?
Well, it started I'm pretty sure, because of Messi. That's why he started being a Barca fan. I'm pretty sure. But I've been told by him that he's not switching teams. So we'll see what happens there. But I know that he's still definitely supporting Messi because, I mean, if you have Messi as your favorite player, you're not going to hope he does bad or anything just because he leaves, especially with what he's done for them. So, yeah.
But I mean, I also understand, like, PSG for me, like, if they win, I'm happy for them. It's the first European game I've ever been to. Only one. I went to a PSG game because Arsenal was on that week. They're on international break. The next week I was in Paris, so I was able to attend that game. But like Boris Dortmund, how do you say it? BBB in Germany.
Borussia Dortmund.
Thank you. I butcher things. With Pulisic, I did root for them for the German league. Now, if they came up getting Arsenal in Europa, champions, whatever it was, I hope they ate shit. We killed them 8-0. But did I have a little bit of like, yeah, Pulisic's on there. He's an American. He's sort of like our little American hero guy. I want him to succeed, and like I do personally like, hey, yeah, I hope you do well. But I'll never, again, I'm not going to buy his jersey from their team. The only jerseys I buy are Arsenal, USA. I do have an England jersey. That's actually pretty funny, which Sophie I told you about.
That's your Wilshire jersey.
Yeah. I'll tell you guys about this real quick. I actually have it right here. So my father-in-law went to England. He's like, hey, is there any England national team player you'd want to sign jersey from? I'm like, yes, Jack Wilshere. All I said. So I got that, right? He got me it.
Is that game worn? It looked like you just,
it's brand new.
It looked like you just smelled it as you brought it up, so I thought maybe
brand
it was
new.
game worn.
I have a signature on it.
Nice.
Now, if you could read this signature, my poor father, or my stepdad, I guess, he doesn't know soccer that well because that is Wayne Rooney number 10.
Oh no!
He had Wayne Rooney sign a Jack Wilshere jersey. Like,
it's the best story. I love it.
When he was doing that,
that makes it so much better.
I know. He brought me. I'm like,
Rooney knew.
First off, Rooney's signature amazing. Jack Wilshere jersey amazing. This doesn't work now. This just doesn't work.
Now that you know Wilshere, you got to get Jack Wilshere to sign a Rooney.
I know, and I told Jack about it. Him and I just started dying laughing about it. Like right after our conversation, I'm like, Jack, I have to tell you a story, and he's like, dude, I'm crying right now. I'm like, poor Wayne is signing your jersey.
So good though, I love it. It's so good.
But yeah, so I have a Wayne Rooney signature on the Jack Wilshere jersey. If anyone wants it, it might be worth a lot of money. Who knows?
That's you know what? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why, but Gooners versus Cancer might be able to find some level of.
Let's get it out there. If anyone wants this jersey, if they want to pay for it, it's yours. I will mail to you personally. Absolutely.
So here's what we got to do because there's a little bit of logistical stuff coming up, and I know Sophie, you're getting bitten up.
I have to go inside.
Can you go dark on the video and audio, and then put it back on when you're inside?
Yeah. I'll come back in.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Don't leave. You will not be able to come back in. I've just changed the open mic link because we're about to switch feeds.
Okay. Well, I have to. Okay. So I'll mute myself.
She made herself wall. She was explaining what you.
I'll mute myself.
I'll mute my. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted.
I mean, that's total shit show, isn't it? Sorry. I'm going to mute myself and go off camera and then take this in because it's running out of juice. And
Okay.
I'm going to, I'll be back.
Perfect.
Okay.
So here's what we're going to have to do. We could stream for 24 straight hours, but YouTube will not archive it. And I want to have all of this for posterity. So that's why we've divided the show into 3 different segments, 3 different 8-hour segments. And so we are approaching 7 hours and 47 minutes on camera right now. Owen and big ups. I'm feeling strong AF. I'm ready to go further to our next segment in about 10 or 15 minutes. I have cracked open another Red Bull. But what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to ask both the chat. Well, we're going to have to ask the chat. We're going to end this segment in the next 12 minutes. And we're going to have to ask the chat to follow us. You always take a chance you're going to lose people. But, guys, I've made it really, really easy for you to go to the next show. All you have to do, and I'm going to put it here in the thing, is go to www.gvc2, that's Gooners versus Cancer 2.football. That will take you to our next YouTube stream. And there's 40 of you in live chat right now. I want to see all 40 of you jump over because it's going to be a fun next couple hours. But please do follow us there. And that's going to be happening in about 10 minutes or so. With those 10 minutes, I just want to get everybody's top 4, bottom 3, and where they think Arsenal is going to finish. And we'll start with one of the folks who is currently on the podcast right now. So, and Owen, we're going to save yours to a little bit later. So, Jared, let's hear your top 4, bottom 3, and where you think Arsenal will fall if they're not in that list.
They are not. So top 4. I mean, I'm pretty much I assume everybody. I've got in order. I've got City, Chelsea, United, Liverpool, and I just, as much as I'd love to see us crack that, I mean, City dominated the league last year. They had 100 million Jack Grealish. Chelsea were the champions of Europe at $100 million Lukaku. United finished second. They had Varane and Sancho. Liverpool's got Van Dijk back. They have Konate. It's just going to be tough to breach those 4. For my bottom 3, I had to look up the list like everybody else. I've got Watford, Norwich, and I think Burnley. This will be the year they finally kind of drop out. It just feels like that the air's kind of come out of them a little bit, and they just don't have that same push that they had before. I feel like Dyche might be on his way out in the next year or two, so I've got them in the relegation zone as well. And for Arsenal, as it sits right now with the team we're going in, I'm putting us at 6th. You know, the window's still open. Maybe we'll bring in somebody that changes that to potentially 5th. But Leicester City's awfully good. I think it's going to be tough to beat them over 38 games. So I've got us in the 6th spot.
Okay, and tell me again. You said Burnley was going down, and who else?
Watford and Norwich.
Okay, all righty. Watford and Norwich. Now, JJ, we know your number 1 team,
Arsenal,
the mighty Arsenal. Who are Arsenal going to pip to the trophy this season? And will it be a goal? I mean, you might as well just go. We're going to go invincible this season while you're at it.
That's right, we are. I think, honestly, I think so. My 6th team is going to be Liverpool. I think they're sort of. I don't know. I just don't think it's there for me. Anyways, that's what we're asking. United's going to be right behind us. And then, man, there's some good teams.
Aston Villa.
No.
Villa, Chelsea looks strong.
Chelsea's all okay. So it's gonna be United, City, Chelsea after us.
Well,
right.
That will result in Thomas Tuchel getting sacked.
And guess what? He better start looking for a new job. So, and they could buy whoever they want. I'm telling you right now, we'll be fine. We're gonna be fine, boys. I
need to call you every night before I go to bed and just get that kind of.
And if we're not first, honestly, if I'm gonna be like, I have to sit here, you guys beat me down. We're gonna be top 4 this year. I'm not worried about that.
I love it.
But bottom 3: Brentford, Norwich, Tottenham.
You know what?
Okay, sir.
You win the award for the I mean, I don't know that I would go gambling with you.
If you want to win hey, Mike, if you want to win the big money, you got to come with me.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
I go after the odds.
I'll take your word for it. All right, so something just happened that I wasn't expecting. So let me throw it to you, Soph, and we'll finish off with Jake's top 4 and bottom 3.
Top 4.
Top 4.
I have a horrible, horrible feeling Man United are going to win the league this year.
No.
I really do. I actually think Solskjaer might pull it together because when you look at their season after season with him, he's improved the squad.
Yes.
He has, and their position in the league. And I think the signing of Sancho, Varane, Pogba's going to stay, it looks like. Rashford is injured for the start of the season, but they've got Cavani, they've got Maguire, they've got Luke Shaw. They're a good team. And I think it's going to be hard for City to defend again. And I don't think Liverpool are going to be strong enough. And I think City have to go balls out for the Champions League. So I'm going to go United. I'm going to go City. I think there's going to be a great battle of Manchester this season. That'll be exciting for the league. Then I'm going to go Chelsea. And I think it's a scramble for 4th. I don't think it's a shoo-in that Liverpool will make 4th. But I don't know who will challenge them. So I'm going to pick Liverpool. Did I just contradict myself?
Arsenal. Arsenal's going to challenge them.
Nah, we're not, mate. I'm telling you. I hope, you know what, JJ? I hope you're right. And I love your optimism. And I can't wait to talk about it with you and stuff like that. But I just can't see it. I can't see us improving the squad.
Just like Jared said, ESR is going to be the top guy for Arsenal. We have Saka. I mean, he's going to be a regular in the English team now.
I think ESR is going to be better than Saka this season. I think he's going to be a star if he can stay fit.
We're going to be that Leicester City that people didn't realize.
Yeah, but they had Claudio Ranieri and we have Arteta.
Yeah.
What Arteta's
Sorry,
just.
mate.
Let's save that for the next.
Sorry,
time.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Bottom 3.
Just mute me, Mike.
Bottom 3.
This is the first time I have to control the time because I don't want it to go over 8 hours.
Okay, bottom 3, I'm going to go Norwich. I think Southampton might be in trouble this season. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to go for, I think Wolves might be in trouble.
Really? Well, wow. Yeah, they've lost their coach.
I think they might suffer a Sheffield United syndrome.
Maybe so.
That will be my 3.
I'm surprised you didn't say Palace, honestly, given but
no, Vieira will be sacked by November, but they're not going
yeah, and his sacking will allow them to come back into the mid-table.
Yeah.
And Arsenal finish
10th.
Wow. Oof. That's one of those I hope I'm proven wrong. I want to see that humble pie because I cannot see us finishing 10th.
I wasn't going to drink tonight, but after that, Sophie, my God, I'm going to have to have whiskey around. My God.
Well, you have a fresh bottle, don't you? Huh?
Yeah, I do, and thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That. I'm
all right, so Jake, final word. Your top 4 in the league this year,
or Jake? I said Jared. I'm sorry, Jake. I apologize. I said your name wrong. Sorry. Good.
Okay. So my top 4, I think. With this Lukaku thing, and by the way, I think that's an absurd price that they're about to pay for Lukaku, considering he's still great player. But I mean, what is it going to end up being? 150 million, something like that.
I think it's 150 million dollars, but it's about 100 million pounds.
That's crazy. I mean, he's shown what he can do, but I don't think he's got as much time left in him as someone like Grealish does.
And he's going back to a club that gave up on him. I never understood that. It was like the Pogba
really understand that. But getting him with what he's shown at Inter Milan and what these other Chelsea guys like Mount and the rest of their squad can do, I think they have a great chance of winning. So I'll put Chelsea at first, as much as I don't want to see them continue to win titles like they've already been doing this year. But I'll put them first because I don't think, even though they've gotten Grealish, I don't think City's got enough to win the title back to back. So I'll put City second behind them, and then I think. As much of a flop I think Varane could be for United, I had said that I think Ben White's going to have a better season than Varane. I've said that.
Yes.
So I definitely think that's going to happen. And I'll put United third because of their squad depth. They have so much going for them. And then I'll put Liverpool right behind them. And then for my bottom three, I definitely think Norwich is going to be the bottom team. Like, I think they'll finish dead last this year. They've got Pookie, but that's about it. I think they've got young Cantwell, but I don't see their chances of staying up this year. And then the other two, not in order, probably Southampton. Losing Ings is awful for them. And then also, I've got a soft spot for the cycling GK, Ben Foster. So I'm not going to see Watford are going down this year. I think the third team will probably be Brentford, as much as I think that they've got a good their style of play is interesting, but I think they'll go.
Man, that was a really good
I
cover.
love it. I hope you're right.
Listen to me. There's so much pride running through my veins right now, and there's three reasons for it. One is because of how this event is going, the charity and the help that I'm getting from everybody. Two is, I mean, we found a new superstar on a podcast right here.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm going to steal it.
Yeah, and
Thanks, Mike.
yeah,
Thank you.
it's Owen.
It's Owen.
No, Jake. I mean, I'm so proud of my kid. I think I've done something right, or gotten lucky, or stumbled upon something. Because as good as he's been on the podcast, I just enjoy spending time with him. When we were in Orlando together, we laughed our asses off for 4 days, and like I've said on Twitter, first thing, have a son or daughter, and love that son or daughter, and just watch them blossom. And dude, it's the best thing in the world. You're my best friend, buddy, and I love you, and I'm glad that you came on the podcast.
Gonna make me cry, mom. Tears.
You're my best friend, buddy, and I love you. No, I'm just kidding.
We're all about to start crying right now, by the way.
It's and what's the third thing I was going to say? I completely the third thing is,
Jared.
There are a lot of people in the chat who I happen to know are in Europe right now, and it is 3:00 in the morning in Europe. And they're the usual suspects. Giannis, I know, likes to stay up for a podcast. Jimmy's here, but Steve's in the house, and I just really appreciate you guys being here and staying with us. So far, so good. We're 1/3 of the way through this. We've raised 75% of our goal, nearly $4,000. Join us. The not another American or not another Arsenal podcast is coming on.
Not another American.
That was on purpose.
America.
Mikey Hers is going to be leading the show, and we're going to have a good next couple of hours with that. Play some games, and in the 20 seconds we have left, I just wanted to thank all of you for coming, for being on the podcast, and it's been a fun first 8 hours, and I'm looking forward to the next 8. So thanks again, everybody.
You're doing amazing stuff, Mike.
These 2 hours I had no plan for. We lost 2 people that were supposed to be coming in, and it still turned out to be maybe the funnest 2 hours of the pod so far. So thank you so much. Appreciate it, and come on, you Gooners.